All right, Cash, looks like we're about to begin.
Here we
So,
go. Welcome, everyone.
yeah, welcome to Card Merchant Dunedin ProQuest Yokohama. We have the first round getting right and ready versus Connor versus Michael. I mean, Kasai versus Levia. Do you have any vibes on what the matchup's going to look like with this?
Well, both heroes have received some pretty crazy support in Super Slam, with Kasai getting that juicy new attack reaction that can make a Centauri Sellsword, and Levia obviously
Yes.
getting a whole bunch of new Brute cards to play with. Both heroes looking to be very strong this upcoming metagame. Looks like people aren't messing around.
Yeah, especially with that like you mentioned, that new Kasai card, Blood Follows Blade. I I kind of believe that Kasai is potentially the best allies deck in the metagame right now. So those Centauri Sabers and those Centauri Sellswords really don't mess around. But it is going to be really exciting to see how Levia plays in this matchup because it's really one of those sort of all in. Once she gets her blood debt rolling, she's really got to go fast, really got to go all in, and it's really can sort of punish herself if things don't line up properly.
Is this a matchup that you guys tested quite a bit in the dev room? Like, in this matchup, do you think it's better to go first or second, or does it not make much of a difference?
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to figure it out. I think Levia sort of naturally, ideally wants to go second just so that she can block and sort of set up a bunch of six powers in the graveyard. But I don't know, man. Kasai is just so much powerful numbers values. Those entire cell swords are going to line up very beautifully into all the attacks that Levia has. But it's going to be very interesting to see how much Levia can spike, how she can sort of line up those Blood Rush Bellows, and just see the kind of explosive power she can do. But if the match goes too long, grinds out for too much of a time, what was it? Warrior's weapon value is just so high. So it's going to be interesting. But I am sort of excited to see the first round of this ProQuest. I mean, what's on the line here for today? It's ProQuest entry into ProQuest Yokohama, right?
Oh yeah, and some gold foils, some beautiful playmats,
Hmm, hmm,
all the
hmm.
good stuff. I really like the layout here. There's some thematic uh playmats and sleeves here. We've got Leviah sleeved up in purple on a drone mat. We've got Kasai on
Hmm,
the
hmm.
Command and Conquer playmat. Big fan of this aesthetically pleasing layout.
Yeah, that art is sick. That's the Kasai CNC like promo, right? That's where that art
Yeah.
is from for that playmat. Oh, so cool. All right, player shuffling up, getting ready. Oh, and also that Kasai promo, that beach promo. Sick. Okay. I am I'm curious. So I'm gonna see they're gonna dice roll to see if it starts. We're gonna see those two claws presented here, face down.
Gotta
All
be
right,
claws,
cutting
bro.
decks. Yeah, claws are just so good, especially with Blood Rush Bellows.
Enjoy them while they last, folks. As KO Armed and Dangerous is looking like there's a chance he might take them with him at the end of ProQuest season.
Yeah, and that Kabuto of Imperial Authority immediately flipped for Kasai, that really powerful legendary headpiece. When that blocks, it's gonna shut those claws off. So it's gonna be very cool to see when that comes in and the amount of value that can generate.
So Kasai starting things off, swinging a Centauri Saber. Always holding the potential reactions. Get a
Yeah,
block from
and
Connor.
Levi, yeah, and Levi just Connor's just gonna be very happy sort of blocking these out, putting those six powers into the graveyard.
Here comes Blade Runner. Going go again, pumping the next sword.
And Connor just gonna dump as much cards as he can. All right, three six powers straight into the grave. He's gonna be very happy with that, and an
Ooh,
agile
discard of
wind up as
Agile
well.
Windup. Starting his turn with an
Mhm.
agility and three sixes engraved. This is looking pretty meaty for Levia.
Yeah, this is kind of exactly how you want to start as Levia, getting that go again, getting those six powers in the grave. I mean, let's see if he can fully convert his hand and start the game.
Oh,
Oh my
Blood
God.
Rush Bellow on the just ripped it on the turn two. Here we
Yeah.
go.
What a dream start, especially with the
What a
blue
Giga
pitch as
Chad.
well. Yeah. All right,
It's the
another
discard.
seven power goes.
Now, I think he's, especially with this agility token, he's going to be able to send out an attack first to be able to
Yeah.
get some damage out before getting blocked by that Imperial Kabuto. So, I mean, this is all lined
Yeah.
up exceptionally well for Connor.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely the turn where you kind of want to chuck that Kabuto out to sort of block and neutralize those weapons. So Connor's going to have an interesting decision whether he kind of wants to throw a claw first to make sure he guarantees the value on one of the claws, but most likely throwing an attack out just to get that
And
juicy
here comes
attack
an
in.
endless more. Now, this thing's probably going to come in pretty big. I think it's almost guaranteed he hits the 6, and that's probably going to come in for 11 with go
Yeah.
again. What a
11 with go again. Very good. Very good start to a match. All right, hits it. 11 go again. I mean, Michael does have a lot of cards. Does he throw the Kabuto? Does he want to sort of protect himself? But the thing is, if he throws the Kabuto now, Connor might just be happy just throwing another attack from hand. So
That's exactly right. Kasai probably wants this game to go long and grind it out until Levia till she kills herself with Blood Debt or something else like that. And throwing a
yeah,
Kabuto means you might not be protected later on. So he's going to throw down 3 cards here, blocking for 7.
it's good. Taking 4, going to 36. What will Connor do next?
And it did pitch a red as well. So, oh, that's it. We're done.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
All right. Not following up with the claw, electing to keep that card in arsenal, kind of setting up for another big turn. I wonder what that card is. Another Blood
I
Rush.
think I think the fact that Connor pitched a red means that he probably drew another red. He probably drew a bunch of reds off that Blood Rush and was unable to follow up. Here comes this entire sword.
Yeah,
Oh, pitching that new Fabled card, which is going to make reaction cards cost 1 more, but I don't really know if
yeah,
there's too many in Levia outside of like Guardian of the Shadow Realm and stuff like that. But
yeah.
still, it's a blue.
Yeah, just a solid swing for 2. Most likely go again into another sword, getting value off that Valiant Dynamo if that happens, and just sort of starting this value grind train. So even though Connor had that agility and had that Blood Rush Ballast, he only managed to sort of push through 4 damage and only strip 2 cards. So despite the powerful start, not quite getting all the value he wanted out of that turn cycle.
Yeah, you've got to be feeling pretty comfortable as Michael here when you want the game to go low and your opponent's just rip Blood Rush Bellow and you've survived. That's pretty
Yeah,
good. I mean, there's still more Blood Rushes in the deck, but that's a that's got to be a load off of Michael's mind there.
yeah. So just 2 more to go, 2 more to survive, essentially. All right, Connor.
Just thinking about his defenses. Got to walk a fine line between blocking and going full aggro as Levi. You really have to pick your moments carefully because not committing to blocks can sometimes be the mistake, and maybe blocking too heavily can also be the mistake. You kind of have to play two
Yeah.
games at once as well because you have to fuel your graveyard.
Hmm. And
Oh,
what was
looks
it?
like no
These
blocks.
swords most likely just getting go again, another sword coming. Yep,
So Michael
classic Blade
playing
Runner.
down the Blade Runner, getting go again, pumping the next sword, coming in for 5.
Mhm.
It will be 6 if Connor blocks with an attack action card.
Yeah. And it does look like Connor can't quite utilize his full hand, so wanting to throw down some blocks, save some life, set up more 6 powers in the grave.
Blocking. We're going to
Oh,
see a clash here, I think, for a
yeah, for a
figure.
Vigor token. So one of those very powerful new cards for brutes from Super Slam. Just the ability to block 3, and then know
And
the
there you
random
go.
card you might
Levia
be
wins the
utilizing off
clash.
the top of your deck. Yeah, and getting a whole extra free resource essentially. It is so powerful. Not to mention, he'll also be getting that might, thanks to that block on the out piece.
Pretty
All
pretty
right, one
common
figure
for
floater.
a brute to win a clash against a warrior.
Yeah,
Got an extra
but there are
resource.
there are many games where Kasai just flips a random CNC off the top, and then you sometimes lose the clash, and it feels real bad. Oh,
Oh,
just
he's rolling
going for a
scabs.
stabs
Just
roll.
gets it.
Oh my
Rolls
God.
a
Okay,
5, gets 2 action
rolls a five.
points. Oh my gosh. Are we
Holy
going to see,
moly.
surely not the second Blood Rush?
Yeah.
Surely not.
Oh my
Surely the
God,
first
Connor,
one was a,
no,
the
no.
first one was not a smoke screen, was it? Okay, here we go. Endless
Yeah.
More coming down.
And yeah, coming in for 9, not go again, but another action point. Oh my God, the ability just to roll scabs like that. I mean, the courage you need to have to be able to sort of push that kind of gameplay. So those are some of the lines you need to take to just win. 2 action points for free. Let's take it.
Coming in for 9, we've got our first card with Blood Debt. The Blood Debt train has started, but Levia is saved this turn from banishing a 6. And she keep it up for the rest of the game, or at least find a way to win before the will of Blasphemate consumes her.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what the follow-up is. He rolled scabs for this. He really wanted to utilize his full hand. All right, Valiant Daimo.
Yeah, we've got a block for 4 from Michael. I think also, like with Levia, you do have to take those big risky plays. Oh, Shelter, that's going to block a lot of damage there as well. As Levia, though, you're really trying to do these big spike turns because there's just so much value to be gleaned from those dynamos. A nice, efficient Graveling Ghoul for, or Growl, for 7 as the follow-up, pitching a Guardian of the Shadow Realm for later.
Yeah, just nice, clean 16 damage turn. We like those.
That's what you want to do. It's looking a little bit more comfortable with Connor. He just has to pull off big turn after big turn and stop Michael from being able to block efficiently. Kabuto still on board though, threatening the big
Yeah.
spike turn with a blood rush. But I think the one of the things that Levia can do that other brutes can't is that she can have these big spike turns without blood rush as well. Oh, and there's Blood Follows Blade, the new card from Super Slam, giving the sword go again. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
this time not hitting, so it doesn't create a cell sword. However, it is still extremely useful as a simple go again card.
Yeah. And very heads up block there. Just to be able to block that and just ensure that he doesn't need to deal with this entire cell sword when it does come down. Because once those cell swords come out, Levia will need to clear them. And that's just sometimes a whole attack that he just does not want to be wasting time on. So very good block, avoiding a potential disaster there.
Red Screamer comes down from Levia, threatening another wide turn with Go Again. Michael's sitting pretty, having reset his Valiant Dynamos, having created a Vigor for next turn with Grains of Blood Spill. He showed pretty good usage of that Blood Follows Blade, just, being... You don't always have to try and get it for its maximum effect, he played it well. Sometimes you play it for the most useful thing here, which is to survive. But this looks like another big turn from Connor. What will the follow-up be?
Yeah. Yeah, 6 go again. Connor just either having go again, the agility tokens, just rolling scabs, just making sure all these turns are
Oh.
very big and very wide.
There's that swing big coming in for 8.
And here comes swing big for 8.
These are the
Yeah,
turns you need to be having
6
into
into
Kasai.
8. Yeah, Connor consistently pumping out very, very good damage. And again, loading up his graveyard with 3 more cards that will be 6 power and above. So again, set up for that next turn. Things going quite smoothly here.
Good old Valiant Dynamo. I think we're going to see some defense reactions. There's that beautiful Sink Below promo from the Project Blue season, New Zealand exclusive.
Yeah, very, very fancy card here.
Some really efficient blocking from Michael here. Because I think he probably
Yeah,
knows that at some point Levia can hit a brick wall, but if Connor can keep up the gas like this every single turn, it's going to get
yeah,
a bit tricky. But Michael still does have a lot of equipment block, so even though he's 10
yeah,
life behind, you still have to keep that in mind. He's playing his
yeah.
efficient 2 card hands, Centauri Sellsword, Centauri Saber, Centauri Sellsword being the hero name.
Yeah. So Michael just playing patient, making sure he's having the maximum value out of his hands, making sure he's blocking, throwing efficient attacks back. But sort of all the agency in this matchup currently is with Connor. How much risk does he want to take, especially rolling things like those scab skins when he doesn't see the go again? How quickly and how risky does he want to play it to sort of close this game so the game does not go long? But he just goes, here's a scowling flesh bag, immediately neutralizing that card in hand and
Yep.
almost surely ending Michael's turn. A very powerful and heads up head block.
Deciding to use the Scowling Flesh Bag so that he can play out his turn uninterrupted without having to deal with any particular warrior tricks. And also
Yeah.
leaving that Valiant Dynamo with a -1, stopping him refresh that. So that headpiece blocking for 2, preventing a follow-up swing and preventing a counter on Dynamo as like for 1 equipment piece is massive value. And here
Yeah.
is Shadow Realm Horror coming in. This is almost like Dread Screamer at home but better. Dread Screamer at work?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And there was one miss in here, and oh, he doesn't quite get it. So there is one miss going to the banish zone, which is that headpiece that was just put in there. So it will just be 7 go again. Won't get that sort of free card to be able to play from the banish zone, but still 2 7 go again. Who doesn't like that?
Yeah, still getting the go again, which is good.
Yeah. And it was very fascinating because Connor could have elected to not block with the headpiece last turn and guarantee that third line text activation from Shadow Realm Horror, but he elected to use that hat to make sure he can preserve his life and sort of maintain tempo. So
Here comes a block for
block for
7
seven.
from Michael. These 0 for 4 defense reactions really soaking up some life there.
Yeah, Connor with another follow-up attack. He's just been oh
That's it. He's going to put a card in Arsenal. I guess maybe he was hoping to hit on that Shadow Realm, but
mm,
he's also got a card in hand as well. So maybe he's just like, okay, it's
yeah.
not worth it. Let's just set up for a bigger turn.
Wow, did he hold 2 cards at the end of that turn, or was it one?
Yeah, he had one in Arsenal,
Oh
one in
yes,
hand.
2 cards.
So yeah, I guess he probably decided maybe he
Wow.
was planning to do something different if Shadow Realm hit all three. But anyway, oh, Blood Follows
Yeah.
Blade. There was no block as well, so this will get go again. And if it hits, getting a Centauri Sellsword on board. Now this might change the game because having that Sellsword, that's a whole other ballpark.
Yeah.
Especially with the
Essentially
life
one
total so close.
yeah, like a 1 cost 3 go again ally. Very, very powerful. And Levia is not necessarily a hero that wants to be throwing out attacks to be clearing stuff. So that is a very powerful threat on the board that needs to be dealt by Connor quickly. Or he might even just say, screw it, I'm just going to race. So here comes 3 go again.
Yep, Levi takes it, and then a follow-up Centauri Saber Swing. Efficient damage.
Yeah, very, very efficient.
Get that counter off the Dynamo.
Yeah,
You
just
got a
another one block.
cell sword on board.
Yeah, and Michael still has that Kabuto up, sort of threatening to hamper all of Connor's turns. So a lot to work around here. Oh,
Ooh. Peel him from limb. Really going all in on this one.
yeah. See if he gets what he wants. Oh,
Discarding
one of those
a 6 power, 7 power even, or 8 power even. Well, it
8 power.
makes it
Yeah,
meets the
2 for 8.
requirements. So now we get
Yes,
to
yes.
double our next 6 power attack.
Yeah, that discarded card, Show of Strength from Super Slime. Just another very powerful 2 for 8 for the Brute class. Another very efficient attack. And here
Gonna
comes the
clean up
attack
the
for 3.
Centauri. Clean up the
Yeah,
Centauri, getting go again because we've discarded a 6 power
yeah. Very good
into a
sequencing here.
Boneyard Marauder, which is going to be, I think, for 12 because of the tear limb from limb.
Yes.
And he also
So
hit the six,
very,
probably.
again, very good, clean sequence. We would hope so.
Yep.
And here is a 6 power. So very good turn here, just efficiently cleaning out that Cell Sword with the claw and throwing another threatening attack against Michael.
Yeah, clawing
So
back this game, if you
Connor
will.
still managing to push up. Yes, it's clawing it back indeed. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the game is very sort of on pace with each other, and in this state, we're kind of sort of waiting for the 2 next blood rushes from Connor, seeing if they're timed right and see if they'll be able to push through all this defense that Michael's putting out.
See that riches of Tropeldani in Michael's hand, which is going to start the gold train.
Yeah,
All right, we're going to see an instant here from Kasai that's going to prevent some damage and also make a
yeah,
token.
yeah. Make an agility token here, so blocking 3 in total essentially. Michael down to 14, but Michael's saying he
Wow.
wants to keep his hand. He wants to throw some damage back, put some pressure back onto Connor. So let's see. Agi pops.
Maybe
Next.
he's going to throw a full hand here. Maybe he thinks if he can get Connor low enough, that equipment can stifle a big turn, and then he can maybe take
Yeah,
it from there. Very patient plays from Michael, but I think he also knows at 14 he's doesn't have a lot of time. So he's going to activate Kasai here, banishing 2 reds, 2 yellows, which will give his weapons an on hit and the ability to create a gold if he can land a weapon swing this turn. Here comes Slice and
Yeah.
Dice, giving a little bit of damage to the first swing, more damage to the second one. He's going to need the go again as well, which he
Yeah.
does because of that agility. Feel like a pretty meaty turn here from Kasai.
Yeah, so he's created one gold here. If any attack hits this turn, he's going to get that second gold, and it's kind of starting to threaten raise an army potentially with all this gold building up. The ability to just be able to spam Centauri sellswords and sort of overwhelm Levia. So here comes an attack for three. Let's see what Connor does.
It would definitely close the life gap and put Levia into a really awkward position if he was able to make quite a few Centauris. So Connor's going to throw down some cards. Sounds good. Blade Flurry. Ooh, that's going to force the
Yeah.
Centauri Saber to hit and get a gold, and it's going to carry damage over to the next Centauri Saber as well. This is going to clean up a
Yes.
little bit of that life gap.
Yeah, and Michael did take a lot of damage for this, so showing us why he did so. This is a lot of damage, a lot of gold generation, and sort of trying to put the pressure back on Connor. Connor now
Use a
faced
sword
with
for
the
7.
decision. Yeah, Michael's already made the gold from the on hit, so Connor essentially seeing no on hits here, at least at the moment, trying to figure out if he can hold his hand and throw enough damage to justify taking 7 here.
He also has a decision to make over Carrion Husk as well, because Warriors' attack reactions can really change the math on how safe you are from losing that card. Sometimes it's better to get rid of it early. Connor doesn't mind. He's going to take the
Yeah,
7. He just knows he's got to throw. He's got to put Michael into single digits.
yeah, yeah. So let's see what he can do with 3 cards and 1 card in the arsenal. Will he be able to put enough pressure on? Because 2 gold sitting on board is very threatening.
So we've got Dread Screamer leading off the turn. Another Stellar Go Again card. Can't miss. Never misses. Threatening a
And
big follow-up attack, hopefully.
yeah, Connor just setting these go again sort of back to back, very looking very, very good here. And Michael's still looking very pretty with all that equipment block that he has still not utilized. Let's see. Last turn cycle, Michael decided to block with 1 card. Does he like his hand? Does he like the damage that his hand can put out? Or will he elect to block again? Thinking about a 2 card block. I mean, Michael probably, if he is running this card, he probably might be waiting out for a card like Raise an Army, create 2 Centauri Sellswords. So he might be very happy sort of blocking here, blocking for 6.
And then we've got the Show of Strength, the new card from Super Slam, almost like Swing Big at
Yeah,
Home. And it's pretty good into
yeah,
Warriors who can't really reduce its attack power. Yep, Michael's just going to
yeah,
throw down the whole hand here, blocking for
yeah.
5.
Against Warriors, especially, even better than Swing Big. Almost no downside to this. It's just a 2 for 8.
And it looks like Michael's
Michael,
going to pass turn. Yep,
yeah.
can Connor keep up the
So
tempo?
yeah, so Connor just being given a fresh 4 grip. Let's see what he can do with this. He ideally wants to see something like Blood Rush Bellows, anything with go again here, but only with 2 cards in the graveyard. Yep,
Oh,
and he
there's Blood
does
Rush
see
Bellow.
Blood Rush Bellows. We're gonna hit him with the must be nice. This will also chuck in the 3rd card that he needs to sort of activate his card's abilities, banishing 3 cards. So very good start here. Let's see what he rips.
Now this feels like he's got to
Back to
try and
three
find a
cards
way
in
around
hand.
Kabuto. So, I mean, you can swing the
Yeah,
sword. You could swing the claw first, potentially, if you want to try and get a claw swing
yeah,
in before Kabuto comes down, but let's see what he does.
exactly. Yeah, because if he leads with the claw, he can guarantee at least. Oh
Oh
my
my
God, he has a
god.
second
Second
blood
blood
rush
rush.
bellows. Oh no.
Wow. Fruit
Oh
players,
no.
eh? Oh,
Yeah. Will he
okay
miss?
dokie.
Yeah.
This is what
Oh
happens
my
in
God. Show of
Dunners.
strength. Yeah. And a head of
Yep,
red as well.
the
Connor
Dunedin
most likely looking
special.
for some blues here. Oh
Wow.
my Lord.
That Kabuto
Mike.
looking very juicy right now. But honestly, at
Yeah.
11 life, it might not even matter. Like,
Yeah. Michael kind of
it could, like you never
praying that
know.
Connor throws
Sometimes it could be just be a turn where it's like you don't even attack with the
Yeah.
claws, you just come in.
Yeah. I
Goodness
mean,
gracious.
Michael probably praying that Connor attacks with an attack first so that he can immediately throw out that Kabuto in the hopes that he can sort of brick those weapons. It's going to be interesting to see what Connor has. He might be, gripping 3 reds, which would be a disaster. But, oh, Connor, not
A Levi
necessarily
away.
s- not necessarily slamming down attacks. He may not be quite happy with what he's seeing. Is he contemplating another scabs roll?
I was just about to say, watch him roll scab skin levers. The classic brute play. Play your two power cards
Yeah,
and then risk it all.
yeah,
No, surely
um,
not. Unless the hand is like, as you say, like it's all reds. But
yeah.
ugh.
It's oh man, I did recently get trouble in the dev room for rolling scabs too much, and throwing
Oh
out
no.
data because I kept rolling scabs.
Okay, he's got
Because
the
if you
blue,
roll
so he's
like
going
three,
to come in. He's going to come in for
yeah, here
seven,
comes
and
the
that
five.
computer's going to come down to stop the second claw swing, which is absolutely fair. But honestly, getting that claw
Cool.
swing in for seven, and then with some follow up, it's looking okay.
Yeah, the hip is immediately coming out, neutralizing that second weapon swing. Will not be able to follow up with the claw, but here comes just a big
How
attack
big?
instead.
Ooh,
Here
that's a
comes
big
a
one.
Shadow Realm Horror.
There are a few misses in the graveyard as well, but this
Yeah,
is
I
still
believe
going to,
two
at the
misses.
very least, going to be like an attack for eight.
Yeah. I mean, if Connor gets all three effects, it's going to be absolutely crazy here. Three
Let's
cards,
see
two
what he
misses, I
flips.
believe, in the grave. Oh, no, never mind. There
Miss,
is the Blood Rush.
hit, hit.
But it, but it will be the seven go again with +2 and then +2, so 11 go again?
11. Huge.
Here's all that
He's got
here's
no
all
pitch
that equipment
floating
going
and
out.
one in hand, which would be great to
Yeah.
swing into a second claw, but that's not going to happen this turn.
No, no.
This is still a lot of damage, though. And also,
Yeah.
Michael's still
Give me
trying to keep quite a few cards in hand because he's like, okay, I've seen the blood rushes. If I can just live and then pressure him, maybe I can live. Because he knows that maybe there's
yeah.
like a cap now to the damage that Connor can deal.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if Connor had hit that third line on the Shadow Realm Horror, that last card in Connor's hand might have been able to convert for like another 10 damage. So
Oh, yeah.
Michael feeling a little relieved, but still, this is just so much damage.
Thinking about his equipment blocks.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
going to
and
give
he's
it all
just gonna
down. Yeah.
throw the whole hand down. Yep. All
He's
right.
just going to try
Michael's
and
saying,
live.
yeah, he's saying, I'd rather stay on higher life, wait for the sort of key power cards that I'm looking for, and also bank on that sort of second win condition of Connor potentially bricking on his turns and beginning to hurt himself.
Connor ending his turn by discarding Agile Wind Up to set up an agility for the next turn so he can continue to pressure with wide turns. He's going to have a full grip once more and a go
Oh
again.
my,
So
yeah,
he has been very he's this is great for Connor because like he can just keep up that tempo
yeah,
instead of having to take a turn off and set up and then yeah.
yeah. I mean, and also Michael no longer with that Kabuto to sort of keep him safe from those claws. This is all coming up Connor, like another agility token, another ability to just go wide on this turn. Let's see what he's got. He's got enough cards in the grave to throw another big attack out if he has one.
Nine life is
Michael
not too
really,
unreasonable to get through.
yeah, Michael really hoping for some kind of brick here. And no, it's another Shadow Realm horror with a Shadow Realm horror in the graveyard. So,
Will this one hit
oh
three
my
sixes?
Lord.
Because there's still I think there's still a miss.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
all but
there's
the I think he's going to hit all three.
he's gonna hit all three, and
He's
he
hit all
also hits
three.
the Shadow Realm horror. Oh my Lord, here is seven go again. And Connor will be able to play one of those cards that he's banished here.
And look, all of those are good because one of the cards he banishes is a Shadow Realm horror. So,
Yep. So he can go wide if he
oh
wants to.
yeah, Michael
Oh
really
my
just in
God.
defense mode throws down his dynamos and his equipment.
Yeah.
Sorry, and two cards.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
yep, here
and
comes
you
a
will just
big
like to
eight.
throw out that eight. Yeah. Very, very
Ooh.
strong.
Kasai, oh, like
Yep.
saving some life with a defense reaction, only taking one there. I mean, this is the thing though. Like, Connor came in for 15 there and only leaked like one damage. So like it
Yeah.
is, the blood rushes are gone. So Connor really needs to continue having big turns, and it's
Yeah.
it's still quite a bit of life to try and get through.
Yeah. Michael really doing his best job to stay alive, blocking out very well. Connor, I mean, he's got a full grip now, but no agi tokens. But he does have that card in that arsenal as well. I mean, does he have another go
Uh-oh.
again? And here it
Here
comes.
comes tear limb from limb. This could potentially be another massive turn. I think Michael's just really hoping that it's going to
Yeah.
be a miss. No, he hits it. We've got a double on the next six power.
Claws are also turned on.
Very, very threatening. Yeah. I mean, those claws, just that card being able to turn on those claws by just discarding an attack, 6 power attack,
Yep.
very threatening. So here comes 3 go again.
We'll pitch in a blue. Very nice, because now he can swing the other claw as well.
Yeah. Block for 3. Here comes the other claw.
And, and we know there's 12 coming in. 12
Yeah.
minimum. And we're going to keep the blood deal off. Yeah, Michael just trying to stay alive until Connor like whiffs, misses, like hoping out for some of that brute variance. But these wide turns just keep coming.
Yeah. Connor is drawing hot. I mean, these turns are quite something. But Michael,
Yeah,
playing patient, knowing his outs, he just needs to stay alive, keep his life up, and that will be his sort
give
of
them
best
everything.
win condition here.
Going to
Yeah,
three
going down to
here. This
3.
is the most he can get away with. And he's really on the ropes now because 3 life with like wide turns is very, very reasonable to get through.
Yeah. And Michael passes back, praying that Connor at least bricks 1 time here. I mean, these turns have been so efficient, so threatening. No.
Even if Connor bricks once, like he might still have a window because Michael can send in a turn, but that husk can just eat it up.
Yeah.
It's looking
I mean,
pretty good for Connor here.
yeah. What is Michael hoping for? Connor to misjudge, roll scabs, roll a 1, take a bajillion blood debt, pass back,
I
lose the
think I think
husk.
he needs Connor to like he needs Connor to like brick 2 turns and to see like raise an army on 2 of those turns. But
Yeah.
I just it's a big ask. Yep, here comes the big guy, but it doesn't look like there's any go again on this, so this is a pretty clean block.
Yeah.
Again,
Not
Connor
going
just still
wide,
has
but it
to
is. Yeah, not going wide, but it is still a 9 coming in.
Connor will still
Immediately
try
gets.
to set up some bigger turns in order to get over the top of that 12 card block threshold.
Yeah. One interesting thing to note is that Connor now only has 2 cards in the graveyard. So there is a weird angle where you don't even attack here to make Connor brick on his Blood Debt attacks, which all sort of require 3 attacks to be banished, 3 cards to be
That
banished.
is true.
But no, Michael elected to throw that Centauri Saber,
He's
just
going to go
trying
in,
to get that value. Yeah, trying to utilize all his
he's
cards,
cracked a gold as well in order to make his weapons free, I believe, and then using Grains of Blood spell there.
but he did not get the go again. Could not get the counter of Valiant Dynamo either.
That's
So
still setting up
Connor,
for a little free weapon swing next turn, hoping to block
yeah.
out.
What's
Connor didn't
interesting is
block, so
Connor
he seems
didn't make.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so Connor didn't block that first attack, which would have sort of guaranteed that 6 power, like another card to go into the graveyard. So he at least has 3 in the graveyard. But because Connor didn't block, maybe he thought there was going to be a go again attached to the attack, but there was no go again. So he's forced to roll scabs and he rolls a
Oh, he
1.
rolls a one.
Oh, oh my God, Connor is not going to be happy about that. He needed to block that first sword attack to sort of guarantee his 3rd card in the grave. But it seems like he got a little bit greedy, assumed there was going to be
Oh, and
a
he
go
takes
again.
the blood debt as well.
Yeah, and Michael just ended his turn, so Connor couldn't throw a card into the graveyard to sort of play his blood debt attacks. Now his
However,
husk is
this
also going to be turned off.
he does get to turn into Levia consumed here, which is going to allow him to play blood debt cards from his banish. This is probably the wide turn he needs. I think he has the space to roll this one. I think it's a calculated risk and it's okay
Yeah,
to do because if he misses here, he's still got the husk and all of his equipment to eat Michael's turn. He's at a comfortable 11, and he's able to then go through and like throw a couple of wide turns in order to close out this game with Michael at 3. So I
yeah,
think it's okay. I mean, it sucks that he rolled a 1, but I think he knew what the risks were and he
yeah,
did have a backup plan.
yeah.
But that
So
being
Connor will
said,
just need to throw that. Yeah. I mean, Michael has that full grip for almost the first time this matchup. Let's see what he can do with it. Nip at the heels, blue pitch.
cracking a gold is going to make the weapons free. Drawing a card.
Yeah. He really needs to do something crazy here. He needs to sort of use this opportunity that's been given to him to sort of capitalize, and that
Spoils,
is one powerful sequence.
spoils, and slice and dice. And also it looks like activating Kasai, banishing some reds and yellows in order to turn on the hero ability. So we're going to be coming in with the sword for 2, 4, 5, I think, 5 or 6, with go again on hit, creating
Yeah.
some copper, and then a follow-up swing, which would be pretty big. I mean, if you're Connor, I think you just throw the husk at this.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, get the value out of that while you can, because at the start of his turn, that husk will banish itself.
Still 2 cards in Michael's hand. I don't know if you can see them, Yo Young, but they look like they're
Yeah.
pretty good. Uh,
I mean, yeah, especially with that one floating. I mean, man, let's see what happens here. All right,
oh, he's getting a
clashing.
card as well as Husk.
Wow. So
Oh, he's gonna
interesting
get eaten
block.
alive.
Yeah, a block for 9 here. Clash.
Connor wins the
It's a
clash.
clash.
Gets a
Gets the
vigor.
vigor. Here
Oh,
comes the
committing that extra
CMC.
card. Committing that extra card is that's
Mhm.
gonna leave kind of one less card to defend that command and conquer when that comes in. So he's gonna feel the pain
Yeah,
about that very, very soon.
but he will need
Swing
to
for
go again
5.
on the sword swing.
That's where I think we're gonna see a card in Arsenal.
Yeah,
Because otherwise, if you're Michael, you definitely ship that command and conquer because you just want to stop Levia from doing anything.
yeah. I mean, Connor must be just upset about not making that block in that first Centauri. Um, what was it? That Centauri Saber. I mean, that has led to this. That forced him to roll scabs. Just gotta make sure to sort of reset, assess the situation again. He's not out of this game just yet. All right, can he do it? Can he block, stay alive, preserve enough cards to sort of threaten Michael once more and keep the
The
game
issue
going?
is because he's already committed that other card as well as the husk to the first swing. If he commits more cards here, he's leaving himself super open to a command and conquer. And with Levi having no blocks, it
Mhm.
could end up being he's gonna
Yeah.
he's gonna block it. He's gonna throw down a card. Oh goodness gracious! He is trying to deny the gold here. It looks like. Oh no, he's not throwing all the equipment. Okay, yep, go again.
All right, very
Oh
scary.
no. Oh
Oh
no.
no.
He's committed 2 cards. He's gonna have to give the other 2 cards.
Yeah. Or lose the Arsenal, which frankly might even be the correct decision here, as much as
He
it
got just
hurts.
a he just got a little bit too scared on that first swing and threw down an extra card.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's that
And
command
here
and
comes a
conquer coming
CNC.
down, threatening the Arsenal unless Connor
Yeah.
gives up 2 cards. And he's already given up 2 cards and the husk. So he's like out of blocks now.
Mhm.
So if he blocks this, he's going to have no turn, and he won't take Blood Tech because of Blasphemate, but he'll banish a bunch of cards, and but he'll be more importantly giving Michael a full grip. And at 12
Yeah.
life, it's
And
actually pretty relevant.
yeah, Warriors have a bunch of reactions. Connor's just going to start being on the back foot if he can't sort of throw something back. Michael is on 3 life though. Like almost anything Connor throws back will strip cards. This is
Surely
a
he's just got
fascinating
double
decision
reckless
point.
swing.
Yeah, double reckless swing for the win. I mean, I would respect it. Man, Connor possibly debating just losing the Arsenal, losing 6 life, losing the card in Arsenal, but making sure that he can strip cards on the swing back. Very difficult decision here. He does have that
Nicely
vigor.
played by Michael.
Yeah, he was waiting for this opportunity. He's been blocking all game, playing nothing but efficient turns, and then finally it came, and now he's playing to his outs. He's seizing his opportunity.
This is exactly the kind of turn that gets you back into the game.
Yeah, man, Connor, difficult decision. Oh, blocks with 1 card. Takes 3
Blocks.
and loses the Arsenal. Not going to be happy about that.
He must think that he can maybe Arsenal try again next turn.
Yeah. Or the card in hand is like a blue that he thinks he can utilize right now to make sure he strips some
That's also
cards.
true. Yeah.
So let's see what he's got.
But Connor's on a clock now because he's banishing his deck through Blasphemate, so he's going to have to really Like he can throw like
Mhm.
a card for 6 or 7, and yeah, he'll take some cards. Michael, but like Kasai's really good at just blocking with like 2 or 3 cards and then playing 2 or 3 cards, like 1 or 2 cards. So he can do that
Yeah.
this turn, but he's going to have to push more if he wants to get that. But this seems like it's a pretty good turn to do that because of the Shadow Realm Horror
Yes.
that he's just played
Yeah.
now. If that hits the go again, which it probably will, then he'll be able to
Yeah.
get go again, use that extra vigor resource to swing a claw. That's quite a few cards from Michael, and that's probably enough to give him
Yeah.
the ability he needs. Oh, what did he banish there? It
And
looks like he's got two
and he
sixes.
makes that graveling growl hit.
Right.
Yeah,
So looks like he will
he's
be
he's
able
got
to swing
three,
the
I
claw.
believe.
No, it looks like he got an unwieldy bellow as with the third card.
Oh, I see, yes. Yeah. So it will just be a claw. Man, that could have been devastating, but no. But still that vigor coming in very clutch here, that extra resource, allowing him to throw out that extra attack.
So now he's got the leg room in order to play a full hand as consumed and try and sneak through that extra 3 damage. He knows the only thing that's really coming in from Kasai here is just a couple of dagger swings. Maybe it changes with some gold draw, but he's got the leg room, and he does have to do it before he runs out of deck, which is very, very soon. Oh, there's a lot of good
Yeah.
cards there getting banished from Blasphemy.
Yeah. I mean, he is on a clock.
I don't think he's got that many cards left in
Right.
deck. I think he's probably got one
Yeah.
more turn left in him.
Yeah. Yeah. So Michael's job here, try push enough damage to potentially strip a card, maybe disrupt, or at the very least try get the counter of Valiant Dynamo. If he
Yeah,
can't do either, it might even just be worth not attacking to make sure the graveyard doesn't get filled up. But he is activating Kasai's hero ability.
so he's pitched a blue to draw a card from gold, which is going to make his weapons free. He's got agility to make the swords have go again, and hoping that the card that he draws is either an attack reaction to push damage or something he can arsenal. Just going for great value here.
Yeah,
And yeah, activating Kasai to get another gold here. He just needs to live, basically.
yeah. And Connor, with his final few cards, really needs to make them count.
Yep,
He
takes it.
needs to make this. Yeah, takes it. He's gonna want to hold on to sort of his last remaining cards in deck. Here comes another two.
Michael using grains there on the hit to get a vigor so that he can safely block out next turn.
Now, can Connor convert with what's left in his hand? He says no blocks. He must like what he has. All right,
So
it pretty much comes down to this.
refreshing those dynamos, getting himself set up with 2 vigor for the next turn, which can be used on a gold as
Yeah,
well. So Michael just
yeah,
needs to live. If he can keep a card in hand, he can maybe push even more damage, which will. But like Connor's on it. This is the make or break turn
yeah,
for Connor.
exactly. And here comes Shadow Arm Horror once more with essentially
No
a
misses.
guaranteed hit. Yep. Here comes seven go again.
But will
Effectively
it be
draw a
enough?
card. He wants to hit the Shadow Arm Horror again, most likely here, and he
Oh, he
doesn't get the
missed the
Shadow
Shadow
Arm
Realm
Horror.
Horror, but he did get
Yep,
Endless more.
yep, yep. And he also did get the Show of Strength, which would just be a very powerful 2A, which might even be better in the situation.
Oh, Scabskins, Connor, do it. No, don't.
He does have the two claws that may even just be enough in themselves. So, Michael, a bunch of 4/3 blocks in hand, I believe, and 2 points of armor block left. Can Connor break through 15 block
Yeah, the only thing
and
is he'd
end the
need
game
to
here?
get those claws go again somehow. I can't see in his banish zone if he's got a Dread Screamer in
Yeah,
his banish zone. So it looks like we just have a judge call, folks. So we're just going to take a bit of
yeah,
time while
yeah.
they sort that out. Man, that's got to be a big turn from Connor in order to close that out. Like, I mean, you can send the endless more. I think Kasai can still live through that at one
Yeah,
potentially.
we may be in for another critical scabs roll here. I don't know. I'm kind of excited. Wait, was that Shadow Realm Horror from hand or from Banish? I sort of missed it.
Uh, That was one from either hand or. Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah,
maybe
from
it was
Banish.
from Banish. I think he still has a bunch of cards in hand, and I think if we can see,
Yeah,
the thing is, I think if there's a Dread Screamer on this turn as well, that's it. Like,
yeah.
but if there's not,
It's a lot of
then
damage.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
got to be some damage. But
All right.
goodness
Well, what an
gracious,
exciting game to sort of start off this pro quest. I mean,
yeah,
Levia is always so exciting to watch. Some of the plays that she can rip out. I mean, Shadow Realm Horror is an absolute beast of a card. And sort of in these endgame states, it's doing so much work.
yeah, yeah. She's doing pretty good. All right, looks like we're jumping back into the action. We have
All right.
resolved our Shadow Realm
Yeah.
Horror. It looks like we're back to Michael for the block.
Yeah. Coming in for 7 go again, I believe.
Now, it looks like that Shadow Realm was from hand because he's got three left. Oh no, because he's pitched, so it has to be from Banish. Ignore me.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
ignore me, I'm
Yeah.
casting.
From Banish. All right. Currently,
Action,
death on
survive.
the side. Here's a block for 5. Oh, there is a essentially prevent 2, so not necessarily a block 3 in hand.
Yeah, that could change the math.
Yeah.
So
So
he's
Michael
thinking
might,
about his defenses.
yeah,
You have to be careful here because if you go to one, you then start to have to block inefficiently, and you really don't want to be
yeah.
doing that.
Do not want to be at 1, especially when you're throwing out all your 1 block equipment pieces as well. Like your ability to block breakpoints is just gone at that point. So most likely we'll be ripping that instant out to prevent the last 2. But Connor just sort of thinking on reactions, it seems like. Yeah, because he's just repping a red pummel here. No. He goes to prevent 2, clean block for 7. Can you
Yep.
imagine?
I think
Just like one
mission
pummel.
survive, but like agility and vigor and gold on the next turn is free swings. Like that's great. That's
Yeah.
crazy value. He just needs to live. He's rolling scabs. He gets
Oh
the
my
six.
god, he
He's got
rolled
three
the
action
6!
points. Now he can swing with
Oh
claws
my
and
god.
cards. That's the Levia way. If you're in a corner, you
Oh
don't know
my
what you're doing.
god.
Just win. He's just that
Yeah.
guy.
Oh, he was due, bro. He was due. He rolled that 1, so it was guaranteed that the next roll would be 6. You just got to
He
keep
was just
rolling, you know?
it was just aura farming. Here we go. Now we go consumed. We come in.
Oh, is that?
We got
Is
Doomsday
that
coming
right?
out. He's gonna summon the big
Yep.
guy.
Yup.
Here
Here
comes the thing. Swing for
Plasma,
six.
and it
And
gets the
Connor is
game.
your
Oh my
winner.
god. Oh my god.
Headphones on.
Both of us or just?
I think both for now. I don't know how this works.
Oh my
And
lord.
we'll hear little
I
voices
can't
in
believe
I always say.
that. That roll was-
Hello.
Hello, hello. Are we speaking to both Michael and Connor at the moment?
Yes,
Yes.
Michael,
Hi
Connor.
guys. So how do you guys feel about that match? What a finish. Not necessarily what I expected. There were some real highs and real lows.
Yeah,
what are some initial feelings
I'm
here?
feeling very lucky right now. Yeah,
But maybe also a little bit unlucky earlier.
I don't know.
Yeah, you were due, bro. You were
You
due,
roll with the
bro.
punches. That's how it goes.
Well, you live by the dice and you roll by the dice, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you walk us
Once you
through
roll the
that?
ones, you gotta
Can you roll us the can you walk us through that Scabskins roll earlier in the game because you had quite a lot of tempo, but you only had 2 cards in graveyard in order to banish. So you had you had a few options there. You went for Scabs and it rolled a 1, but you also have the backup plan of turning into consumed. Can you just sort of walk us through like what were your decisions there, both for blocking, whether you block the saber or not, or whether you full commit? Like just walk us through what you were thinking.
Yeah, so I think what I was trying to do, I don't know, there was a lot of nerves coming into this game, honestly. I was trying to steel myself a bit, but I just felt like I needed some more actions there, and I did have the backup of going into consumed. There was a lot of life that I was taking, but I think that it just was the extra juice to just squeeze right through to the end there. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really think of what was
Still right
on
in
that play. Yeah.
Michael, I must ask, what made you decide to bring Kasai to this pro quest here?
Loyalty more than anything, to be honest. Kasai's been a deck that I've been on pretty much always. When she first came out in Crucible of War, that was the first hero that I played in Blitz. I played her all the way until she LL'd there. Then she came out in Heavy Hitters, and I played her there. I think Kasai is in a good spot right now. I think that she is the best deck that I have access to. The other option could have been Dorinthia, but I think having a consistent and reliable game plan that you can lean back on can do a lot of work. I think it did a lot here, where I was being absolutely destroyed in the mid game by Connor absolutely playing his mind out, and it was really scary. But being able to lean back and know that you can play a defensive game and eventually you'll chip your way back into the game, I think does a lot to help a lot in a game that is very just about presenting numbers, and you can present the best numbers.
Yeah, it was very good to see you watch you play, being very patient, knowing when to block, knowing when to sort of push the damage when you can. As a sort of avid Kasai player, how are you finding Blood Follows Blade, a card that just came out?
I think it's very good. I think it's very strong, but I think it can present a little bit of a trap. If anyone's thinking about Kasai and looking at the card, I think that they should look at the fact that it's a 0 cost to go again yellow first, and then look at the fact that it makes sellswords. Because the sellswords are good, don't get me wrong, but you want to rely on your game plan, because I think Kasai has an ability to get lost in the source a little bit, and you can look at your stuff and be like, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, but sometimes it is just better to be like, I'm going to save it, I'm going to take the counter off Dynamo, and I'm going to answer.
Wise words. Thank you.
One of the players I wanted to point out from Connor was the block from Scowling Fleshbag. I thought that was excellently timed, because it stopped both the Go Again swing and the Valiant Dynamo refresh on a turn where you wanted to push a lot of damage. So Connor, are you a Levia main? Like, you were just the local Levia guy?
Yeah, Levi's my girl. I have a lot of fun with her. First ever deck that I built, I started playing this year, and came into a social play event with the Levia Blitz deck, just like the pre-made one, and just fell in love. She's my girl.
You started playing this year, did you say?
Yes. So started at the Hunted pre-release. Got some friends who just kept prodding and prodding. Finally got convinced to come down, and never looking back.
Looking back,
well,
that's what we like to hear.
Well, amazing game one, guys. That was a pleasure to watch. A lot of highs and a lot of lows. Connor, congrats on the win, and Michael, I hope
Thank you.
This is only round one. Reset that mental, and I really hope to see you in that top 8, grinding out all that value with Kasai.
I think we can do it. I think we've got a long time to go. I think be calm, be confident, we can get there.
I think if anyone can do it,
It's a submarine bracket.
Awesome.
All right.
right.
Well, thanks for your time, guys. Good luck with the rest.
Awesome.
Thank you.
See ya.
It's funny that you talked about the flashback box. I think that was a mistake on my part.
It's like, from my...
Man,
Good old roll for 6.
yeah. I mean, when you roll a 1 on scabs, like, the next roll just has to be a 6, you know? Like, it's just how dice work. You are due by the Brute Gods, and once they take it away, they will guarantee give it to you. Well, thanks for tuning in, guys. That was game 1. We'll be very quickly soon back with round 2. I'm very excited to see sort of what the players have brought, what the metagame sort of looks like in Dunedin. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back very soon.
Kia ora.
All right, we're back. Round two, Ben versus Elijah. I mean, Florian versus Syndra. What a classic matchup. Syndra, low to the ground, wants to go fast, push that aggro, push that damage, leak all that damage with all those daggers and flick. And Ben wanting to go slower, block out, set up those powerful fellings, plow unders, and then maybe even rely on Germinate if things ever get to it. But I don't think we want to get that long in this game. Do you have a favorite to win this matchup?
I don't have a favorite, but I have seen like from what I've seen, this this matchup tends to seem to go either way. Um, but I mean, it for me, I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I was a fire player, so maybe I'm more inclined to root for Syndra. But I'm kind of happy with either of them winning. To be honest, it's a good old
Yeah,
even
yeah.
time. But what I am interested in is uh, who do you think is favored in this matchup? Because from what I've seen, it's been pretty even. But I don't know if things are different in the dev room or not.
Yeah, I think this one's kind of fascinating about how whether or not Ben can sort of line up those powerful fellings of the crown and plow unders quite early, whether he will be able to set up those defense reactions quite quick enough to be able to make sure that mask doesn't trigger. I just feel like the mask is sort of the key piece of equipment in this matchup. It's going to be very tricky to make sure that gets through, but if Elijah manages to weave his lines well enough, if Ben struggles to block, gets those mask triggers, Elijah's just going to get way ahead with all that value that she can generate on those just free attacks, free cards that comes off that mask. So it's going to be very interesting to see the sort of tech that Ben also brings into this matchup. I have seen some people elect to like race Syndra with things like even like channel Mount Heroics and things like that, while certain Florians like to go very, very defensive. So it's just going to be a lot of agency sort of up to Ben on what he's brought to the table to be able to handle these aggressive matchups that go quite low to the ground.
It's quite a lot of pressure, right? Like Syndra's putting out so many attacks and so many on-hit triggers that even for defensive decks, it can be quite a lot to. I mean, as Florian, you still have to decompose. You still have to keep some cards sometimes to be able to play like Phalanx or Plows or Cadaverous Tillings or whatever. Like you need to somehow
Yeah.
decompose, and you also need to find a way to actually win the game. And that can be really difficult when you're
Yeah.
forced to block with like 3 to 4 cards per turn and still leaking damage. Looks like Elijah's bringing
Yeah.
a Spell Void dagger here. That makes sense. Being able to just, not have to sacrifice any of his equipment for Nuln. This way he can just sort of recur this as a way to keep himself safe from rune chance. But I don't think he's looking to make this a game where he pitches a lot of cards. I think he wants to probably put Ben's life to zero. That's probably the
Yeah.
main goal.
I think those dagger choices are always so fascinating to see in Syndra because if he elected to bring two kunais instead, it might sort of show that he is willing to go faster and more aggressive, rely on that sort of huge wrath turn to be able to push all that damage, but showing that claw with the spell void, showing that he is willing to sort of maximize his turn by turn cycles, get that free AB, bring it back because he won't be necessarily swinging those two kunais every turn anyway, to make sure he gets a little bit more of a life buffer, a little bit more of time to sort of find and outgrind possibly Florian. So very interesting dagger choice. I'm always excited to see how that sort of plays out and the turn cycles where you kind of look at and you go, man, I really wish I had the other dagger. But we'll be keeping an eye on what that claw of Vincerikai does in this matchup. But he just elects to go Arsenal. He's just saying, I don't want you to filter. I don't want you to put Earth cards into the graveyard just yet. And I'm just going to set up for a 5 card hand next turn.
Starting off with Channel Mount Heroic, turn one with Florian. What a great way to start the game. Looks like he's going to
Yeah.
be able to trade damage pretty well from the get-go.
Yeah, so no huge attack to follow up, but this is sort of exactly what I was talking about how sort of Florian sometimes elect to go with these Channel Mount heroic routes and just go, you know what? I'm not going to play defensive. I'm the aggro deck. I am the one that's going to push so much damage that you will just run out of time. And Channel Mount heroic, what a great way to start. Just throwing this Reaping Blade for now, but that's going to do a lot in helping him push. So let's see how Ben tackles the next turn cycle because if he wants to maximize the value of that Channel Mount Heroic, he's going to need to keep a lot of cards. And that's sort of where Syndra punishes you very hard by pressuring with that Mask of Momentum.
So it looks like Elijah's thrown the dagger to prevent the rune chant, but he's actually elected to take 3 from the sword, being comfortable with his hand. Maybe he doesn't want to block and then draw a card that's bad. Or in his turn cycle, he seems to be very happy with that.
Yeah, just always, ideally, most of this matchup, wanting to keep as many cards as he can, because the wider he goes, the more threatening that mask becomes. So here comes 4, block for 4, immediately flick to make sure, and to turn on cut through. So here comes 4 go again. 4 into 4, we love that.
Ye old.
Yeah. Let's see if Ben's got another defense reaction. He does.
Love to see it. This is great value, being able to block these breakpoints and then crack back. Another cut through, another 0 for 4. None of these cards are draconic though, so not able to retrieve the daggers just yet.
Yeah. And also just the fact that Ben had 2D react, sort of 2/4 blocks, very good. So here is that 4/4 attack. Not a single draconic attack on the chain link. Something very rare that you see out of Syndra. Won't be able to buy those daggers back, but still, that was a lot of damage. I mean, 4/4/4/4, 4 cut 16. We love those.
4/4s for gaming.
Yeah. Let's see what Ben can do with this Channel Mount Heroic here. And here
A Rune
comes,
Rager Swarm coming in.
yes, 6 go again for 0 cost. Very, very efficient.
Yep, pitching a blue to make that rune chant off of Grasp of the Arnite, which turns on Rune Rager Swarm's go again effect, leaving 1 floating to be able to swing the sword afterwards. A very comfortable 2 cards for 10, and putting a card in arsenal. Pretty good numbers.
Yeah. I mean, I thought this game might go a little bit longer with Florian blocking up, but no, he's just putting his foot to the gas immediately. I mean,
This
we
is going to
thought
give
one
Florian
card-
quite a bit of leg room, because I think Syndra is going to start the turn with no daggers to be able to use flick knives to keep chain links active or get resources of blood splattered vest. So I mean, this is a strong start for Florian.
I mean, Elijah 100% needs a draconic starter in his hand, like right now. If he does not, he may just need to full block with his hand and give all the tempo to Ben, because if Elijah can't start with the draconic chain link and get it going, it's going to look very rough. And he is electing to just throw down 2 cards to block. He may not have found the starter he needed.
Oh my god, and we've got Swarming Gloom Veil. This turn's coming even hotter. Really using that Channel Mount Heroic before it goes away for another 6 damage.
Yup, 663. Oh my god, what a start. Elijah taking a ton of damage. So 2 cards in the grip. Yeah, so we did not quite get the starter he wanted, which is why we're in this situation.
Lonely Blaze Headlong with no other red.
Yeah.
Yet, I mean, there are some reds you can play at a reaction speed, but not too many.
Yeah. But he did keep the card, so there must be something, some trick up his sleeve here.
Possibly. It could also potentially
Yeah.
be a Syndra activation if it's a yellow or a blue, but
Yeah.
let's just see what happens here. We've got a 4. Could also potentially just be keeping it in his hand, knowing that he can block and just try and hope for a better turn cycle next turn. And he knows that he's not
Yeah.
facing down Channel Mount Heroic.
Yeah. So it will be interesting. Elijah just needs to play a red card to give this go again, but currently no go again. Currently signaling the turn will end. And Elijah did take a lot of damage for this, so that card in his hand better be worth it.
Now, this is where you start to bring up the value players. You had a really big turn with Channel Mount, and now you just sort of stay alive and do good things. Oh, Authority being pitched to bring back the daggers. Now, Authority is a huge tech card in this matchup, being able to cause Florian's defense reactions to cost 1 more, which is terrible when you're trying to block efficiently.
Yeah, that card can have its very high upside, but in that sequence with a very low, with a very high downside there, just not being able to block, only getting the daggers back. It was still something, but a rough sequence of events for Elijah.
That is the thing. Like, it's been pitched to the bottom of the deck, so we're probably not going to see this authority until Ben has burned through all his defense directions anyway. But there's a chance that maybe the deck shuffles. Who knows? Maybe we see that card again. It is a very good tech card for this matchup. It obviously just didn't line up as well as it could have there. But still really cool to
Yeah.
see some of the Super Slam stuff coming out for pretty much every hero.
Yeah.
So Ben's side, we've got a Might token that came off the back of that Canopy Shelter. We've got a Grasp of the Unknown activation coming in for 1 arcane and 4 physical. Hugely efficient.
Yeah, one card five. I mean, that's a very efficient turn cycle. We like to see it. And that claw immediately sort of getting rid of that rune chant token, just generating that value. Let's see what Elijah's got cooking. He's contemplating blocking this 4, which usually means he doesn't like his hand. His hand must be clunking up or not lining up properly. Because this is no on hit. As the aggro player, you usually just take this 4 and just slam all the cards back, but not quite what he wants here. And he's gonna
gonna throw
block
down
with
a
a
throw
blue
dagger.
throw dagger. Yeah, fair enough. Especially in this matchup, sometimes when you activate that card and you see a shelter or other prevention effects, it can really spell doom for you.
Oath of Loyalty
Ah,
coming down.
yeah,
And
it's because of that oath of loyalty, which would have not allowed him to play that throw dagger due to it not being draconic, and also Elijah still not having any fealties on his side.
Yeah, I guess if you also have enough draconic chain links to be able to bring back your daggers with Syndra at 0 cost, you don't need the blue. So you may as
Yeah,
well convert it into defense. That makes sense.
yeah.
I guess Elijah's probably hoping to see a hand just full of go again and really push through, because this has been so far a really strong start for Florian, being able to just um trade really efficiently.
Yeah,
And the Syndra just
despite
kind of like at the fence, just let me in, just like unable to kind of get through.
yeah, and I really love this
Ooh.
proactive block. Just face purgatory, making Elijah sort of discard a card on the turn. He's finally kept something to try push something back, and Ben's immediately saying, "You know what? No, no, no. I'm gonna hold on to the tempo for a little while longer." Here's Faith, one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in Flesh and Blood, I believe.
Ian must be pretty comfortable playing out his arsenal in his hand and blocking, knowing he can stay very well away from a wide chain link. He's just saying, I want to take control of this game. So
Yeah,
Elijah's going to flick his kunai in order to activate Blood Splattered Vest, keep the chain link active, get a resource,
yeah. Let's see
and
what
then
the
here
follow-up
is a
is here.
display loyalty coming in for
Yeah, here comes.
3. It's live. He's going to get a fealty token. That's going to really help out if he draws another hand with some non-draconic cards that are a bit awkward.
Yeah, these fealties are very powerful in Syndra's, really smoothing out a lot of these turn cycles for Syndra, making her much more efficient and also just opening up potential higher spike turns. So really good to finally see one of those. A little late, but better than never.
Blocking with CNC. Probably knowing that
Yeah.
Syndra is unlikely to arsenal a card. Oh yeah, here comes Art of the Dragon. Art of the Dragon Fire. I believe
I
that's what
believe,
it's
yeah.
called.
Yes, yes.
Yep, so
So
that's
it's yeah, two unpreventable damage essentially. Two preventable damage, but two damage coming through. And then five attacks. So very efficient, sort of essentially in this situation, 0 for 7 split damage. Very powerful.
It's worth noting that Florian hasn't banished any Earth cards yet as well. So cards like Felling of the Crown, Florian's ability, there's a lot of cards that are really still at their less efficient state because Ben is still very far off getting his Decompose online, including stuff like those boots there that he's got that can prevent damage. They can prevent like flick knives and stuff like that. So while it's been a really strong start for
Yeah.
Florian, he has to keep up the tempo and he has to try and get his Decompose game going before the life totals get too low.
Exactly. Yeah. Despite that great start, he still hasn't managed to decompose. He hasn't found those root bound shelters. The name is suddenly slipping my mind. The D-react that decomposes, so that he can at least get online on the defense. But
Rootbound
here is
Carapace.
another block. Yes, Rupine Carapace. Thank you.
Right, retrieving the daggers with 3 Draconic chain links, with that last one being turned Draconic from the fealty.
Yeah. Elijah, notably no Arsenal. Oh, and we're just gonna see a Germinate here.
Hello, you back from jail.
Yeah.
Germinate.
This one we got rid of that card, but here it is. Here is, oh, and he elects to go for the embodiment of
It's a
Earth,
single
making sure
use.
that he can just block out those breakpoints. So very nice here. Unfortunately, Florian not online yet, so not two tokens, but still doing a lot here.
Yeah, sort of slight pivot into a defensive play there. So Germinate, very flexible, can obviously do this really strong late game play where it creates a bunch of embodiments and life and rune chants. Also really good just to set up a defensive hand in order to survive against Syndra. Being probably happy to have gotten that comfortable damage in early, but knowing that the game plan is just stay slow, get decomposed.
Yeah. Nice block for three. Truce, though. Very interesting card. The ability to try sort of stall out, create bigger hands. Showing the kind of deck building that Ben has brought here. Truce can really sort of stall out your opponent or help you extend your turns for those channel mount heroics by allowing you to draw a card on the turn where you've sort of set up that channel. So very interesting to see the full deck list that Ben has brought. It is looking very scary.
Ran with Cinder Claw. First Draconic Chainlink can turn the next one Draconic as well.
Yeah. Elijah just thinking through his sequences here. That mask still has not triggered this game, and he needs to find the sequence to get that mask trigger, especially when Ben's equipment is not online.
Here comes the second Draconic Chainlink, creating a fealty token.
Interesting. So he's going to flick on this chain link that wasn't blocked, making sure he wants to get the value out of Flick Knives and Syndra's retrieve ability. So this kind of shows that he's just going to throw one more attack and then elect to Arsenal. Oh, and he also wanted the resource, that's why. So here comes the four. I'm creating
cost
another
one.
fealty. This is a great setup turn. And I think ideally I just want Elijah to sort of Arsenal that card to have a huge turn later on, but he may elect to play around something like Plow Under or CNC by just throwing it out. And we do see it. A great chain in there.
Shelter. Ooh, that's going to come in for 5 because of the rupture ability.
Yeah.
This is going to
Very
give a lot
powerful.
of wiggle room.
Yeah. And sometimes I do like these sequences where Syndra just always dumps their full hand because one of the most powerful things that Florian can do to you is disrupt that arsenal with things like CNC, with things like Plow Under. And the thing is, as silly as it sounds, if you just never have an arsenal, you're never disrupted by those cards. So you can sort of have much more efficient turn cycles.
It's
And
triple shelter.
triple sheltered.
So
Oh my
this is
God.
this is obviously kind of nice for Ben to be able to block out here, but it's also like a little bit of a waste of his Germinate because he didn't draw any non-attacks. The key
Yeah.
thing here for Elijah is that these shelters are all gone. There is like no shelters to have to play around now with Flick Knives and the ability to deal damage, gain resource, do whatever you need to do there. That's huge information for Elijah.
Exactly. And especially if he's got other throw daggers in his deck right before those boots come online for Florian, he might be able to find a window to really capitalize on a card like that with no fear. So fascinating. Elijah,
That's-
full card, 4 card grip. Let's see what he can do.
It's really funny, like Shelter of the Storm being such a powerful card. You're like, where's my shelter? I need to see my shelter. And then when you see all 3 of them in a situation like that, where you've just spent a card on
Yeah.
Germinate to try and boost your defense of your other cards, you're like, come on, man.
Yeah, like the thing that's so powerful about Shelter, it is a very powerful card, but it's also the threat of it that's very powerful. So when you see all 3 just go and you go, oh, you have no more shelters in deck, especially as Syndra, you're very happy to see that.
It's worth noting that Ben does have access to Haunting Rendition in his deck list as well. So there is still some form of hidden damage prevention.
Yes, no, you're right.
So Elijah's starting his Chainlink with Ignite, which is going to make his next Draconic card cost 1 less. That's going to be met with a block from Ben.
Yeah, Ben being very good, just making sure to sort of shut out this damage, shut out the 3 attack chain links by just sort of neutralizing these combat chains. Making sure Mask is almost never threatening this matchup. And Elijah again thinking about the sequence here, and needs to sequence correctly to try sneak through 3 hits in a row if he can. He really needs to make this mask work in this matchup if he is ever going to get ahead of Florian.
And comes the dagger for free because of Ignite. Second Draconic Chainlink.
Yeah. Very annoying to block here. Might help him just sort
Yeah.
of start off that chain link. Yeah, so Ben takes the 1. Here's the second chain link that
And
may
here
hit.
comes another card that gets blocked.
Yeah. We'll most likely get the flick here, so the second chain link hits. Oh,
We're
and
using
it
throw
elects
dagger
it to
instead
throw
of
dagger.
knives.
And we have seen all 3 shelters. Let's see if he's got the haunting rendition. I mean, this is a very risky play, but because he has seen this 3 shelters, it is much safer.
This is quite interesting because if he still has 3 Draconic Chain Links. So here he can retrieve the daggers and still have flick knives available. Plus he's going to draw off this
Yeah.
throw dagger if it connects, and he's going to have the Mask of Momentum live. So this is a really nice way to evade defense.
Yeah. So let's see if Ben has the prevention. Oh,
He's got the Haunting Rendition, so he's going to discard that. It's going to prevent the damage from the flick. It'll also create Rune Chance, I believe, and it's going to be devastating for Elijah because he is not going to be able to get his cards, extend his turn. He is going to be able to follow up with a Snatch, which is not a bad end not a bad chain ender with Ben. With 1 card in hand, he will have to either give up some equipment if he wants to stop that draw.
But man, having your throw dagger be neutralized like that is such a rough feeling, especially after you've seen the shelters go. I mean, Ben was
Yeah.
prepared for this matchup.
Okay, so now Elijah feels safe.
Yeah. 3 block, that 1 prevention floating. Elijah will just be buying the daggers back. Have we seen 2 hauntings or 3 hauntings now?
I believe we've seen 2, and I think he's
2,
only
yeah.
playing 2.
Ah, okay.
No, he's
cool.
playing.
So-
No, he's playing 3. He's playing 3.
Wow, he really does like that block value and that ability to prevent. Okay, but the upside is Elijah now has 5 cards. I mean, this is the moment to make it. 2 fealties, 5 cards. Elijah needs to make something happen right now. Ben still has not decomposed once this matchup. He may be able to push something through big here. Here comes 4 go again.
I know that Florian's still so far from getting those value cards, like Plow Under right there. He's not gonna keep 2 cards and attack for 2. So Elijah still has quite a bit of wiggle room to set up some big turns.
Yeah.
Here comes Rising Resentment, a Phi Classic, 0 for 3.
Yeah. Looks like getting
love
another
this
block. Oh, a plow again. Is that the 3rd plow? So most likely getting the flick here to make sure 2 chain links have hit. And now we
There it
start
goes.
threatening Mask once more. Here comes a
Through.
cut through.
Man, it's a good thing he didn't have Haunting Rendition on this turn.
Yeah. Here
That's
comes
going to
just
pull the
equipment
Grasp
now.
of the Arc Knight block from the first arm block from Florian.
Yeah. I mean, this is still a very spooky turn here. Here comes
Here's another
3
attack.
go again.
And just giving it a block.
Yeah.
Oh, uh-oh.
And
Oh,
a
okay, snatch
draconic
before, but-
snatch.
Fealty,
We'd love to see it. Did he make
which
it
I
draconic?
believe...
Because
Yeah, he can use the boots to give it go again now.
yeah. So he gets to hit. He gets to see the card he draws before he activates the boots because the boots is instant. He's going to buy it back and most likely just
So
Arsenal.
good.
Yeah.
What a great
So-
what a really heads-up use of a fealty there. To be able to give
Yeah.
him the ability to extend his turn if the snatch hits. And if he draws something that's not quite good, he can keep his boots around.
Yeah.
He's just gonna go straight into the next turn. He's not even gonna wait for Ben. He's just like, well, all right, let's go.
Yeah. Ben struggling a little bit here. He still has not decomposed. And now Elijah with a 5-card grip again. Despite the sort of rough start that Syndra had, she is now just sort of claiming all that tempo back, pushing on the front foot.
This is where you want to be with Syndra. Just pushing wide enough that
Yeah.
Florian doesn't get any legroom to do anything. Like he hasn't been able to get himself decomposed, and he's had to block with a lot of Everblooms as well. So he doesn't have a
Yeah.
lot of options except for survive. But I think, look at a little glimpse at Ben's hand there. I think he's got a haunting rendition in this turn cycle, so he may buy himself a turn here,
Yeah. He
depending
takes
on how
the
it plays
4
out.
here. But man, Ben still has not seen a single root-bound carapace.
Second chain link gets blocked. Usually this gets responded with a flick to keep the chain link live. Elijah, considering his arsenal, maybe it could be ancestral empowerment. That'd be pretty cheeky. But, haunting rendition counter would also stop that. But let's just see what
Yeah.
Elijah decides to do here. I love the hero to the right with the daggers to the left. It's a classic move as a ninja player.
I'm
Real
gonna
Ira players know.
I'm gonna keep my opinions regarding that board setup to myself.
That's
It is.
that's probably the best.
I mean, one weapon goes on the left hand, and the other weapon goes on the right hand. So clearly,
We're going to use Blood Splattered Vest here in order to play a 1 cost for 4.
yeah. So now threatening
Looks like
mask.
It looks like Ben elected to let that flick go instead of discarding the Haunting Rendition. Probably there's just too many cards in Elijah's hand to warrant discarding a card for just prevent 2. Like at this point, you just need a block. Yep.
Yeah.
Here comes down another attack. Go again, and
Oh,
snatch.
My lord,
Oh, you gotta-
another snatch.
Oh, that's probably
Yeah.
going to draw the equipment block from Ben, especially. Well, it looks like Elijah didn't make this one draconic, but that's okay. He probably knows he's just taking cards here.
Yep, and it's a felling of the crown. It's the kind of card, it's the kind of 2-card play he needs to be making. He needs to have things like felling of the crown in his arsenal if he's ever going to claw this tempo back, because he needs to block with rootbound carapaces, get his decompose online, swing, pitch blue, felling of the crown to try get this tempo back. But he's not even being allowed to arsenal that card because Elijah's putting out so much damage. That mask has now become so threatening that Ben simply cannot keep hands, and these snatches like really shoring up when the mask trigger won't occur. Here's a different way to draw a card anyway, so now you still have to block me.
So Ben's given up the last block on his grasp there, which means that he's running out of equipment because those boots are still not live from decompose. He still has 2 blocks left on the chess piece, but that's only going to be once per combat chain, because in order to block with it again, the combat chain would need to close. So Elijah's got 4 cards here, 2 fealty, no blood splattered vest, but that's okay. Lots of options here. 2 daggers at the ready.
Yeah, Ben really needs Elijah to sort of brick here. He needs this aggression to slow down. Maybe there's no starter. Maybe he needs to inefficiently pitch a whole card for 1 dash swing. Like, just something needs to happen for Ben to be able to sort of find this opportunity.
It's kind of similar to the last game where you have a player at a high enough life total and the other player at a low enough life total where they can kind of afford a 1 bad turn in order to set up another big one.
Yeah.
Looks like we are going to see you. Looks like you called it correctly. We're going to be pitching a little bit inefficiently here because we need a draconic starter. So we're going to pitch a red lava burst in order to start our turn with a kunai swing.
All right, that's step 1 for Ben's comeback. Just needs some kind of more bricks, but he has these fealties as well, so even drawing non-draconic attacks won't brick him at this stage. Oh, and he's
Fealties
just gonna
for
go
Heart
for...
of the Dragon.
Yeah, but he did pitch 2 reds. Here is 2 card 7. I mean, there are
Yeah,
much
looks like
worse
he
things
drew-
Ben could be facing.
Looks like he drew all chain enders and like ancestral again is
Yeah.
kind of an extender. So look, he's just going to go for the damage here, knowing that Ben is forced to block some amount. He's going to try and Arsenal to set up
Yeah.
a bigger turn. It's going to give Ben a little bit of wiggle room, but Florian's not really known for doing 22 damage in 1 turn with no setup. So, oh look, here's our first decompose.
Yeah.
Like maybe he's starting to see these root bounds. Maybe like he'll get into it, but 7 life is like not a lot to work with.
Yeah, at least he's finally seen the root bound, and also Elijah is finally kind of semi-bricked on a turn. This is the beginnings of a comeback. Ben needs a couple more turns like this, and then he's got a real shot in this game. But it will just be a rune chant and a reaping blade for now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get there. There's 22 life, like, unless there's full disruption. And we've seen those shelters in the bin. We've seen those haunting renditions in the bin. So the flick knives are
Yeah,
still activatable. Yeah, it's Elijah's
yeah.
game to win.
Yep, Elijah, snap, no block. Here's the prevent one on the rune chant. I mean, 5 cards, 7 life. That's
Here we
rough.
go. And he's done it. He's had his brick, and now he's ready to go.
Yeah, but Elijah does have no daggers at the moment. But doesn't matter. Here's a draconic starter.
Ronin Renegade. Blocked by Channel Mount. Yeah, we know we're not going to be able to play that out.
Yeah, nowhere near enough space at the moment. Man, I'm trying to figure out what sequence of events gets Ben back in the game, but it's looking so rough. Elijah, one more fealty left, so he will still be able to smooth out his sort of rough turns. He still has access to his boots.
Blaze Headlong. Let's go again because we've played another red card.
Yeah, very efficient. 0 for 4 go agains.
It's met with a 0 for 4 defense, so that's going to keep the chain link covered. However, there's no flick knife, there's no daggers on board yet to use flick knives, but there could also be pay 1 for a Cinder activation if Elijah wants to keep the chain link live. But he's probably just going to keep pushing, to be honest.
Yeah. Like
He only
all
needs
the
to get to
agency
step
with Syndra at the moment.
3 cards still in hand.
Yeah.
Does look like some of them
Thinking.
might have some costs though, so he's just considering whether it's worth pitching into them.
Yeah, just trying to maximize the flick value of some of his cards, I believe. But he wants to buy his daggers back.
He's
Uh,
thinking.
the next tag, yeah, the next tag he wants to throw isn't draconic, so he may be thinking about fealty.
Yeah,
And he's
true.
most likely also thinking about which card to save in Arsenal to make sure he doesn't brick on future turns, because the game is almost in the bag for him. He just needs to make sure he can keep it up and he doesn't full brick anymore.
So he's
Great
played
attack
this
block.
Fire Tenet, which is not draconic, but it does give +1 to the next draconic. That's going to get blocked. So he has the ability to play more cards now if he wants to.
Yeah, he could have activated the fealty on that to buy back, but he
Ignite.
kept it safe.
This is going to
Yeah,
attack for
2
3
broken.
because it gets +1 from the Fire Tenet. It's also going to cost make his draconic ability cost 1 less on the next thing. So he's can
Yeah.
still go pretty wide here.
Buy back his daggers and swing one. Bend down to
Yeah, he's
4.
going to take it. Get the daggers back with Syndra. Costs nothing because we have 3 draconic chain links.
Yeah, and the first attack of this chain link has hit. The dagger's free if he wants it. But no, he's just gonna.
Oh, he's going to
Oh, he's
send
just gonna elect.
the Blood Runs Deep, which is going to flick both the daggers,
Yeah,
and it's going to do a huge amount of damage there.
yeah. I believe Elijah may have had a free swing with one of his kunais if he wanted it, but he elected to just throw them before he did so. Not too important at this point. He is so far ahead. But Syndra, no daggers at the moment, only 1 fealty. Ben praying for a miracle here, praying for some kind of giga brick, which may
Does
be the
Ignite-
case.
Does Ignite maybe work on Syndra? Maybe it had to be to Syndra the daggers back. It's the next
Oh,
draconic card you
right.
play or activate, right? So I think maybe Syndra counts as a draconic card you're activating. Maybe that's
Oh,
where that
yes.
cost reduction went
Possibly,
from.
yes, yes. Yeah.
No daggers on board now, so you really have to. I mean, if you can just play out some cards and then get them back, and then be able to Syndra into flick knives, you can probably close it out. But there's a lot of chances for Elijah to draw some awkward hands that might extend it. I don't think it's going to matter too much because he's at 19, but
Yeah. He does. Oh, and he did.
yeah,
He did brick. So here comes just the one
slightly
2-card
awkward
4.
turn. Does he have
mean-
enough to be able to get his daggers back? I mean, yeah, we're going to Ancestral here. It's not going to get over the top, but it's going to draw another card that will potentially give us enough resources to activate Syndra.
Yeah. Heads up block for 5, so Ben's still not dead to a flick just yet.
Just draw the second Ancestral, mate. Easy.
Yeah.
Oh, he drew a blue
Oh,
though. That's
oh,
great
dagger.
because now we can get
Yeah.
back the daggers.
Yes, he can. He can.
All right. Now Elijah's looking to close the game. He's going to flick the Spell Void Dagger to deal 1.
Yeah. Ben
Now-
on 1.
Single point of damage, a flick, anything kills Ben. Elijah's going to Arsenal very comfortably at 19, knowing he can close it out on the next turn. But 4 cards to Ben's name. I mean, if he could bring a Disruption Train now, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
I guess we also have to keep in mind that Florian sometimes plays Fruits of the Forest as well for life gain. So it's not entirely, he's not always entirely dead at 1.
Yeah, and his boots are almost online to be able to prevent those sort of flick damages. Possibly.
So we've
Here
got
comes the Rune
Swarming Gloomveil coming in with Go Again because we've made a Rune Chant. Elijah's not going to really... Elijah doesn't care about this. Not really any on hits to really worry about, but
Yeah.
some disruption would be pretty good here. We've got Trot Along giving the Sword Go Again, coming in for 3. Elijah's cool,
Yeah.
like, cool, yeah, I'll take that. And then Germinate, huge pickup, being able to save yourself from the flick damage, get an embodiment, maybe live through another
Yeah.
turn. Is it worth it? Maybe not, but it was still, it's anything you can do to survive, anything you can get.
Yeah. It is
All right,
something. It is
Elijah
something.
coming in.
All right,
For
3 go again.
Just
Draconic
takes 2
starter.
damage.
Yeah. He did not brick this time, it seems.
Single point of damage and Ben dies because the flick knives is always available.
Yeah.
And if
He's
not this
still
turn,
not-
next turn.
Yeah, and Ben still has not decomposed twice, but he will now. So his boot's finally online to be able to prevent 2 damage.
It's huge because now we can live through the flick. That could give Ben a few more turns, and Elijah did just take some damage. There is like a very slim tunnel there for Ben. It probably won't happen, but like, that's coming in clutch. All right, we
Yeah,
got to
Ben's still playing to his outs.
coming in for 5 here because of the Fire Tenant giving +1. Going to have to take
Yeah.
2 cards, or potentially
And, oh my
1
lord,
card
is that
and
a
the chess
Wrath?
piece because we can create some other stuff. If it is, it's probably game over.
Yeah. I mean, Ben, just sort of thinking through his lines, you know, sometimes even though you are out, there are miracles that can happen. So even in these situations, Ben just making sure he calculates, play to his outs. And as the game goes on, his outs get smaller and smaller, but you still got to play towards them if you're going to get those wins when you can get them.
He's going to block for 4 here, which would normally deal 1 to him. Elijah's thinking about whether it's worth flicking because, yeah, he's got the ability to use those boots now to prevent damage.
Yeah.
That can cover both the breakpoint and the flick. And Ben's still at 2,
Efficient.
so he can live for just a little bit longer. And then here comes Blood Runs Deep, flicking the dagger. And then here comes the other root bound, and
Here
then
comes the
Rasp
Wrath,
game.
yeah. All right,
Yikes.
man. What a game. Like, at the start, it looked so good for Ben. The start looked so strong, and then things just sort of began to fall apart.
Yeah, I mean that's the Syndra thing, isn't it? Like Syndra just able to consistently push damage. Hello, folks. What a game.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
So, let's start with Ben because there was a lot of tech in your deck that was pretty good for Syndra. You had shelters and renditions, and we noticed truce in there as well. Shelters obviously being a card you really want to see in the Syndra matchup, but maybe not in 3 copies off the back of a Germinate.
Ideally not, but you know, that card is like fundamentally blocking 4 is better than preventing 3. You're wanting to use it as a D-react most of the time anyways, so it did what it was meant to do. But yeah, ideally spread out would have been nicer.
And how do you sort of feel about that matchup? Because it looked like you had a bit of a lead there with that early efficient channel mount turns, but Syndra does do a lot of damage. Like, how were you sort of expecting that game to go?
I mean, I am very aware going into this game that it's not great for me. Like, I know that Syndra is just insanely consistent and out damages me and kind of gets underneath Florian's in-game value. So I knew there was going to be a lot of Syndras today, so we brought the D-reacts. This definitely helps, but I know it's not enough. This is still an unfavored matchup, so I was like very much just like playing to my outs by bringing these as sideboard tech. But yeah, this matchup, like, you can win it, but you need to see a root bound early. You need to be playing all 3 fellings and putting the pressure on doing some disruption, but it just didn't quite line up this game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think it was like turn 6 or 7. I like searched up your deck list. I was like, does he not run root bounds? I was like, so, but they did come a little bit late. But yeah, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, definitely.
Elijah, how are you feeling about that? How are you feeling about that game? Like potentially rough start. Then you got all the tempo, and then you had a couple of turns that looked super bricky, and I was like, "Oh my god, is the game going to flip on this?"
Yeah,
So
no,
how are you feeling?
I wasn't looking good at the start. I made a few small
when-
mistakes as well. But yeah, Syndra just.
But I mean, yeah, no, but you played real clean, smooth. What was it? Those fealties doing a lot of work to sort of smooth out that what was it? Those turn cycles. I'm curious, what made you bring Syndra to this tournament? Is it a comfort pick, or was it like a real big metaphor?
Probably more of a comfort pick because I always played Ninja, so and I've been playing a lot of Katsu, but he's just not there at the moment, so I decided just to
Yes.
practice Syndra for a week and bring her.
Yeah. Sometimes instead of lining up a combo, you just line up those Draconic attacks and just
Yeah, exactly.
once you're there. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels good to play a good deck.
Yeah, I've been telling him to play Syndra at Armories for ages because
Yeah,
he keeps like going like 2-0 on Katsu and then he gets knocked out by like one of the like meta decks. But yeah, Syndra's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
So
Hopefully-
sorry, you go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, hopefully Katsu's day comes one day.
Yeah,
Nothing,
I'm sure it
nothing
will.
beats
I'm
a
sure it will.
combo line.
Yeah.
What are you both of you sort of thinking about the meta here in Dunedin? Because like, is it what you expected out of the gate of Super Slam, or are you sort of like looking across tables and being like, wasn't expecting Arachne Huntsman or Dorinthia or whatever?
I'd say it's pretty much exactly what
pretty
we were
much what I
expecting. We knew there was going to be like 3 or 4 Syndras, 3 or 4 KOs. We knew there was 2 people locked on Huntsman. Like everyone basically rocked up with their favorite deck, so it's pretty unsurprising meta, to be honest.
The Dorintheas as well.
Like we knew there was going to be like 1 or 2 warriors. Yeah.
That is the New Zealand meta, right? Like it's just head deck turbo. Like overseas, you get like you can expect it's going to be exactly what the last event was, or like it's going to be what you expect. And in New Zealand, it's just like it's just like that one Kano player from Rotorua, or like that one Dorinthia player from Gisborne. Like it's just always like. It's always just like whatever everyone's played for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Is there any spicy tech that you guys have bought that you like particularly proud of, or you just like these are just my tried and true cards that I've just bought? Nothing too spicy, just going to play consistent. Anything you want to talk about?
Probably the new gem.
Yeah, I was going to say, you should
probably
bring
the
that
only
up.
thing I've got.
That surprised me for sure. I was thinking, what you played Blaze Headlong with nothing, and I was like, is he going to like Ancestral Empowerment to give it go again? Wait, no, it's not Ninja. I was like, well, what the hell has he got in hand?
We were trying to figure that out as well, and then he pitched the gem, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this card's so good into Florian, it's just not good in this turn, and
Yeah,
we're probably
yeah.
never going to see it again.
Would have got
But,
hard on the
can you
shelter
imagine-
turn.
Can you imagine if you drew it on the shelter turn? You would have been like, okay, cool, good game.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Cool. And how are you guys feeling about the rest of the tournament? You guys feeling good?
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, we got
top.
a
How are we feeling?
great
Hopefully.
turnout, and I mean, hopefully we dodge the other Syndras and they all get knocked out and we make top 8. But
Yeah. That sounds like a solid tournament strategy. That's usually how all my strategies go.
yeah, definitely dodge your bad matchups.
Yeah. You just got to love it. That's part of that tournament. All right. Well, thank you for your time, guys. That was a sick game to watch.
Yeah,
Hope
no,
you,
cheers, guys.
Ben, hope you draw your root-bound carapaces a little bit earlier.
Thank you. I'll take all the rebound luck I can get.
And Elijah, I hope you don't have some of those bricky turns ever again. Hope you just go nothing but clean starters and get all your daggers back every turn.
Yeah, no, thank you.
All right, good
I
luck,
hope so
guys.
as well.
Good
Cheers.
luck for the rest.
Cheers.
All right, so we have a hero breakdown. This is fascinating. Okay, so there is 4 Syndras, 4 heavy hitters KO.
Well, they've really gone with like nicknames for
Contracting?
all the hero. They mean Arachne.
Wait, is that? Is that Arachne Huntsman? Oh,
Yes,
contract
Arachne
Arachne? 2 of them?
The most represented assassin, but there are it looks like only 3 assassins yet today. I think the new card has made Arachne Huntsman into sort of a pretty decent, maybe like Victor Goldmane level control deck. A lot of people are trying that out. There's also like in New Zealand, random places, there's a lot of like random Huntsman gamers out there. So
I mean, a very cool hero. I mean, Hunter or Hunted, very threatening card against like certain matchups. It can almost blow out whole game plans out of your deck. So, but I am kind of loving sort of this like local Dunedin metagame where it's so spread out. Like, of course you have the 4 Synders, 4 Chaos, but look at this. Look how spread out this metagame is. Everyone's just sort of got their own sort of identity, heroes they love, and they're just bringing it.
yeah, it's really diverse. And interestingly enough, only one Gravy, which like that deck kind of took the world by storm. But maybe it's more popular in Wellington than it is down in Dunedin because there's only one of them who showed up today. I guess people really just going for... I mean, also new metas, it's always also makes sense to play like just an aggro deck. So Syndra and KO, really good into sort of uncertain metas. But, it looks like as we saw when we spoke to Ben and Elijah that the meta turned out to be pretty much what they expected.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see that Riptide on stream. Kind of also want to see that Tough Nut on stream. All right, but we'll be...
And the Marlin. I want to see Marlin.
Yeah,
some Marlin
and
gaming.
the Marlin. I mean, like, when Marlin sort of rolls hot, like, her disruption looks disgusting. But
I wouldn't know.
some of the
Never seen it.
inconsistency issues sort of hold her back, but we'll be holding our fingers crossed. Hopefully we can get her on stream at one point. But yeah, so we're going to take a quick break. We won't be too long. We should be right back with round 3 of this progress, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. Yeah, we are here at Card Merchant Dunedin for the double header ProQuest and Store Championship Series. Here we have Jordan versus Angus on KO Armed and Dangerous versus Prism Awakener of Soul.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup. I mean, KO has access to so many poppers that Prism is just gonna have a rough time. It's gonna be interesting to see how Prism finds sort of the opportunity to break through and make sure those heralds go into Soul to sort of get that awakening train rolling. But definitely a bit of a rough one for Prism.
How do you think this both these heroes have changed? Because obviously, like KO's had a massive amount of support from Super Slam. We can see right there. There's the new legendary arm piece, but there's also things like Smashing Ground, adding more Command and Conquer type effects into the deck. There's a whole bunch of things like Strongest Survive. But Prism also got a little bit of gas with Angelic Attendant, allowing for some pretty cheap and easy Soul and Awakening. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you say it's pretty bad for Prism, and I can definitely see why. But what is Prism trying to do to try and win this game?
Essentially, she's going to be trying to set up, trying to buy some space. It's going to be interesting if she decides to elect to that sort of Spectra game plan. But essentially, Prism's just going to be trying to wait for opportunity, get her all her ducks in a row, try push through some damage, which will most likely always get popped by KO just because of all those poppers. But when she sees the opportunity, things like Angelic Attendant or the Halo of Illumination to really get the card into Soul guaranteed and get that train rolling where she gets the ability to draw two of some of her angels, get that ward set up and push all that damage and try take over tempo in one of the key turns. But again, KO, an absolute workhorse in this matchup. The ability to pop everything, block efficiently, and if given the space, especially with things with all the new cards like Buckwild, the ability to go wide on so many of these turns is just going to put such a clock on Prism. It's going to be interesting to see how Angus navigates this and how he finds that opportunity to sort of flip the script and push for the game. So it's going to be rough, but I'm excited to see it. I'm really excited to see how that new Angelic Attendant sort of gives Prism that opportunity, that despite all these poppers, to be able to push through and get that advantage.
Do you think we're going to see a little bit more Spectra play here? Because Arclight Sentinel obviously is a good counter to something like a. I mean, that's a good start rolling two sixes as a brute. Just going to put that out there.
Yeah.
It is a good counter to something like Blood Rush Bellow, but
Yeah,
if KO's clever, they'll play around it, or maybe they'll just roll action points and scab skins.
yeah. It's sort of the key things, cards like Arclight Sentinel and the moments that they come in. So it's going to be very interesting to see the game plan that Angus deploys, and it'll also be quite important who gets to go first here. And it looks like it is Jordan on the play. Oh, and for a moment I was like, why does Jordan still have an upside down piece of equipment? Me forgetting that KO only has one arm.
It is true. Yep. One armed erasure from Uyong. You hit it here first. No, we're just joking around. All right, starting off with just a big guy, just a big bonk.
Yeah. Big attack of Reckless Stampede, and because three cards are put in front of it, we're gonna clash
Oh,
three
they've got a
times.
flash.
Yup.
Yeah,
And
looks like we've got a
each one,
6-on-1, but KO bumps his one up one more time.
so it was a draw, so no ping. Clashing again. Oh, another draw,
Another
so
draw.
no ping. Oh my god, Angus like coming out ahead here. And then he's
Finally
gonna
wins
win
the
one of the
clash.
clash. Yeah. So one ping is gonna come through against Angus, but oh my god, that could have gone so bad. Like that is there's a powerful opening play. Like Reckless Stampede is again just one of those such a powerhouse card that Brute got access to, really helping them close out end games and also really push value on things like turn zero, where your opponent is almost forced to clash and just take damage.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Clash is going to be very interesting in this game because Prism does have quite a lot of high power cards, so the classic six
Yeah.
power is not always going to cut it. Jordan
Yeah.
ending his turn by discarding Mighty Wind Up to make two Might tokens, one off the hero ability, one from the card itself, setting up for a big ol' Super Slam on the next turn. Let's see if Angus can push enough damage. This is kind of the one free turn you get to be able to go, all right, Byeom Byeom, get some key figments potentially, but
Yeah.
two pops kind of two pops can kind of change that. We do have the arms for like we've got the Dreamweavers there. That can always help with like a pushing through an erudition or something, but I mean there's still equipment, so who knows.
Yes.
Fortune Herald with a yellow in pitch, giving it go again. And goodbye. See you later.
7. Merely pop.
Oh, we've got
wow,
the
minus
we've got
3.
the Celestial Reprimand coming down, which minuses
Yep.
the power of the popper, which causes the Phantasm to no longer trigger. This causes Wartune Herald
Yep.
to hit, go into Soul, get a free figment. Now we're starting to see the key tech pieces that Prism has, the key tools to be able to navigate this matchup where all the cards can pop. Now you can actually start to navigate that and punish them with big damage.
Yeah,
Looks
and
like we're
immediately
switching-
getting that figment of erudition for that ponder. I mean, what a beautiful start. Like, this is the kind of start that Angus needed to get this train rolling immediately. The ability to convert that 4-card hand and also get a ponder and push this through. Like, I mean, what a beautiful start.
It's still quite an uphill battle, but getting that erudition figment out is huge because it's just going to stick around. It can't be interacted with, and it's there as the option for when Prism's like, okay, now's the time, flip the angel, draw 2,
Yeah.
and like actually start to push some games. So that's a really useful tool to have on the board. But let's just
Yeah.
see what's going to happen here because Jordan can still put out a lot of damage. KO can do a lot of damage. We've got 2 might tokens.
Yeah. So, let's see.
Two might
2 might
tokens
pops.
popping. +2 power.
So, Jordan recovering slightly from that. Just, he did not expect that Herald hit so early.
Now you have to play around it.
But here comes, yeah, and here comes one of those powerhouse new cards, Buck Wild, getting go again because there is a 6 power in the pitch zone.
And for
Coming in for
9.
9.
No breathing
Go
space
again.
for Angus.
Yeah. I mean, one of the key effects that Sup has had is just giving Brute so much more like ability to go wide and push damage and punish. So it is very devastating. Oh, not quite what he wanted to show there. Here comes the claw.
Gotta go for the claw instead, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, as
giving
Prism
that
just
card
taking
now.
the damage. Gotta try and race and just hope that you get like those big turns where either they don't have a convenient popper or you have a way around the popper or yeah. So there's a few ways through, but
Yeah.
I mean also there's some non-blocks as we see there. Right, going for a Halo activation to put a Herald into Soul, draw a card, and also search for a Figment because a Herald's been put into Soul. Really getting set up
and-
with all the tools necessary to pull off a big swing.
Yeah, and very importantly, he now has 2 Heralds in Soul. And also all of Jordan's attacks will get -1 power for this turn. And 2 Souls will allow him to flip Erudition if he wants to and draw 2 cards on that attack. So this may be sort of the big turn that Angus is looking for, and he's getting quite ahead quite early. Let's see what he can do with
And
this.
searching a Figment of Triumph here, which causes the opponent's attack action cards to get -1 power. This is actually really huge because it can turn all the 6s into 5s, which means that they can no longer
Yep.
pop.
Exactly, and just drawing 2 cards off this Erudition, very powerful play here. I mean, he's investing a lot into this. These are all of his sort of key pieces in this matchup being used on turn 2.
He's basically saying, deal with my draw 2 Pot of Greed Angel, or I'm just going to
Yep.
I'm just going to outvalue you. He's also got that -1 there. That's going to be extremely. It's going to make popping a little bit tricky. He's going to have to give up his big attacks for that.
Yeah. And also, importantly, Jordan actually doesn't have a Might token at the moment from that turn cycle, so his weapon won't be able to efficiently clear one of these angels which have 4 life. So Jordan will be pressured into throwing a full attack into Herald of Erudition most likely.
Oh, and here's the Erudition. And he's not even
Here it comes,
he's not even
putting-
bothered and removing its phantom. Oh, and there's
Oh
the
my-
reprimanding pin, putting down the power of the
Oh.
Buck Wild, causing the erudition to hit, drawing 2 more cards. It's got Go Again because it's the first Herald. There's yellows and pitch. This is going to cause Prism to be able to get another Figment out. Wow.
Yep. Unfortunately, Angus does have 2 figments in his pitch zone, but he should have access to at least 1 more. He does get the protection, but oh my god, Angus has drawn 4 cards this turn.
That's
4.
crazy work. Absolute crazy work.
I could
Now,
have
am
sworn
I
he banned
correct
all
in
the
saying
bots.
that? Am I correct in saying that KO, the 5 power cards in KO's deck, when defended with, do not get
Yes.
+1. So
Um,
this -1 from the Figment is going to apply to the 6 powers as well, the natural 6 powers.
Yes, yes.
Wow. What a crazy rip. So
Yeah.
now let's see what he does with his extra cards. We're going to come up with another Herald. This one doesn't have Go Again, but if it gets popped, I think you can regain the action point.
I mean, this is such a threatening turn.
Yeah, I mean, you're also telling KO deal with the Angel as well, or before things spiral out of control. Like, this is a good turn, but there's still 26 life to deal
Yeah.
with, and you know, if once that
And-
Angel goes, that -1's no longer applying. You've got to keep it up, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and as a KO player, like, this is just sort of not how you expected this matchup to go. You're just like throwing down these poppers, and none of them have popped so far.
Surely Shawnee says in the chat, do you think KO could walk my dog? He only has 1 arm, so I hope he could hold on to him well. He'll pay him $20. Yeah. Look,
I mean,
maybe don't leave your dog alone with KO.
yeah. Or KO might be best friends with the dog, you know? Like, he just might have that kind of personality. But I don't know, after this game, we might not even have a KO left over. Like, this is going crazy in favor of Angus at the
So,
moment. But here is
so
the
Jordan
full attack
throwing down the
committed into
equipment.
that Herald.
Yeah, just getting
Yeah.
rid of the Angel, throwing down a bunch of equipment to stop that last Herald.
Yeah. Definitely do not want that Erudition sticking around, just drawing 2 cards. Alright, full grip for Angus once more. What can he
All
do
2
this
Angel
time?
is
Can
dealt
he-
with.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Jordan and your opponent has like stopped 2 of your poppers, like you like that must get into your head. You're like, have you drawn the 3rd?
Yeah, you'll be thinking about that 3rd for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and here comes that new card.
Oh, Angelic Attendant.
Right,
Very
flip.
nice. Get to Awaken. And this Angel can also now start to do -1 power onto Jordan's attack actions, just making it even more difficult to pop these cards, or having to give up the big attacks to do so.
Yeah, Angus really playing this beautifully. Pressuring Jordan despite all the poppers in his deck.
Jordan's already at 22 life, so like, you know, he's got to get back into control. Good. Swing Big has 8 power, so that can pop it.
Yeah.
Probably want to deal with that
finally
Angel.
he gets to pop something. Yes. I mean, 8 powers, 8 power, that's still a lot. Alright. See what I can do here.
Here comes the
Pulping.
pulping. Drawing and discarding a card, and if it's got 6 power, it'll get Go Again and Dominate. And Dominate can also deal with the Angel because the Angel has Ward, so you don't necessarily have to attack it, you can just leak some form of damage. But Prison does have a lot of ways to get rid of damage through defense reactions and
Yeah.
Ward. So let's see what happens here. So discarding the 6, it does have Go Again. Well, it gets Go Again if it's defended by less than 1 non-equipment card. So we'll see how it works out there. A defense reaction from Arsenal would completely blow this out. Angus doesn't care, just electing to let the Angel soak that up and rebuild on the next turn. Follow up with the Claw.
Yeah.
Forget your Might token, Jordan.
Ooh. But Angus, again, with another full grip. He still has 15 life. And he's just been doing nothing but full grip into full grip with these devastating turns. So, here we go again.
Fortune Herald with Go Again. Jordan's cashing in his equipment. He's going to use that Scowling Flesh Bag. He's like, I've got to take control of this game. I've got to interrupt this turn. So he's going to intimidate a card from Angus's hand, which is going to make follow-up way more awkward.
Yeah, very heads-up play here. He really needs to turn the corner here and not let Prism sort of take over this game fully. That headpiece doing a lot to sort of slow Angus down and try get tempo back.
Here comes the Angel of Protection, which is going to make some spectral shields to keep him alive. Follow up with another swing. As KO, once you start to take control of the game, it's really difficult for Prism to get back into it. So Jordan's really looking to get going here. But passing Mirage, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult, considering it's going to remove Jordan's ability to use Phantasm. So he does have a few options here. Does he clean up the Angels? Does he pressure the life total? Angus is at 15, so if he can keep him on the back foot, he might not be able to do much else. But it's really going to come down to what Jordan does this turn. He's going to go for the sash.
Yeah, so this is his big moment. He needs to push a lot here, especially because there's that passing Mirage on board. Like, that's going to generate so much value if it's not dealt with or if he does not push enough damage here. All right, Wild Ride, a great way to start the turn with Go Again.
So all of his cards with 6 power costing 1 less because of Sash being able to go wide on this turn with the Wild Ride. Into Bear Fangs, huge. Oh, but he misses the discard. He draws and discards Tear Limb from Limb. That's going to be hurtful because that's going to pump Bear Fangs back down to 6. And Angus is just happy to let the Angel soak that and then throw back some cards this time without Phantasm, especially because he's got those gloves still available to him as well. So there's a chance that we could see double Herald here. Pitching Light of Soul for War-Tune Herald, so we're going to look at the top card of the deck. It's not a yellow, we're not going to put that into our Soul, but we are going to get 7 Go Again, no Phantasm.
Yeah, I mean, this is very frightening. There's only 2 equipment block left on Jordan's side. He just says, I just got to take it. I need to keep my cards and actually swing back, or at least pop the second one. He's just not going to commit so many cards to block one that does not have Phantasm at this stage of the game. I mean, this is going lightning fast.
Those Celestial Reprimands really changed the game here, eh? Especially with those Dreamweavers still online to be able to send a big beefy hero without Phantasm again. Like this is looking kind of dicey for Jordan.
Yeah, like 2 Reprimands into into the Herald of Judgment. I believe the one that gives -1. The
draw 2 Angel, draw 2.
Yeah, draw 2 Angel. Like, things have just been going very well.
So we're searching Figment of the Figment
War,
that makes a courage token here. War, that's the one.
Yes.
Thank you, Young. So this is also an Angel that potentially needs to be dealt with, but I think it usually gets dealt with at low life totals because the ward pretty much blocks stuff out. But let's see what Angus's follow-up is. Still got a lot of cards here to play with.
Yeah, Angus really showing us a masterclass of Prism into a matchup that is quite unfavored at times due to all those poppers.
Oh,
but
Lost in Thought. It's a brutal card because now he gets to look at his hand and take any card he wants. And looking at his hand, we can see 2 non-blocks and a Reckless Swing. Wow, this is a rough... Maybe Angus looking at this like, can I just kill you here? Take the the only blockable 6 power out of his hand and leaving him with a defense reaction and 2 things. The notable thing about Reckless Swing, though, is it does deal damage. It can potentially pop some ward, but wow, this is not the hand you want to be seeing as Jordan.
Yeah, and also Jordan would really like to have kept that Reckless Swing information hidden, but now Angus knows that that's in the hand, so we'll be able to play around it to make sure that he doesn't accidentally swing an Angel into it and lose that Angel on the attack.
He knows he's got no blockable poppers as well. This is probably like sending in the 6
here. Oh my lord. Gets a Soul, gets a Figment.
Jordan now at 4. He really has to pull this back. He's probably just gonna have to try and ship this hand. And here comes the Herald, the Figment of Ravages, which starts to deal arcane damage, of which Jordan has no protection towards. So he has to destroy this thing, or not go to 2.
Yeah.
Wow, this game just it's been 15 minutes.
Yeah, I thought Prism would need to like wait a couple of turns to find the right cards that he needed to sort of have the swing turn. Nah, Angus just went pedal to the metal immediately.
Celestial Reprimands just were back-breaking.
Yeah. And there's still one
So
left in the deck.
extremely dangerous territory here for Jordan because if he goes to 2, he risks dying to the arcane damage of this Figment. There's lots of things that can go wrong for him here.
Yeah.
Looks like the Figment of War is being flipped, which is going to potentially
Just act as Ward 4.
cover some ward. Yep. And he knows what Jordan's hand is as well. Although this potentially will now change with the draw discard, coming with the pulping for 7.
Yeah, 2
I mean,
cards.
he still has to live. He still has to live.
Yeah.
We've got 7 dominate here. It gets go again if it's defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards.
Yeah. And at the very least, there's most likely a claw coming through afterwards. So still, like, Angus still within, like, range of dying, potentially. Man, so he's just going to elect to say no blocks, Ward 4, take 3, go down to 4. And here just comes the claw
Yep.
for 3.
Here's the claw.
And unfortunately, it is not lethal. But also, does Angus want to go to 1, especially after he's seen those reckless swings and he says, no fear, I'm going to 1.
And now, KO drawing from the ponder that Lost in Thought gave him. Always such a
Yeah.
feels bad. You're like, oh, okay, I'll draw my card that I already had. Now,
Yeah.
he's at 3 life. We've got 2 damage on board. Let's see what happens. 6, go again, no Phantasm.
Yeah. Demanding 2 cards here. Just that passing barrage getting so much value.
And there's a lot of like instants that can cook him here as well, like a 3rd reprimand, the +3. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. Jordan
Yeah.
just knows he can't go to 2.
Yeah.
He's respecting it, blocking, giving it the arm piece as well. And then here comes the Dreamweavers.
Dreamweavers.
Angus is thinking about it.
Man, Angus is on 1. He does need to be careful just in case there's like a reckless swing that could potentially kill him on the attack.
Yeah, because if that happens, he needs to make sure he's got enough resources to convert his chess piece into ward to try and avoid that. So
Yeah.
he's got to think very carefully. He could win this. He could very, very easily win this, but he just needs to play this correctly. He needs to not slip up. He needs to think about everything Jordan might have, do everything he can to get that last point through without stumbling. And here's the commit of the arms, the Dreamweavers. So now we're coming in for 6, no Phantasm.
Only 1
Yep,
floating.
it's going to get blocked. He's taken the hand.
Right.
Oh wait, it gets in. It gets in. It gets over the top. It hits.
Oh my
and
god,
goes
so
to
it's
soul.
gonna take 1 damage. Yup, another soul, and then that is
That's putting Jordan to 2 within range of the Arcane Angel.
yup. And then Angus will be able to flip if he wishes to, and then swing for 2 arcane on the next turn.
Having no Phantasm, that's so rough because it means that you're stuck with your cards, and some of these cards block for 2, which doesn't usually matter when you can pop with Phantasm, but it matters here. And then here comes the Angel.
Gonna threaten 2 arcane. Does Jordan have anything spicy to stop this? Here comes the
It's over.
4,
It's
2
over.
arcane,
Send
banishing for
him
effect,
back
and
to
it
the
nearly gets
Savage
the fist
Lands.
bump.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
What's
my
happened?
god. What a masterclass performance by Angus.
How can defend my actions?
That was a frightening game.
Oh man.
Just war crimes here in Dunedin.
Hey.
Hey,
What just happened? That's insane. Those celestial reprimands, back-breaking. I mean,
They were very
so Angus, obviously that really allowed you to get your key pieces you needed. It got you your erudition, it got you the -1 figment, it got you the ball rolling for you so that you were able to snowball out of control. What's your plan if you don't see those reprimands early? How do you approach this matchup?
weirdly enough, probably just lose. I feel like I'm very much high rolling on the fact that I need to find, like, to kind of get some steam going. Otherwise, this version of the list is just as hyper aggressive as it can be, and hoping to kind of have a lot of gotchas. So as to the reprimands, obviously the +3s from the wraths, stuff like that. So I've played this matchup a few times and it hasn't always gone my way, but I think the reprimand on the Erudition was extremely good for me.
Yeah, just making me look like an absolute fool. Like before the game, I was talking about how Angus is gonna have a rough time. There's all these hoppers. He's gonna have to wait to like make a swing turn. Nah, he just goes turn 1, turn 2, just push everything through. That was an absolute masterclass of just like taking advantage of everything that was given to you and just like steamrolling what I thought was an unfavorable matchup. Jordan, how are you feeling after that? How is this game affecting your mental a little bit?
It's not. It was incredibly fun. I feel like I was put in the blender a bit, which it happens, I guess. But ultimately, it was a lot of things didn't quite go my way. I don't even the kind of reckless stampede at the beginning, missing the clash a couple of times in a row.
Yeah, that was very fun.
I kind of the writing was on the wall from the start, I think. But no, it was really fun. I actually think it got closer than I was expecting it to. I got some hope back towards the end of the game that I could get there.
Especially if you had like another spicy thing with swing come out at the right time or something.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't too far off. I live and I learn.
So both these heroes obviously got a little bit of support from Super Slam, some a little bit more than others. How are you feeling, Jordan, with KO, with all of your new toys?
Very excited. He's really, really fun now. I think it's fixed a lot of his consistency issues. You're not relying on that draw discard. I don't know if you might notice it's a theme of down in Dunedin that I've dropped Blood Rush Bellows. Don't play Blood Rush Bellows in the deck. I think it.
You don't play Blood Rush Bellows?
No, I play Tell Him from Limb and
I
Cast
respect it
Bones.
so much.
Yeah, Tell Him from Limb and Cast Bones instead. I said Tell Him from Limb is usually a +8 go again, which if you're getting that off Blood Rush is, you've really high rolled. And Cast Bones is usually a +6 go again. That you don't need to high roll for, you just kind of get every time. So generally just sort of taking that out. I did take out the Beast Within originally, but that's back in now because it's Tell Him from Limb. But it's really fun. It feels a lot more like, people will already hear this, it feels a lot more like Levia now. You're sending kind of 7 into 6 consistently.
Yeah.
And I love Levia.
Oh, I really respect that choice to take out Blood Rushes. Like sometimes you want those spikes, but sometimes your deck is so consistent at throwing out sort of those go again attacks in big numbers that you just sort of take the odds and sort of smooth out your turns and say my value is sometimes just bigger than yours.
Yeah.
Really impressive display. Angus, I must also ask you, what made you bring Prism, and how are you feeling about that new card, Angelic Attendant?
I love the new card. The new card is so gas. It's very good. I mean, I knew that it was going to be very polarizing because I knew quite a few people were bringing KO, and that is definitely a very, very hard matchup. But there's also a lot of Syndras, which I consider a pretty good matchup. And so the meta here is very much just like there's two sides. So I'm kind of playing Gem a little bit, hoping that I get the ones that I want. But I mean, Prism's the deck that I have the most tricks on, so I'm trying to just like catch people out with plays that they're not expecting because Prism is a very tricksy hero. So yeah.
How's your game into Gravy Bones? Because that's supposed to be a pretty popular deck, but there's only one. There's a solo Gravy Bones here today. Like, is that good for you, or were you hoping to see more?
I mean, imagine if Erudition could just kill an ally and draw 2 cards. I mean, that's pretty good. I do like that. I think it's not too bad. You kind of, it's again like a lot of the time, Prism's just trying to catch your opponent with like a really big turn and then hold that tempo and keep kind of doing things. Erudition of like ALS, for instance, is just an awesome swing turn, and if I can do that, I usually feel pretty good. But into Gravy, it's interesting. It's a very interesting matchup. I do quite like it, and I think it's a little bit of my favourite that I get to clear allies and still get all of my, like I never starve for souls, so I can always make my allies, and the new Angelic Attendant card's very, very good for that as well, because sometimes it's like maybe I just can't find things to flip or get 2 angels out. 2 angels is pretty devastating. I like that matchup.
I could have sworn we banned all the books, but then I saw you draw 4 cards in a turn.
Yeah, I love
have
to
give,
speak around it.
we'll have to give James White a text. Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys printed 0 block 7s, which was pretty rough. But luckily, Reverman got me there. That was very funny. That's funnily enough the second time I've done it to a KO player in the past couple of days. It's just like they block with their 7. I'm like -2. Do you want to take all the damage? I guess.
Look what happens in the game that matters, eh?
Yeah. You just gotta go for it sometimes. But yeah, that was a very good game.
Oh,
And
well,
how are you guys
thanks
feeling
for
about the rest of the day? And
Oh,
oh, actually, all right, okay. Oh, we're shutting us down. Getting 1984. No.
ask a question.
I was just going to see how you guys are feeling about the metagame in general, like the rest of the day, like how you're sort of looking moving forward into your next few games, like any sort of heroes you're looking to avoid, looking to queue up to, especially with your build, Jordan.
Yeah, I think the Earth Heroes are going to be a bit tricky. We've got a very good Florian player locally, and I think he'll probably give me a run for my money. And then I think I'm never excited to sit across from a Syndra. It's just a bit of a kind of coin flip at that point. Feels like it's kind of in the hands of the gods, and whoever gets it. And I imagine there'll be if I make it to the top brackets, I think there'll be a lot of Syndra and Florian.
Nice, very good.
I guess I'm hoping
What
to
about you,
see,
Angus?
less KO. the less I have to think about poppers, the better. This is a very, very ungovernable list, and just trying to bring the pain. So, yeah, if I could do that, then and they don't have poppers, it's pretty good.
Yeah, when the game started and Jordan rolled 2 6s on his to see who goes first, I was like, oh yeah, the game's over.
Got the 6s out of the way.
Yeah.
That was all my luck.
He used his luck too early. Yeah. Well, amazing game, guys. That was such a pleasure to watch. An absolute masterclass of both heroes. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament, guys, and hopefully we see you guys still in the top 8. It's still a chance.
Yeah,
Fingers
so
crossed. Thank you very much.
Try our best.
All right, have a good one.
But
Okay.
Oh, that was really fun.
That was a very.
Yeah, what a
that's
fast
good. That's what you
game.
want to hear, eh? You want to hear the players
Yeah.
saying that was really fun,
Yeah.
even when they get Celestial reprimanded into next week.
Yeah, if my opponent draws 4 cards in a single turn, I'm like not as happy, but I'm like, you know what? All right. But that was an absolutely devastating sort of sequence of attacks that Prism was able to throw out. Like, it's so cool to see sort of what these heroes are capable of when they sort of piloted correctly and the cards line up. They just look so threatening.
It's so strange this looking at this metagame because like that game we just saw, Prism vs KO. If you're the KO player there, you're sort of like I don't have to play. I'm not playing against Prism again in Swiss. It's sort of like it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's very cool sort of when you have these sort of like local meta games where the meta is so region and like town specific. It's very exciting to see. It sort of adds like another element of not just like following the progress season, but also seeing what your community is like. And it's really exciting to see people bring their sort of favorite heroes, the heroes that they're most comfortable with, to create this very dynamic metagame. But anyway, that was a very lightning fast game. So we'll be right back in about 25 minutes for round 4 of this progress. I cannot wait to see where this goes. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Catch up.
right, we're back for round 4 of Card Merchant Dunedin ProQuest. Jordan back on the stream as KO looking for a vengeance after what was essentially getting high rolled by looking for a vengeance, trying to take a win on the stream. And then Rowan on Dorinthia, which I'm very excited to see, especially with some of the upgrades that she got in the Super Slam. So, it's going to be an exciting matchup. Not a matchup that I've personally seen in some time, but very excited to see how this goes.
Running back Jordan as well, this time against a Dorinthia.
Yeah. Welcome back. Are you excited for this matchup? I haven't seen Dorinthia in some time.
Yeah, lovely little custom token there. Very clearly loves Glint the Quicksilver. Yeah, Mr. Theodori. I think, again, one of the many heroes that received a little bit of gas with Super Slam. Possibly quite good into a gravy-heavy meta, but there's not really much gravy here today, so maybe she's well primed to punish the Syndras. And we'll see. How do you feel she is into KO?
So Dorinthia naturally a hero that kind of punishes decks that don't want to block as much by being able to sort of threaten those Dawnblade counters and threatening to draw cards with a lot of her sort of specialty power cards. But KO very happy to block, generate value onto blocks, and also throw efficient numbers back. So it's going to be very interesting to see. Because KO does want to block, it is going to trigger a lot of Dorinthia's reprise triggers. But KO just got so many upgrades in this new set. So it's going to be very interesting to see how Dorinthia can sort of keep up.
Yeah, I was going to say, KO's very good at just doing efficient numbers. Just block 2 to 3 cards, throw equipment if you need to, and then just send back these 2 card 7s, 2 card 8, 2 card 9 even, or even just it's pretty crazy some of the amount of value that KO can do. Yeah, actually, let's talk about that. Why is the solution to fixing Brute just printing bigger numbers? Because the KO is fucking crazy right now.
I mean, Brutes, their identity is big numbers, and sometimes you just got to give them bigger numbers and just more of them so they feel really brutish, Things like Buckwild is just such an upgrade for the deck. The ability to just go wide and just threaten so much big numbers, big damage. I mean, this KO, KO at the moment, looking really juiced, so it will be interesting to see how this metagame shapes out for the rest of the ProQuest season as well, because KO is definitely the talk of the town, with all those sort of vigorous smash ups giving you a 3-block that gives you a vigor on your turn, which that one extra resource just means so much for Brutes. And also just Brutes just having access to really powerful equipment like Scowling Fleshbag, which can really turn the game on a dime, especially against heroes like Dorinthia that want to play attack reactions and then use Scowling Fleshbag on the block step and they lose the card, so Dorinthia just doesn't get the opportunity to play those reacts. It's gonna be fascinating, especially when that headpiece comes into block. How threatening does the Stormblade get? How efficiently can KO sort of block and return damage? And also, it's also interesting because Jordan mentioned that he is not running any blood rushes. So Jordan very comfortable with the numbers that he can present and happy to grind this Dorinthia out. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, obviously Super Slam brings Dorinthia Beat of the Iron Song. That's a pretty useful equipment.
Yeah.
But also some useful equipment in KO's direction as well. That Scowling Fleshbag able to stop reactions before they get played. So it looks like KO is just opting to Arsenal for his turn 1, set up a big play.
Just a nice little safe start. Don't want Dorinthia filtering.
And here from Dorinthia, we see Steelblade Supremacy coming down straight away. It used to be a super power card back in the day. Now it's just kind of used for value these days. But sometimes you set it up with Twinning Blade or whatever. But happy just to ship this card out. It's not as precious as it used to be. It's just a good value card now instead of the game-ending sort of super tool that it used to be.
Yeah, and just the ability to give it +2, and just remember, whenever this hits draw a card, there is a very devastating world where this hits more than once and just draws so much value. So gonna be
I thought you
interesting to
banned the
see how
books.
Jordan plays around this. Exactly, but there's all these sneaky books, they're just kind of stuck around. All these draw multiple card effects, still generating all this mischievous value in the underbellies of the fab meta.
Jordan now just thinking about his blocks. Does he commit 2 blocks and play into the attack reactions that Rowan has, or does he just eat it? Or does he let it through and just try and damage race? A lot of options here. A lot of them are quite good for KO as well. Lots of different avenues to play.
Yeah, and he
Oh,
is
he's
just going to
cashing
commit
in
that
that
scalp
scowling.
flashback. Yeah,
It's
just
going to intimidate
he
a
just doesn't
card.
want this. Yeah, give a go again, draw a card. He just doesn't want this turn getting out of control by giving Rowan access to that additional card to sort of push this on hit through.
So that card's going to get removed before Rowan has a chance to play it, which is going to end Rowan's Steelblade supremacy turn there. But she's just going to go to Arsenal and set up for the next turn.
Yeah, what an absolutely heads up scowling flashback. Like it just absolutely neutralized that turn. Rowan just had to pass with 2 cards in hand and couldn't push that power card through.
Opting to just try and take tempo early as opposed to saving that for a critical juncture later in the game.
Yeah.
Looks like Jordan's ready to just deal some pain, put Dory on the back foot early, which severely limits her ability to pivot into a big turn later in the game. So we got Pulping, drawing and discarding. That's going to hit a run roughshod into Grave, which is going to give Pulping its ability.
Most likely going to get go again here, but 6 go again, very strong.
Yep, Dominate, making it very difficult to defend with more than one non-equipment card.
Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting to see how comfortable Rowan is sort of grinding out for the end game, or if she will be able to find the opportunity to sort of have that explosive turn with ideally the next Steelblade supremacy that she finds.
She's going to block that Pulping, take 3. She's going to take 3 from the follow-up Claw, and then lead with her own Warrior's Valor, a card from 2019, pumping up her Dawnblade and giving it go again if it hits, floating 1 resource to be able to spend on attack reactions. She's got a card in hand, card in arsenal, lots to do here.
Yeah, and Jordan sort of played around like a +3 pump previous turn by committing the Scowling Flashback, so he knows that there's most likely again that same pump. So electing to just not block 6 and get blown out, letting it hit. Oh, and here's a twinning being pitched.
Yep, that's going to be good late game. Not needed here because you're able to get the go again, pump it up with Brave Forge, and come in for 4. Now, if this hits, it will be the second time it's hit, it'll get a counter, so it won't hit. let's just skip straight to the equipment block. Jordan's happy to let that first one go so we can keep cards in hand, and then cleanly block the second hit with equipment to prevent that counter, and then crack back.
Yeah, really liking the equipment commitment there to play around things like Iron Song response, so which requires a card from hand to be played. So very comfortable with blocking out. Jordan keeping the life totals 34-34, and now all the tempo with him. Let's see what he can do. And he
Just the
commits
3.
that sash.
Buckwild. Now, this Buckwild currently doesn't have go again because he's pitched a non-6 card, but there may be other ways for him to get 6 power cards into his pitch zone.
Yeah, gotta be. Unless he had a, he is representing that go again.
Surely not a pummel.
Yeah, I'm very terrified about a pummel at the moment, because it might just be.
Okay, so it looks like potentially he's just missed that that's not a 6 power card, but like there's potentially that he could have pitched something else. That's fine.
Yeah. And maybe we may have missed an agi token here potentially.
That's true. Yeah, it could have been an agility token that we just didn't see on board because sometimes players do like to shortcut through their gameplay just to make sure that they play quickly. So yeah, nothing too major here. Another 6, getting that might token on board.
I mean, 7 into 6, very good for a brute turn. On a sash turn, just the ability to go this wide.
This is a good turn to go wide as well. Just cash in the equipment and then just go ham on the Dorinthia. Jordan really just aggressively using his equipment to soak up those Dawnblades and just being like, I'm just going to stop you doing stuff, and then I'm just going to crack back over and over and over again. Strongest survive. This on hit is super relevant into Warrior because if it hits, they have to discard a card or reveal a card with power greater than the amount of damage dealt. And Warriors typically do not play a lot of
Yeah.
attack actions to be able to reveal for that. So functionally, this is on hit, discard a card.
Yeah.
Wow,
Absolutely.
what a big
powerful.
turn.
I mean, 7 into 6 into 5 with like on hit discard a card, so powerful. Rowan still wanted to keep a card though to try pressure with Dawnblade here. Oh, and also utilize that Vigor token that she has. All right.
Sharpen Steel.
Ah,
A
Sharpen
clean
Steel.
2 card 6.
Yeah.
Probably, I think Jordan here doesn't have to be too worried about go again. Yep, see, he doesn't care because she hasn't blocked with Refraction Bolters yet, so he just goes, okay, I'll take the damage. I'm just going to keep pushing back.
Let's see what it can do on the crackback. And again, another pulping, pushing through that go again, going wide.
Well, let's see what he draws and discards because there's a chance he draws something. I mean, he probably won't, but you know, chances are high that this will go through. But you never know. That brute variance can sometimes get you. Okay, no, discards the 7 power, so he's able to get Dominate on this pulping, which is going to make it quite likely to get its go again.
And so far, Jordan running pretty smooth here. Just lots of go again, lots of damage, lots of going wide, putting the pressure on Rowan. She has been very good at blocking so far and just sort of making sure that she is staying even, getting the value where she can. It'll be very interesting to see when she stops blocking and decides to sort of full commit on a sort of a big combo turn to try and get ahead in this value race. Because if she keeps up this sort of tempo of blocking with a few cards and swinging a few cards back, KO will eventually outgrind her.
Life totals are not too far away as well, and this is going to be a big turn, but she's got all of her equipment available, so if she draws the right hand, she could choose a moment to pivot and play off a massive Dawnblade turn, get a counter potentially, and from there it's like, oof, that could be tricky for KO with these burnt through all of his equipment. Here's Stronger
Yeah.
Survive, another on-hit discard effect. You know, when it's raw damage, maybe you can afford to throw some equipment and just, you know, crack back, but when it disrupts your turn, sometimes you've just got to wait. But you can only wait so much against KO
Yeah.
with all of this goal gain.
Yeah. Most likely getting a piece of equipment here.
Yep, giving the
All
Refraction
right.
Bolters and the Braveforge Braces to be able to keep a few cards left. Looking to maybe just chip a little bit more damage before popping off. Still got some solid equipment block there, so, you know, it's not over for Dorinthia. Far from over. There's lots of ways that she can spill back into this game. Swinging
Yeah,
the
always a
Dawnblade.
little-
2 float.
Yeah, always a little bit spooky when the warrior defends with the refraction bolters, because then you go, oh, like they're trying to push something big through here. So a big blocking decision for Jordan. Let's see what he does here, because if he can just sort of neutralize this and make this not hit, again, he'll be able to shut down Rowan's turn.
Yeah, without that equipment block, you really have to start thinking now about what the Dory player has and how far they can go. Looks like he's ready to cash in some more equipment, just really push more damage.
It's
That's
always
the
tricky to figure out
arms.
exactly. Oh,
Two cards
blocking
blocking
quite a
seven.
bit here.
Looking to
Blocking 7,
confidently
keeping himself
shut
quite safe.
down. Yeah, looking to confidently shut down that Dawnblade this turn.
Yeah. And a 7 can pretty much fully neutralize a turn, which it does. So Rowan having to pass with a card in arsenal and a card in hand, but she did get 2 cards at least still in efficient trade.
And this is going to be a slightly smaller turn, or maybe it won't because it's a Bear Fangs. It could be that classic 2-card. Yep, here comes that 2-card 9 plus Might Token for next turn. Really efficient to be able to just stop that Dawnblade and present a massive attack back.
Yeah. I mean, these brute numbers getting very big. Rowan looking like she's going to commit 2 cards, 3 cards even. Again, not
The window
quite
that she
thinking
goes
this
in-
is the time to swing back.
The window that she goes in has to be. She has to be careful
Yeah.
about that. So she's going to put 2 cards down.
Yeah. Buy herself a little bit more time. Didn't necessarily like the cards in her hand.
Unsheathed into the Dawnblade here, coming in for 6.
Yeah. No go again at the moment, though.
With 1 floating, an arsenal.
Yeah, Yeah, will be interesting to see what that card in Arsenal is. Has been sitting there for a little bit. Jordan saying no blocks and is rewarded.
I'll go again. Interestingly, not deciding to use the refraction bolters there, probably keeping them for a
Yeah.
key turn.
Yeah, she probably wants to keep them to go even wider on sort of her power plays, especially with something like Steel Blade Supremacy.
Jordan's rolling scabs.
Oh,
Okay, nothing. False
Oh,
alarm. We're
gets
good.
the
We're
one.
fine. Back down to 1 action point.
wow, it always makes me nervous when a brute player says no blocks and then roll scabs, you know?
I know.
Really trying to sort of capitalize on that
Absolutely.
offense.
It's so
I
rogue.
respect it. Yeah, I respect it.
I-
Sometimes those are the
I
kind of plays
fear
you
it.
gotta make. Yeah, yeah. All right, here comes Wild Ride. I mean, he no blocks 6 damage for this turn, so he's really got to get something out of this.
Okay, gonna discard. Discarding a 6.
CNC.
That's good. Getting the go again. Getting a might for next turn. That would have been a nice one to ship back, but just looks like we're gonna take a
Right.
quick break while there's a judge call. Yeah, interesting game state that we're in because they're both at like the same life, and I think like there's still some equipment side on Dory, so she still has the ability to, find that window to crack back, just throw the equipment and then just like do a massive turn and try and take it back. But it's not really a lot of like windows where it sounds like her hand is worth taking like 9 or something to do that. So it's really
Yeah.
got to be the right hand for it.
Yeah, so she's playing very well, very clean here, sort of waiting for the right turn to pivot on. It's very easy for some new players to be like, oh, I just want to be playing my cards, or not knowing what the key cards you need to sequence to win that matchup is. So not committing on blocks and just trying to send the cards when you think the specific cards in your hand are more efficient on offense than defense. But sometimes you need to think even bigger than that and go, it's not necessarily about generating the maximum value out of the cards that I currently have in hand, but what is the maximum value I need to generate in my game plan to win the matchup? And sometimes that means blocking with your power cards and just waiting for that right moment to crack back.
And like KO's done a
So-
pretty good job of like doing a lot of damage, but I think like now the equipment's looking really bare. There's not a lot of defense reactions in the deck outside of like Reckless Swing, and there's a lot of
Yeah.
non-blocks in the deck as well. So like she could
All right, we're
find
getting
a
back
window
to
to prey on like this lack of defense. It looks like the judge call has been resolved,
Yeah.
and it looks like Jordan is just dealing with an intellect penalty here, which will just give me a slight disadvantage over the next 2 turns.
Yeah.
And it has been resolved, so that's good. And it looks like Rowan is using her crown here to flip away her arsenal and draw a card. I mean, this could have also been why she kept it in arsenal so long, just to have that extra card when need be. This could be the
Yeah.
go-in turn, Uyong. This could be where Dorinthia flips it round and tries to pull off the big turn.
Yeah, especially with that vigor token, with those refraction bolters, and a 5-card grip, like this could be the one. If she likes the hand, she's gonna say no blocks to this and just send it all.
And here comes that Bear Fangs. Draw, discard. I mean,
How?
she's looks like she's planning to go in, but it's going to come at a pretty big cost.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage she is taking, but this might be the one. And she says no blocks. Let's see it. Let's see this 5-card hand. She says this is the
Here we
time
go.
to make it work. All right, 5 cards. The world is her oyster. One bigger
Story.
box.
Got
I
the
want to see a
resources.
Steel Blade Supremacy. Yeah, step 1.
Oh, your wish is
of
granted,
winning the
Uyong.
game. Yeah. Picture blue. That's step 2.
Oh, and glistening,
Ooh.
the other Steel Blade sister.
Yeah. Oh
Into-
my lord.
Command respect,
Commanding-
it looks like. To unsheath.
Yeah.
So this can, there's no card in Arsenal for it to pop, but it is damage, and unsheath gives it go again as well. So this Dawnblade
Oh,
is
my lord.
enormous with go again, with draw a card on hit, and with getting a counter every time it hits for 8. Doesn't look like there's any
Oh.
reactions to push over the top, but it will demand the whole block. And of course,
Yeah.
Jordan unfortunately having to draw 3 from his IP means that he might not actually be able to cover this whole thing if he's got a non-block or a 2-block in hand. He's
Yeah,
probably,
and the
if he
worst
does, he
part
can
is-
throw all the equipment, but
Yup. Draw a card into another swing with this hefty weapon. Might be threatening the counter here. Draw a card
He
on
can't
head.
cover it. He can't cover it, so it's going to get a counter from glistening. It's going to get the second swing from the steel blade, which potentially can you pump it with Brayforge as well, just for
Yeah.
another swing? Going to get another counter. Oh lord, this is what we're talking about. This is when Dory spirals out of control.
Yeah. What a terrifying turn. And Rowan has played this beautifully, has been waiting for this moment, has been waiting for these cards to line up. And once it did, she's just flipping the script and just going all in.
Here comes a 3 counters on Dawnblade.
2 Vigors
Drawing a
and
card,
a
and it
sync
looks like
for
a
the
sync below
Arsenal.
for Arsenal. Oh, what a pivot. She was patient,
Yeah.
she waited, and her time has come.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And it's
Jordan's
just going to be
play
a
out
single
cast bone.
cast bones. Yeah. So he is saying, I'm going to survive one more turn and try kill you on the crackback.
Yeah, don't kill me,
10 life
please.
to 10. Yeah. Please don't kill me.
And revealing.
It looks like we've got some
Ooh.
1, 2, or it's not the full 6. It doesn't look like. Looks like
No,
there's a
there
tier
seems to
limit
be one
there.
missing there.
So it doesn't look like we're going to get an agility token there.
That's okay because you're probably not making much use of the agility. You're probably going to have to block a lot during this turn because there's 3 counters from Dawnblade, 2 vigors, the full shebang.
Yeah. The refraction bolt is up. I mean, this is a terrifying position to be in.
Yeah, you're just looking to capitalize off those might tokens, looks like. It's got one more turn of drawing 3, so let's see if we can survive through that.
Yeah. It's about to be a rough one. All right. At the very least, because he didn't swing there, Dorinthia couldn't utilize her sink below from Arsenal.
Yeah.
So couldn't necessarily filter, couldn't capitalize on that defense value. So it will be interesting to see, can she just convert her raw 4 cards in hand?
Huge swing
comes-
for Dorinthia here.
Yeah. He
Big
has 2
tokens
floating
pop, giving 2 resources.
So good. All right. Oh my god,
Yeah.
another steel blade.
Is the final steel blade supremacy with a beautiful signature on it as well.
Yup, she waited for this moment. Now she's just chaining these power cards. I mean, good understanding of the matchup to know and which cards to wait for and which cards to go in on.
He waited for Jordan to throw away all of his equipment in order to push through more damage, which is, she was patient and it's paying off. Like, I bet Jordan's wishing that he'd blocked a little bit more now and not really worried too much about the life total and just kept those valuable turn-by-turn plays going until the key moment where you can use your fridge to push them into blocking zone. 3 counters, just a Dawnblade for
11?
loss.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Oh my lord. I
I
mean,
used to love doing that.
this is
When
like
I would attack with a big attack, you'd be like, how much is this for? Heaps, bro.
yeah. Yeah, you can't block. Every time I sort of imagine, like, in my mind what this battle looks like, every time a Dawnblade gets a counter, in my mind, the sword just physically grows bigger in size. And this is a huge swing for 11.
So yeah, he's going to take it. He's going to go all the way to 1 because he needs to
means
try
those
and capitalize
counters-
off these might tokens, or maybe he can't block, but we'll see. I guess he got to
Yeah.
stack his deck, so like he wants to try and use these might tokens, but yeah, he's going to go all the way to 1, knowing that he can't stop
Yeah.
this follow-up swing. Sorry, that he can't stop the first swing.
Swing for 6, 2 cards in the grip. Oh, never mind,
You know
one
what?
card in the
You-
grip.
you know what being on 1 means, Young? Means you died a
Oh,
steel
no,
blade jump.
it's
He won't
8,
just die here.
yep.
Yeah, he's just dead. He's just
Yeah.
gone.
Oh, right.
wow.
Oh my god. That went from just like a sort of slow and steady grind out game to just 2 back-to-back. Some of the most explosive turns I've seen in Dorinthia. Didn't even need to use the new card. I mean, she was just pumping out damage.
Yeah, that is definitely the risk you run into in Dorinthia. If you throw away all your equipment and you try to be super aggressive, and she'll just block out, keep the life totals total, and then she'll wait for that 1 power turn when you do not have the ability to stop it. You don't have defense reactions or your equipment, and it just becomes extremely difficult to. It just snowballs out of control. So like
Yeah.
lots of patience there. Kia ora, folks.
Hello,
What a game.
hello.
What a game. So yeah, bit of a masterclass there from Dorinthia, patiently blocking out, keeping the life total high, waiting for that pivot turn where you can then throw out just the whole hand from massive Dawnblade, and you waited till Jordan had thrown away all his equipment as well, just so you could push over the top. And what a comeback turn it was! Drawing cards, hitting counters. It was just like.
Yeah.
How'd you feel when you played that out?
Oh, it feels so good. I think Dorinthia's in a really good place right now where you can kind of, especially into the KO matchup, which is really tough, just having a lot of reps into Brute with Rhinar back in the day kind of proves that you just block with 2 to 3 cards every turn, wait for the pivot turn, and then as soon as you hit it really hard and fast. And Jordan did a good job playing around with the equipment, but I think unfortunately it's when you hit Glistening Steelblade Supremacy, and an Iron Song Determination. I didn't see any of those, but if you hit those, it gets real tough.
Yeah, that is quite the potent combo. I must ask, did you bring Dorinthia because she's a comfort pick, or is it more of a medical?
Yeah, no, it's definitely. Oh, it's kind of both right now. I've been playing Dorinthia since I started back in during Arcane Rising days. So a lot of reps on this hero, which definitely helps. But I think the meta right now is the friendliest to Dorinthia it's been in a very long time. So it's good to be able to break her out, shake the dust off, and come into it strong. So.
Yeah. And Jordan, unlucky sequence of events there. Bit of a mistake made. Things happen, especially in a long tournament like this. How are you feeling right now? Like, 2 games lost on stream.
I know.
You gotta recover.
You
gotta recover.
I'll have to win my next one, that's for sure. I'm feeling okay. I think ultimately, apart from missing that pitch, I think I had a game plan. I went in with an idea that I don't have defense reactions. I can't block out Dorinthia. I was going to be very aggressive with my equipment and just keep the kind of KO pain train flowing. I think I thought about that early flesh bag for a very long time. It just didn't feel right, but I think it probably was.
It was a good pull. It pulled a blade flurry from my hand, and if you don't do that, I hit the glint, and the card I drew was twinning.
Oh, yeah.
So if you don't strip the extra card from my hand on that turn, then it does get pretty dangerous. So it was a good scowling flesh bag for sure.
But that scowling block decision. Scouting block decision is so fascinating in this matchup because it's sort of like your one key disruptive tool to like try pivot off in that matchup, and it's always such a hard call to make.
That's it. Yeah, I kind of like to. I used it very aggressively, but sometimes I like to keep it to get them off, to get the Dorinthia off the counters. So I knew by giving it up early, I was giving up that as an option, but I was just hoping my deck would give me the gas to kind of get through before the counters mattered.
I think Scowling Fleshbag is kind of hard right now as well because so much of Dorinthia's power these days is front loaded. So it's actually really hard to hit them on a turn where they actually still have cards in hand to strip, and it'll have impact, especially with the Glistening Steelblade unsheathed. You're just so incentivized to play out every card in your hand before you even swing the Dawnblade. So it's definitely a tough call to make these days when the time to play it is.
I respect the strategy, just trying to aggressively throw the equipment early, build up a tempo lead, build up a life lead, just throw some wide turns, and then just hopefully maybe they have one big turn and then you just go okay, go again, claw, and then maybe just do better numbers, but not really much to do when Dawnblade for 11, draw a billion cards, get a billion counters, comes down. Bit of a rough day in the office for KO. What are you sort of both looking at in terms of the rest of the day? There's so many different decks here. Have you guys played any of the random sort of one-of decks that are floating around? Obviously there's a few more KO and Syndra and stuff like that. But have you played any of the random one-offs? There's one Victor, one Riptide, stuff like that. Any random heroes that you think will catch you off guard?
I played into Acilio round 1. That was pretty good. I think KO has a pretty good plan into a Cilio, you can just side in a lot of disruption. You don't have to really have as much go again. You have a lot of big damage disruption that threatens their hand, so they can't combo you as well, and you have flashback. And I also played against Arachne round 2, and he banished, using the new defense reaction, all of my Wild Riots, all of my Pulpings, and half of my Buckwilds by the time we were on like turn 3. Luckily, I rolled 2 6s in a row, so that gets you out of that situation.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I want to hear. Like, you punish all my good cards, I roll 2 6s.
Yeah. And I've already hit probably one of my toughest wildcard heroes, which is Kano. I hit him in round 1.
Who was that, sorry?
Kano, just classic old-fashioned wizard, and that's such a fun matchup as Dorinthia. It's so swingy about can they kill you on turn 3 or can they not. And thankfully he was one short on the map to kill me after burning all the equipment, all the potions, all of that kind of stuff. So that leaves you in a pretty good spot to close out the game after a big glistening steel blade turn. So that's always good.
Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, Rowan, who do you want to see next in your matchup to sort of have an easy victory to the top 8?
Oh my god, easy victories are hard to come by. I know there's a prism running around, and I definitely don't want to hit that. So I've been told the Syndra matchup is not bad for Dorinthia, but I've never played it, so that could be an interesting game. I find I kind of struggle into the full breed aggro matchups where it's hard for me to tell when I'm meant to be blocking and when I'm meant to be attacking. It'll be interesting to play that for the first time today, which I suspect is going to happen, considering there's so many of those running around. But I think that's probably the best hit. Yeah, exactly. Mask of Momentum is just such a good card, so it'll be interesting to see whose card draw matters more.
Alright, well, best of luck to you both for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Hope you guys get the group matchups that you need. Hope you guys draw well. Hopefully, see you both in top 8, because there's still a shot. We want to see it, and let's try locking those prizes. Best of luck to you.
Alright, thank you guys.
Man, I'm
Good
excited that we
games
got
today.
to see the. I'm glad we got to see the Dorinthia. Like, Dorinthia is such an iconic Flesh and Blood hero. I love how Dawnblade works. Just that thread of that sword sort of like gaining momentum and getting counters, very fun to play with. And she still has some of these like very old school power cards that just like draw you cards and can just push through so much damage on the big combo turn. So Dorinthia are like a real threat, especially with decks without many defense reactions, especially like this KO.
Yeah, absolutely. It's cool to see people playing what they like as well. Just bringing the hero that they've got the most reps on, even if they haven't played against some of the current meta heroes as much. It's like knowing your own game plan is quite important at all time. And sometimes you don't need as much experience into some of the heroes, because like for example Syndra, as Dorinthia, you do have a lot of advantages in that game that can kind of carry you through if you haven't had as many reps. So as long as you get moments carefully, sometimes your deck can just sort of like push you through. Whereas it's more like the harder matchups that you really want your reps in.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the reasons I used to love playing Ice Lexi back in the day. I didn't need to learn my matchups if I just made sure my opponent couldn't play cards, Then I just do my thing. It's like, what does your hero do again? Oh, no, actually, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to make sure you can't do it. But
I have
anyway,
been on your receiving for that.
It's just a fun time for both of us, wouldn't you say? We both had a very good time in those games.
I was like, that was back in the meta with like Fi and Lexi, and I was like, Lexi's like a 10% matchup for me as Fi. But like, there's sometimes you hit these games where they don't disrupt you, they don't give you any frostbites, and then you just like Art of War twice or something, or you do some big Shuko play, and you just put them to like 1, and then you just cinch it out. And then like most games, you don't do anything. And I remember queuing into you. I think it was calling Auckland a little while back, and it was I don't know. I sat down, and then you gave me like 6 frostbites. And I was like, oh, okay. You did like 30 damage and gave me like 6. It was like Icequake, Rain Razor, Art of War, some stupid like
Yeah.
I was like, cool.
Oh, endless arrow. Oh my god, those are the days. I miss it. Voltaire. Oh, what a weapon. Anyway.
You know what's really funny? I just want to quickly,
Yeah.
before we go, I just want to quickly throw this out there. I found this out the other day. In Wellington, there is a road that comes off of like in some of the rural area, and there's a street called Voltaire Street, and the street that comes off like right next to Voltaire Street is Kano Street.
I really wonder if that was inspiration, you know? Just walking along the streets. Kano Street into Voltaire Street. Two very powerful clubs in Persian club.
Mildly
yeah.
interesting facts.
Yes. Okay, well, we just finished. Was that round 5? Was that round 4? My brain.
I think it was round 4.
Yeah, round 4. So we've got a few more games until top 8. So we'll be right back in about 20 minutes for the next round of this ProQuest Card Merchant Anita. right, welcome back, everyone. We are here with round 5 of the ProQuest. Michael back on stream on that Kasai versus Dan on Syndra. Now, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup.
Absolutely. Who do you think's favored here?
This one, I want to say it edges out towards Michael. I want to say Kasai has a very slight edge with some of the blocking. With the Valiant Dynamo, they can block dagger attacks and breakpoints efficiently. With cards like the new Blood Follows Blade really punishing Syndra not wanting to block. But if Syndra gets rolling, if Syndra gets those gets all those flicks and master triggers that she's looking for, I mean, she can just absolutely roll over Kasai. So I want to say they both got a good shot.
Both got a good shot. I mean, it's a good place to be in. I guess the sellswords obviously do make a huge difference, especially at 2 life, meaning that those kunai.
Syndra surprisingly good at clearing them though. Just throws a little head jab at them.
Yeah. Sending an ignite into it would be pretty good. Lots of stuff like that.
Yeah.
Wicked. And this is the. Looks like it might be the win.
The thing you need to we need to watch out for is
What is the thing we need to watch out
for the top 8? So, the master trigger being able to be triggered off those Centauri sellswords. So even though they are very good for tempo plays, Syndra can just go hit against Michael, and then throw the third attack into the ally just to get that free draw and sort of refresh. So it's going to be very interesting how Michael plays it when he decides to utilize those sellswords, because even though with the upside, they can have quite the downside.
That is true. Yeah, you do get all that value cash back on the attack of an ally. Also worth noting as well, though, Syndra's blocking capability is pretty bad into a warrior that increases her damage from attack actions. So my guess is it's going to be quite a race, but Kasai obviously can just block out quite a bit. I mean, just from the Syndra's angle, I mean, they're not going to be able to do as much blocking.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much work those Valiant Dynamos do, because that one block that constantly refreshes so important and so powerful into Syndra.
Yeah, that really helps with the breakpoints for Mask and even like a dagger swing.
Yeah. How are you doing today? You're in Wellington at the moment, right? In your bedroom? May I hazard a guess?
Yeah. Well, I'm in my office actually. No.
In your office.
No, I just have a room set up for work because I work remotely.
That's
so
nice.
Yeah, just at my desk, I've got my Sink Below playmat that I got from Top 8 at the Project Blue event in Wellington. Got my monitor, got my laptop, got my notes. I've got my Arachne sketch from MJ from Legend Story Studios. I've got a bunch of half-completed Smash Palace decks that I'm trying to turn into constructed decks. And an unopened Armory deck Pleiades. So there you go. You got the audio tour of the Cash Wellington office. How are you doing? I know that you're at the LSS HQ this morning.
Yeah, I was thinking about casting from my bedroom, and I was like, you know what? No, I should go into the office, get access to some nicer mics. And I'm alone in the office, so it is quite eerie, but it is a vibe being alone. But we are starting. Let's get straight into this.
Young out here in the back rooms. All right, slice and dice into the Saber.
Yeah.
Threatening a bigger follow-up if it gets go again.
And I must say, it is always fascinating to see how these players decide to place their 2 weapons on the board. And I must say, Dan is simply incorrect with this placement.
No, that's that is the way to do it. I will not stand for this slander.
This is the way to do it.
Weapons to the left is what you do as a ninja, and it's not just because it looks nice or whatever. Weapons to the left as a ninja is because it's practical. It's logical. You build a chain link. You build your combat chain from left to right, and so it makes sense to be able to move your weapons up and then move them back into where they're going to go on the combat chain. Otherwise, you're having to move them around, and it's just like, why not just move them up? 1, 2.
So you're telling me Syndra's holding 2 kunais in her right hand right now with an exposed left hand? Absolutely.
Okay, if you think that's bad,
immersion.
If you think that's bad, when I used to play Azuri, I used to have 2 daggers to the left but stacked vertically. So like not horizontally. So like not horizontally like he's got there. I'd have one taller than like one on top of the other because it was like a little switchblade toolkit. Anyway, just
Wow.
to get back to the game that's happening, we've got go again into another sword. We've got an agility token set up for next turn, and we're pivoting over to Syndra's turn, where she will be trying to build some draconic chain links, which with extreme ease because of the placement of her weapons, really easily able to move those to the combat chain and back again without having to fiddle
I see,
around.
I
So,
see.
Ronan.
Yep, yep. Man, I can't even tell how many kunai she has equipped at the moment. They're just so. No, but this is a good start. Dan only took 1 damage despite sort of the Kasai's threat of attack reaction, so gonna be very happy with that. And we're gonna see
We've got-
how Dan can convert this 4 raw cards to see if he can get some tempo in this matchup.
So it looks like we've got Michael discarding a Shelter from the Storm here.
Very powerful. Oh,
Blood Run
To
Steep, that's
prevent
going to
him-
eat. It's going to eat
Both
the rest of
flicks.
the flick damage from Blood Run Steep.
and Valiant Dynamo being committed for value.
We're going to Syndra these back for free because we've got all the Draconic Cages. Putting them on the right side this time.
Wow. I mean, that is a very bold and interesting strategy. I kind of like it. It's kind of cool,
Oh.
you know, she's juggling the daggers from left to right.
That looks like Warmonger's
is that a-
diplomacy.
Is that a Warmongers? What
That's
a
a
chain in there.
hilarious card. Yeah. So that's going to cause Michael to basically be locked out of playing any non-attack action cards if he wants to swing his weapons. He's going to choose not to. He's probably just going to play his weapons off of reactions, but it stops stuff like activating Kasai and a whole bunch of other stuff. Michael's just going to use the agility and the weapons and just go wide here. Syndra doesn't really mind about the Warmongers effect because they're all aggro. But really, really cool little turn there to maybe just try and stop Kasai from getting a little bit more value. But it doesn't seem like it's really mattering here because we're going to have weapon, Blade Flurry boosting both of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, a bit
So
of
despite the
much
Warmongers,
value.
yeah, despite the Warmongers really being able to push through that damage, refresh the Dynamo and get that vigor. Very, very good play. Here's
Right, so we're
Rising
going to start our
Resentment.
next turn with Rising Resentment for 3. Michael just reading it, checking it doesn't do anything if it hits. If it hits, it does let you banish a card and play it with one cost. It reduces the cost, but usually only if you control more than one Draconic Chain Link. In this instance, it wouldn't really make a difference. But this one will, because this is the second Draconic Chain Link. This one has the ability that if it hits, you can banish a card with 1 or less cost and make it cost 1 less. It doesn't matter here, we're going to see a block. Very, very important to block that one.
Cool.
Flick
You get
Knives,
that
try and
flick.
keep it. Oh, and respond with Take It on the Chin to block the
Yeah.
Flick Knives damage with unpreventable damage, and also create an agility token.
Yeah,
Huge
very good
amount.
way to sort of neutralize that Mask of Momentum. So no longer being threatened on this turn, most likely.
It's really cool seeing all these different heroes have these access to like random, like anti Syndra tech, like like Haunting Rendition and Runeblade, Take It on the Chin and Warrior, like lots of really cool counterplays.
Yeah. Especially with these kunais that are so notoriously difficult to block and sort of prevent. Just these classes getting access to good tools just really helps this matchup. Valiant
Michael's
Dynamo
gonna
just
throw
being committed
down-
for value.
The Valiant Dynamo, yep. The chain link is not live for Mask, so that's pretty clean there from Michael. Dan's going to Arsenal pass. Over to Michael with a spare resource and go again on the first attack. 3 cards in hand. It's looking pretty well for Michael. He's trading really, really efficiently.
Yeah.
Draw a card. Draw swords. Now the weapon attacks are free.
Yeah. Contemplating that hero activation now. This is a very good opportunity Michael has to push a lot of damage.
And we've got on hit gold. Here comes the sword with go again.
Immediate no
That
blocks.
is immediate no blocks into Blade Runner for go again into another sword. Make sure you get your gold, mate.
Yeah.
Get paid. Yep, there we go.
Dan loves his hand. He is not messing around. He's just like, yep, just send it. Just send
Don't
it.
care.
Snap decisions.
Didn't ask. No blocks.
Yeah. Yeah. You are going to eat these 5 cards. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah.
And this might be the kind of turn that Michael decides to commit that Kabuto to really try stop this turn from getting out of control. But we will see.
Yeah, definitely get a little bit spooky when they go no blocks. full grip, full like arsenal, daggers stocked at the ready. Got Brand into Art of the Dragon. It looks like this is the one that
Yeah.
when you create it, when you make it draconic, it reduces cost.
Yes, for the next 3 cards that you play will cost 1 less. So a very powerful setup here. Like a lot of threatening things can come out after this. So it'll be 4 go again here. And
So
you will
because it's
elect to block
draconic,
before.
yeah, because it's draconic, it has its abilities. It's all ready to go because of that Brand with
Yeah.
Cinderclaw. So it counts as a draconic chain link now as well. Art of the Dragon
Yeah.
Blood.
Let's see what the follow-up is.
Not flicking on the second attack to keep the chain link active for Mask. We're simply letting that block through. No, we are. We're gonna commit to flicking a dagger and attempt to keep that chain link live.
No prevention this
And
time.
then here's the third attack, display loyalty. We're going to get a fealty token, and most importantly, this is 3 go again on hit, draw a card. This is going to get blocked.
Cool. So Mask not being threatened anymore this turn. Blaze headlong for 4.
Big follow up. Yeah, it didn't make
Yeah,
sense for
very
Dan to
powerful.
throw any blocks down. And then we have the Art of the Dragon Fire, and this is
Yeah.
become draconic through the fealty, played off the resource gain from Blood Splattered Vest, coming in for 5 and 2 damage.
Yeah.
Huge turn from
Actually,
Syndra.
yeah. Actually, that attack got discounted from the Out of the Dragon Bleed. So it was
That's
just a
why.
very
Very
sort of
good.
efficient turn cycle. Yeah. Didn't even need to commit the Blood Splatter Vest here. Just
And
a
buying
very
back the dagger,
powerful
of
turn.
course. The classic
Yes.
Nourishing Emptiness from Kasai, able to gain its ability, which is Dominate on hit, increase your hero's intellect because you have no attack actions in Graveyard. Kasai obviously has this great hero ability that allows you to manipulate the cards in your graveyard by banishing reds and yellows to ensure that Nourishing Emptiness always has its condition met. This is a fantastic setup piece, allowing Michael to either spend an extra card, draw an extra card at the end of turn, which he can then use to block more heavily, or set up a big turn in response. It's gone pretty fairly quickly. Dan's kind of keeping the tempo here, Young, but like, I don't know, it could flip.
Yeah. So, yep. So nourishing so that card giving the +1 intellect really going to be pivotal in this matchup. A whole extra card is the kind of swing that Michael needs to sort of seize control of this matchup. But again, Dan electing to just keep all 4 cards in the grip, keep the tempo up, and just relentlessly pressure here. So Michael hopefully will be immediately takes the 4. He may be liking his hand right now.
Might be ready to go. Oh my goodness, and we're going to see the gem, the authority pitched to swing a dagger, which means that defense reactions are going to cost an additional resource. This is going to be back-breaking for Michael if he's drawn any of his defense reactions. If he hasn't, it's not a big deal. But it looks like that is just going to give Dan a little bit more aggression on this turn. Michael's happy to throw an arm piece at this dagger. Here comes the second dagger.
Yeah. And Dan electing to not throw there just so he can make sure he can swing with the kunai. Good block there to try stymie this turn.
Here comes Rising Resentment for 3. Threatening its on hit to reduce cost. It's going to get blocked.
Yeah, we'll finally get a card from Michael's hand, but Michael still has 4 cards in the grip.
Activating Flick Knives to deal damage, keep the chain link live. Hopefully with another follow-up attack to threaten Mask of Momentum.
Dan really needing to sort of pull cards from Michael here.
Here's Art of the
Comes-
Dragon Blood.
So he was contemplating making a Draconic using that fealty, but he has elected not to. So threatening the Mask, and the card that's drawn will simply go into the arsenal rather than extending the turn. We'll get a card. Block for 5.
So we're going to see a block for 5 here.
So Dan going to be facing down 3 cards in the hand.
And the life
Even
totals are
after
looking quite
blocking with
low.
2. Yeah, this might be Michael's opportunity to really push some damage here, and Draw Sword's a really good opener for this.
Still some equipment value here as well. We've got Draw Swords Unsheathed, which is going to give +3 and go again. The weapons swings are free.
Yeah.
We're going to use Kasai to make sure that we have on-hit gold. Dan
It's
needs a
about to be a
monster
lot of
turn.
damage. Yeah.
because he cannot be in single digits having to block.
Yeah. So if he takes this turn, he needs to pretty much end the game like on the next turn or as soon as possible. This is so much being damage being presented. So he's just going to snap take it. He likes his hand. His hand can function. So 2 gold for Kasai. Here comes another Saber. Snap block decision to block 1. am very impressed by these very quick decisions being made by Dan. Very familiar with the matchup. Very familiar with his hero. 4 cards in the grip. He needs to convert. He needs to strip cards from Michael's hand. Otherwise, 6 life is simply too low to be against the warrior.
Start with Fire Tenant. It's going to give +1 to the next Draconic attack.
Can
6
Dan
life.
string something
You
together?
have to. Yeah, you've got to put him into blocking range here. Display loyalty.
Yeah.
Make a fealty.
Make a second one. It's good. 3 go again.
This Fire Tenant was made Draconic, right?
I would assume so. Otherwise, this attack would not have go again.
Well, it's an easy rewind if not, because the fealty token would just have to be what it is. So
Yeah.
It
Because
could
he
also
definitely
just
had
be
the
that-
fealty token for it.
yeah, he might just be looking to play these cards, but
And definitely,
and there's a discard
especially,
of Shelter, which is going to stop the Flick Knives activation.
yeah,
Okay,
and
so-
also
so we
block
might
this
have-
breakpoint coming up.
So it looks like we potentially might have missed that display loyalty needs to have 2 Draconic Chain Links. This is an easy thing to reverse with fealty tokens, so I'm sure that it doesn't really make much of an impact on the game state here.
Yeah.
And then we've got this Take It on the Chin coming down to prevent more damage and get an agility, and then followed with a Snatch.
Yeah.
And this one
Which
has
I
been
believe he
made
made Draconic.
Draconic, yeah, which again, just like we saw earlier today, allows you to draw a card potentially, and then decide if you want to use your Dragon Scaler Flight Path in order to give it go again.
Yeah, push even more. So it is going to be interesting. I mean, we just love Syndra's ending on a snatch. Such a powerful card from those early days of Flesh and Blood, still having its sort of meta performance. Looks like a quick judge call to hopefully sort everything out. But man,
So I think this is just due to the fealties, because that last turn when he played Oath of Loyalty, he ended that turn with Art of the Dragon Blood, which he would have needed to crack a fealty token in order to make that Draconic, in order to play it, which
Yeah.
wouldn't have actually left him with any fealty tokens on that following turn in order to make that Fire Tenant Draconic. So there is like a slight. I imagine our judges are just having a look, just making sure they can rewind the game to a reasonable state or find a great resolution. Hard to keep track of a lot of stuff, a lot of types, but we have faith that our judges will do us proud.
very easy to sort of make these mistakes, especially like round 5 and 2, into a tough, battle hardened, not battle hardened, ProQuest. A lot of similar positions that I've been in where I just like, after like 4 or 5 hours of playing straight, your games start to blur, your turns start to blur, especially in Syndra, all your cards look kind of red. You kind of just start to assume they're all Draconic. Very easy to make these mistakes.
Yeah, it's all a bit of
Hopefully.
fun and games, though, isn't it? Down
Yeah.
and Dunners.
That's one of the perks of being a dev is that you get to make all the gameplay errors that you like because there's just no consequences in the dev room. You go, oh, whoops, sorry, I missed it. I guess I'll just fix that.
Yeah.
Some of the favorite cheating that happens in the dev room is you go block 6 and then you go, oh wait, but if your next attack's a CNC, I'm going to take this block back and block the CNC. Sometimes when just like, I'm too tired, I can't figure this out. I'll block 6.
Maybe we
if it's a
should-
CNC, I'm blocking
maybe-
that one instead.
Maybe we should try this out at Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how far that gets you.
Yeah.
Don't do that in real life, people. The dev
Yeah.
room is magical Christmas land. They get to do whatever they like.
Yeah. I'm so scared if I ever start playing in public again, I'm just gonna have like the worst habits that I've sort of developed in the dev room. Like trying to play so fast where like you finish your turn and you immediately put your pitch away and just start like accelerating into the next turn to try and get as many games out as possible. Things like that. Just so many bad habits. But Flesh and Blood, tournaments, stressful.
I heard from Carol one day that after testing Dash IO for so long, going back to another hero and like resisting that muscle memory of looking at the top card of your deck, like you go to look and be like, oh wait, no, that's actually cheating. So, like,
Yeah.
and I imagine it's probably similar to Lyeth. Like you draw 5 cards with Lyeth. If you play Lyeth for like 3 months straight, I can imagine you going back to another hero, drawing 5 and being like, oh, whoops.
Yeah,
Like,
especially
I
when you're
mean,
playing
that's
Live
gotta-
and Tough Nut in the same testing field. You just like forget
God.
what cards are.
I went to play. I played Tough Nut at pre-release, and I'm so conditioned to drawing 4 cards. Every
Yeah.
time in Tough Nut, I draw 3 and be like, "Don't draw another one. Don't draw another one. Don't draw another one."
Yes, pro tip, if you're at a competitive environment and you're versing a Tough Nut, just wait till they draw. Just wait till they draw 4 and call a judge.
Yeah. Tough Nut in a competitive
It's gonna be
environment. No, I'm kidding.
excuse me. Excuse me. I mean, Tough Nut has its place, I feel. It
Yeah.
definitely has its sort of glaring weaknesses, but I don't know, man. Theoretically, if you just hit a blue off the top and you rock, that's a 1 card 7 that can't be prevented. You know, that's just
Yeah,
like
I know. He's
that's
got
a
his
lot.
props. He can definitely
Yeah.
has play into some heroes.
Yeah. Definitely rough in the current field with Syndra's running around with those kunais. So if you have a pressure to block those daggers or smaller attacks early, they just sort of eat up your toughness, and it's sort of very easy to lose the edge your hero has. So hopefully they have managed to fix everything here. And all
Looks
right,
like
Snatch
we're
still coming in.
It looks like we're
Being
accepting
blocked.
the game state for where it's at here, and we're just going to keep our fealty tokens where they are. That's going to get blocked. There's no card draw, and we're going to ship it over to Kasai to play out the turn.
Yeah. Oh, and we'll be cracking that gold. So Saber's not coming for free.
6 life. Can Michael hit that 6 life threshold to start taking cards out of Dan's hand? I
Ooh,
don't
and
think he-
Dan,
Oh, this is a tricky one.
yeah, it might be a card that can pump this and kill Dan if he's not careful about it.
Oh,
He
no
just
blocks.
says, if you have it, you have it.
Oh no, he's not. He's not saying no
Oh,
blocks. He's
okay,
checking
okay,
the
okay, okay,
graveyard.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought for a second, I'm like, that's wild. You're gonna risk it all on
Yeah.
that. But no, he's gonna make an informed decision. He's gonna see what the likelihood
Yeah,
of an attack
yeah.
reaction here is. If you have to throw down a card, you probably live, but that's 1 less card. If you think you can live through that, I mean, Mask of Momentum, that would be a pretty good card to block with here, considering the
Yeah.
low life totals of Michael. Like, you're not really gonna get too much value out of that for
Yeah.
much longer. And maybe this is the turn to ship it, but you got to be confident that your hand's gonna kill Michael on the next turn, or the mind
I mean,
games.
Yeah, theoretically, if you have a crazy read, I mean, it might be correct to not block, but that's so bold, you know? But Michael is on 7. Like the threat of the mask is what sort of forces these inefficient blocks out of the Kasai player. So he might be valuing holding on to it, but no, he is thinking about committing it.
Yeah, late game stage, sometimes you've gotten the value out of Mask, and now it's good to just throw it and try and keep a
Yeah.
hand. With low life totals, the hitting usually means death. So okay, so he
Yeah.
lives there. He's gonna block the sword. No attack reaction over the top. Now he gets to play 4 cards. Let's
Yeah.
see what
And I
it was
do
worth.
want to note that was the longest blocking decision Dan has made in this game so far. So he was
It's
really in the
true.
tank for that one.
All right, here comes Bram with Cinderclaw. Michael's going to give Kabuto and Valiant Dynamo here to block it, but also prevent any dagger swings, which is probably quite good. Here comes Throw
Oh,
Dagger.
Throw Dagger into the
Shelter!
shelter!
So Shelter's going to prevent the damage that would be dealt by Throw Dagger, and I bet Dan was extremely hoping that he could draw a card there and get the damage through. He can still flick knives, which is what he's going to choose to do, but that's also going to get eaten by Shelter. And he can't attack with the
My
daggers either because of
lord.
Kabuto. Wow, what a blowout! Dan sacrificed his Mask of Momentum, thought about his blocking for once in the game, and actually had like this big turn lined up.
Yep.
I mean, like the thing is, it's going to be really hard for him to even play out a Rupture because he can't attack with these daggers either.
Yep. I mean, oh my god, what a clutch
Oh, he's going
shelter,
to
what a
pitch
clutch
that
Kabuto.
breaking point. He's going to use the fealty.
Oh, wow.
Here comes Art of the Dragon Scale. So this one has on hit, it puts a -1 on equipment and then destroy it if it has a -1. So if this hits, there's a chance he can take out the Dynamo. At this point, it probably doesn't matter too much if this thing hits or not. Michael might just be happy to take it and then force Dan's hand. Now that Dan is at 4, he will have to start blocking on the next turn. That shelter's still there as well. Still got 2 points of equipment block.
If Michael is able to keep a few cards here, like Dan is going to be in the blender at 4 life and only 2 equipment blocks left.
That shelter was
that
such
was
a blowout.
huge. Yeah.
Sink and just throw down a sink and you get 1 from shelter to prevent it as well. Wow, and he gets to keep 2 cards and an arsenal, and he's got a gold. This is not looking good for Dan. Michael has 7 life.
Yeah, really turning the corner there. 7 life, 3 cards. What can he do to really pressure all the cards out of Dan's hand?
He's going to draw a card from gold. Weapons are now free. Probably going to activate Kasai. Or maybe not. I'm in with the sword. And now, what do you do when you're Dan? Blocking is bad. Not blocking is bad.
Yeah.
It's looking rough.
All these sabers are threatening lethal now.
Yeah, I mean, you have like some plan to be able to block with like a card and try and send a 0 for 4, but Michael's at 7 with an equipment block. Like, it's just, you're not going to chip through that. Blocking with Ancestral. Here comes Blade Runner to give it go again. +3 to the next one, coming in for 5 or 6. And against Syndra with 2 blocks and attack actions, it's probably going to be 6. It could take quite a few cards from him here. Yep. He's going to give the Blood Splattered Vest and 2 cards, blocking for 5, taking 1. Need to keep 1 card, but one card is not enough.
Yeah,
Snatch
but a
pretty
1-card
good.
snatch isn't bad. Yeah, but with all that equipment block still left on Michael's side, the snatch is just going to be neutralized with 1 card and an equipment. So not enough, it seems. 3 cards and 1 card in Arsenal. Michael may just have everything he needs to close out this game. Dan on 3 life.
And Dan's turn on that last thing when he went all in was so good. It was going to be a monster turn, and that shelter just killed it. So we've got Unsheathed here, which is going to pump this sword to 5. It's going to get go again. Dan's going to block. It's going to come in with another sword go again.
Oh my god.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good for
Dan's
Syndra.
in the absolute blender. He needs to figure out when he can, but no, blood follows blade.
Go again, get a cell sword. Yeah, it's over. This
Yep.
is, how do you come back from this? Down to
Man,
1.
now it's going to be another attack for 3.
Yeah. This is going to take the other cards.
And a vigor. And if they're 2 blocks, they're going to
gonna
demand
block
both
both.
cards.
He's not even going to give them the flick knives to try and send an attack into the cell sword. He's just going to block both.
Yeah,
He's going to pass turn.
very fair. I mean, Dan needs a miracle here. But, I mean, Kasai really bricks. So much consistency and power in this deck.
Yeah, he's just hoping that Michael doesn't draw go again. But it looks like he does. We've got that glint coming down, giving go again, drawing a card. Now we've got the Centauri Cell Sword live, because we've attacked with a weapon, coming in.
Wow.
Sink below
Coming for
comes
3,
down
gets
from
a
Dan.
sink. Yep. And then a saber. I'm seeing a blade fire in Michael's hand, which I'm surprised he didn't commit on that first attack.
I think
But
he's
it should.
knows he can win here. So that's going to block
Yep.
for 4. The Centauri Saber pumps to 3. He's got the win. There it is.
And he has it, and he closes it out. Wow. I thought Syndra was in the driver's seat. And then that was just so much damage presented by Michael. That
Wow,
shelter
that,
turn, so clutch.
From the interview, right?
That
I'm
shelter.
going to showboat so hard.
While your mic's on.
Let's go! Hello!
All right,
Well,
I feel like I have to jump in immediately. What a shelter! That shelter from the storm blocking
All of
that pro dagger. Holy!
Yeah.
That turn was
How are you
the
feeling,
turn
Michael?
you lined up was nuts.
It was. I think I got a little bit lucky a few times, but I felt like I tried to always consistently have like a backup plan. But yeah, here I am again, calm, confident, lose the first game, win the rest of them, and
Hell yeah, and locking yourself into top 8, I believe.
1-4. I think we should be good. Yeah.
1-4, yeah.
I mean, sorry,
Should be
4-1.
pretty good. 4-1, yes.
Yeah.
1-4 would be unfortunate.
Yeah, but it was work to get here. We had to take down a Vincent, a Gravy, a Kano, none of which are good matches, but we come through.
Nice work. Yeah, it was quite an interesting game because we saw Dan just no blocks, Sid hand, over and over and over again, and then there was that one point where Dan, you had that really. You did have quite a significant blocking decision when you're on 4 and that dagger's coming in, and we were like, thinking about whether you give a card to try and live, whether you risk it all for the biscuit to take it, or whether you just do the sensible thing, which is just give the mask and push out the big hand, and you did the sensible thing, and then your turn was looking really cracked as well, like with that throw dagger into stuff, and then the helmet comes down. The helmet block was actually also key. It wasn't just the shelter. That helmet block meant that breaking point couldn't come down either. I mean, like, how was your sort of thought process in this game? Like it was
I figured I'd seen 4 of 6 prevention effects, and I just figured, I've got to have one turn where I can get through. Otherwise, I'm not going to win anyway.
Yeah.
So I've got to go for it. I think if that dagger connects and I get to go 5-5 with the life totals being where they were, I think I get to push through for the win with the flick knives, true damage the next couple turns. And the other big moment was kind of where the judge call was. So I was just checking like the dragon scaler, the snatch after it hit. So if that connects, then I can break the dragon scales and keep coming. I just need either of those plays to actually work, but they're just stifled every turn, so...
Yeah.
Do too
Sometimes,
much.
yeah, sometimes this prevention line up like that. But I just want to say, I want to commend you. There was some really good Syndra plays. Just your ability to calculate your blocks that fast. I was trying to keep up with the commentary, but you were making your decisions that... No, nothing to be sorry. I was like, he's got a lot to think about on the spot. Oh, crap, he's already, gone through. He's already said no blocks. It was very impressive to play, to see your sort of mastery of that hero and your understanding of the matchup. So, props to you, despite the outcome.
Thanks to you guys for the commentary. Enjoy watching it back.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
Are you going to be playing the Store Championships tomorrow?
Nah, I've got some chores to take care of and some cleaning to do.
I will be. I really want that playmat. I think it looks too good to pass up. So I'm putting together Dromai again, pulling her back out. It's been quite a while, but we'll figure it out. I think I found a pretty underrated card to work with it.
Nice.
Well, that's spoiler.
Yeah, we'll see it tomorrow.
All right, and
Awesome.
Final question, Michael. What are the heroes you want to see in top 8 that you can just crush easily? What's your ideal first matchup? What's your ideal matchup?
Honestly, it's another Syndra.
Yeah.
Dan played this one really, really well, but I know that your dynamos just provide huge value. You've got tons of prevention effects. Taking it slow, taking it calmly, and just working your way down, they'll run out of threats, basically. KO. There's a lot of hype around armed and dangerous KO. So, but if you also take that one at a reasonable pace and just focus on getting that value out, they can sometimes have a bit of a tricky time because you're just I'm still just going to keep blocking you and coming back at you for 7 each turn. So that's going to be reliable. I don't want to see wizards. I don't want to see rune blades. I know that they're going to make it through, but I'm just going to pretend that they don't exist. They don't exist in my mind. They're somewhere else.
All right, my fingers are crossed for those ideal matchups because, I think you're right. Kasai has just very good armor, very good value generation in those matchups. So it will be very interesting to see how you do. So best luck with the top 8. Awesome. Congratulations to you both for all your performances. And
fingers crossed.
We'll see you guys in the next one.
We'll see.
Awesome. Thank you.
Take it easy, guys.
All right, bye.
Ooh, some pretty quick games on stream today.
Yeah, I mean, just Syndra just really forcing these games to end quite quickly really puts a clock on your opponent, and your opponent just really needs to either like prevent him block out and just have one of these crazy swing turns to finish Syndra off, or just elect to race with the Syndra. And we're just seeing a lot of heroes deciding to just go, maybe I can beat the Syndra in the race, block efficiently, throw out more efficient attacks, and then just grinding them out.
Looking forward to seeing
so
what betas in a field this diverse.
Yeah, so it's gonna be very interesting to see which 8 heroes made it through. So we have seen the one Kasai push through. It's gonna be interesting to see how many other KOs and Syndras, who definitely have been the talk of the town. There's still some heroes I want to see. I want to see Riptide maybe sneak in. Levia is such a cool hero, you know. Victor, a lot of hype around Victor lately as well, and I have my fingers crossed for that top notch. You know, maybe he's cracked it. Maybe he's cracked the hero. You know?
I've noticed that none of those heroes you mentioned were Arachne. Okay, I see.
You know, you know what? Assassins have had their time in the sun. You know, let some other heroes push through. Just my personal vibes. I want to see the more fringe classes, archetypes. The Rinthia. Let's get in there. You know.
I want to see the more fringe heroes, says Young, with the Arachne Huntsman, the most represented assassin.
Yeah,
let's get more fringe than that.
True. You know, there's just something about playing a game and then your opponent touching the top of your deck and looking at it. You know, it just feels like.
I know. You cover your fingers with Cheeto dust before you do it.
Yeah.
Just nice cold foil authority.
Yeah, just like lick your fingers, reach. You know, clean your fingers by licking them and then reach for your opponent's card. Anyway, top 8 coming up in about 20 minutes, so we'll see you guys back here soon for some exciting top 8 games. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks, to the top 8 of Card Merchant Dunedin's ProQuest Yokohama. We are taking a look at some heroes who have battled through 5 rounds in order to make their way to this standpoint. We're going to begin the game shortly, but for the time being, let's just chill out, have some good vibes. You know, have a sip of water if you're feeling parched. If you're not feeling parched, you don't. Hydrate yourself.
Yeah, I just had a nice little second cup of coffee myself, you know, settling in for the nice little top 8 here.
Yeah, and what a top 8 it is. We have 7 different heroes, with Syndra being the only hero represented twice. We'll have more on that top 8 bracket soon. But for now, let's jump into our first top 8 game, which is going to be Liam on KO versus our old mate Michael on Kasai.
Yeah, Kasai has been really killing it on stream so far, so it's going to be exciting to see how he does against a KO, another KO.
We have seen
going to
Michael,
be one of those,
yeah,
again, yeah, it's going to be another one of those sort of grind matchups, lots of value on both sides, both heroes comfortable blocking, throwing out efficient attacks. So it's going to be interesting to see who gets out ahead, who gets their sort of huge pop-off turn-off first to try sort of edge ahead in this value matchup. And also, very excited to see this battle of the playmats. Art of War versus Command and Conquer, both very rare mats. Very exciting to see.
Huge. Yeah. I was just going to say before I accidentally very rudely jumped in there in front of you, Uyong. I was just going to say we've seen Michael sort of claw back a lot of wins from game states that have looked pretty dead to rights. So and then we've also seen him get absolutely cooked. So it could go either way.
Yeah, could definitely go either way here. It's Kasai's also a very interesting hero, like a warrior, like very value orientated, very comfortable blocking 2 cards, playing 2 card hands. But also when you give her space, like she can really explode. Especially when she has like a few golds up. Sometimes if you even give her the space to like develop a lot of copper, like her explosive turns look crazy. So it's going to be interesting to see whether she pops off first or KO potentially lining up a bunch of Blood Rush spellers to get ahead, push that damage, use that claw to get that go again. So yeah, who do you have your money on? Do you think?
I want to say KO because I think while Kasai's very good at this grind game, I think KO just has so many massive numbers, and the damage that comes out of Kasai isn't necessarily all that huge, and so KO can kind of just trade life until they see these big Blood Rush Bellow turns. I think if anyone's going to take it out, I think that KO has the ability to just play that game-winning turn, especially with that massive amount of equipment block that you can just throw in front of any scary Kasai turn. You can intimidate an attack reaction out of their hand. As long as they play carefully, they don't just play a Blood Rush and then do not much with it.
Yeah. Just like those incremental might tokens. Like you said, Scowling Fleshbag, just a very powerful piece of equipment that can like swing matchups. And the fact that KO does have that big fridge can really comfortably block 2 on that first Centauri Saber to sort of stop that Blood Follows Blade on-hit effect from going off. So it's going to be interesting when Liam commits those equipments, when he pushes, when he defends. So let's see how this goes. Michael on the play.
Going to start with Unsheathed into a Centauri Saber, getting the go again. We're going to block that with KO, doing some clashes for some vigors. If he wins this, which he will, he's going to start his turn with a bunch of vigor tokens, which is a great advantage when you're going second.
Yup, very comfortable slamming those 2 cards down. This is such a good start for Liam here. And he blocks with a Flex Speed red as well.
Flex Speed, really heads up card when you can slap a might token onto it to give it go again.
Yeah, just so much go again potential on these brutes now. 2 vigors, let's see what he can do with it. 4 cards in the grip.
That's huge. 2 resources is so different from 1, and we're going to play a tier limb from limb. We've seen this card coming back, so if this discards the right card, which it will, we're going to see like a double onto the next 6 power attack. Getting to play that for free off 2 vigors.
Yeah, it does get that pulping, which is something he may have wanted to keep for that go again, but no, very comfortable just throwing out this huge attack here.
Show of strength. This is going to get doubled by tier limb, which is going to come in for a whopping, I believe, 16.
16,
Is it
yeah.
16?
Yeah,
Michael's just going to throw down the whole hand.
Yeah.
Michael's just going to throw down the whole hand here. Just try and live. Like, there's no point taking this much damage this early. Just you just like make them play these big turns for not very little life deficit.
Yeah. And he's going to be very comfortable with this sort of one card hand here with that agility token up. Very efficient.
And with the
So
sword,
it's gonna be
go
a-
again.
Yeah, one card four. Possibly more if he blocks incorrectly.
Also
But-
refreshing that dynamo.
Yeah, just lots of value to be had. Um, yeah, what was it? He will have to pitch that blood follows blade though. It's sort of a very powerful card in this matchup, which might give him sort of the edge he needs. So we're going to be seeing when the other ones show up, but one going to the bottom of the pitch.
Might be looking to just do some damage instead of setting that card up because KO has a lot of arsenal disruption these days with Super Slam, so maybe it's just better to go for the
Yeah.
damage now instead of being forced to block. Oh, looks like we're going to see
Yeah.
some reds being pitched from Liam here. A little bit inefficient, but that's okay. We're going to be shipping out a wild run, and it looks like we've discarded cast bones.
Oh wow, rough sequence
That's
here.
rough. It's alright though. Didn't eat too much damage to play this turn. You can still ship a card into Arsenal. Like, that's just that brute RNG. Gonna see that take it on the chin coming down again for another agility.
And then Liam just being forced to pass with two cards in hand. Not going to be too happy with that, but not the end of the world at this stage.
It is what it is.
Yeah. And he'll just be happy to sort of grind out these turns, wait for his Blood Rush Bellows spikes if he's still running them in the deck.
We've got the same turn here. We've got agility, token, sword into sword, a card to ship into Arsenal this time. Liam has the ability now to crack back because, he did lose a bit of damage on that turn, but he's also not facing too much of a threat each turn, so he's able to comfortably take a little bit of damage, hit back again. Let's see what he brings to the table.
Yeah. This time pitching the blue.
Buck Wild. Go again.
Yeah.
Nice card to start your turn with.
Yeah. 7 go again. We love to see it. Not needing to play with any RNG here, just a solid 7 go again. I mean, this is the kind of opener you need on these turns to really push value above and beyond what Kasai might be able to block out or wish to block out.
That Dynamo has been getting so much value today.
Yeah, and it's just going to keep coming onto that combat chain. So KO ideally wanting to close this a little faster.
We're going to see an activation of the new arm piece, giving +1 damage if you have pitched a card with 6 power already into a swing big for 9. Pretty rewarding to block
Yeah.
this out and get a quicken token, but also 9 damage. That's a lot.
That is a lot. I mean, 7 go again into 9 is a very solid turn cycle. Michael contemplating just throwing everything, but no, he says
He's going to take it.
he's going to take 9. Not something I
Really
expected
thinking-
here, especially yeah.
Really thinks that this hand is worth shipping back.
Yeah, especially with that Quicken on offer, I'm very surprised. So it's going to be very exciting to see what cards he kept because it must be gas.
So he's going to activate Kasai to get gold on hit. Spoils of War giving the sword go again, +2, copper on hit. So we got a lot of money on the line of this hit, and it looks like KO is going to throw down some cards. We're going to
Clash is a
clash.
6.
Kasai. Oh, that's a tie, isn't it? Because for a second I was like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Kasai won, but no, KO makes that 5 into a 6, so the clash is a tie. Into Blade Flurry, which is going to hit, which is going to pile up those coins for Michael.
Yeah, 2 coppers, and these coppers are no joke in this matchup. So
And the
we're just
gold.
going to have to keep track of this building up. Oh, yes, and the gold as well. I mean, that is... I cannot believe he won that. I tied that clash there.
So Michael clearly wanting to ship this hand out just to get his resources so that he has this sort of loop available to him to be able to draw and make sellswords and that kind of goodness.
Yeah, 8-9 for it, but I guess some hands you can afford to ship out just to make sure you get all the stuff you need, and then go back to playing more defensively. But yeah, let's see what looks like. Liam's happy to block everything out, draw up and pass. Tempo's now in Michael's corner, full grip.
Yeah, 5 cards. Let's see if this Kasai can convert all 5 cards, starting with that
Oh,
gold
that's
pop,
rough.
pitching 2 reds.
Okay, so at least the gold allows you to maybe draw into some resources. It makes the weapons free as well because, pitching reds is
Yeah.
quite inefficient, but we've got free weapons now. No blocks from Liam. We've got Blade Runner giving it go again, but buffing the next attack, and another Blade Flurry. Great value here, evening the life totals with some damage on this saber and some big damage coming onto the next saber. I think the next saber's getting +4.
Yeah. So that gold doing a lot of work to sort of even out and smooth out this turn cycle so that he can at least convert the hand into some damage.
We are really starting to see some more aggression from Michael here as opposed to his sort of normal defensive grind game. It looks like he's really happy to push some damage.
Yeah, and he read that correctly. He knew that this weapon would go through. He tried to strip some cards, but because Liam was not giving the blocks, he decides to activate the Kasai ability and just get the gold when he can. But this is a frightening turn coming from Liam if he's willing to give all that money onto the side of Michael.
And both these players still with full equipment. Oh, now it becomes clear.
I
So
see.
Liam having drawn
Yeah.
2 red non-blocks, like unable to pitch or defend efficiently, forced into one single sort of play line. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But, nothing to scoff at.
This
Still
is
8 coming down.
Yeah, this is definitely a bit of a rough sequence of events for Liam. The resources really not lining up. He did have the opportunity to potentially pop Sash, pitch one of those Wild Rice to try filter randomly to try get a blue into his hand, but electing to just go with the much safer play, just keeping score and just keeping even, and then just waiting for his moment to pop off and get all this tempo that he's losing back.
He may also want to just wait till he's cashed in that defense value from the Sash, and also for something exactly like this. So waiting for Michael to commit all of his equipment in order to then push through that big turn that can't be soaked up by a whole bunch of equipment. So, he's now looking like he can still pull this game back. The life totals are even. He's still got all of that equipment to be able to disrupt and defend and then fire off a big turn. But Michael thought this turn was good enough to throw his whole equipment into. So, let's see what he's going to do with all of his cards here. He's got this Quicken and a Vigor. So he's got his Go Again. He's got his Resource. Yep, Outland Skirmish, +3. +1, and another +3 onto the following sword attack. So we've got a nice, clean, wide turn here. Coming in for 6 or 7 Go Again. And then the next follow-up sword also getting a +3 bonus from Slice and Dice. Activating the arm piece here to also make use of extra resources. Liam happy to throw down 3 cards. They're going to clash. KO wins, as you'd expect.
Yeah, this time getting the Vigor. Very important. Agi might and 2 Vigors on the side of Liam.
Then we're going to follow up with the next sword swing. Michael,
Yeah,
very comfortable
this-
to just start going aggressive here.
Yeah, this is a very powerful turn, but Liam, that Agi's going to pop, but won't necessarily be able to capitalize. Only 1 card left in the hand.
2 Vigors as well, so at the very least he could possibly send through a Claw. Let's just see if he can utilize all of these tokens that he's cracked up here. Wow. Agility, Might, 2 Vigor. The real heavy hitters. Aficionado, oh, look at that. Flex speed with +1 from the Might, getting Go Again.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it already has Go Again, doesn't it, from the Agility?
Yeah. So here are 6 go again, go again.
Great conversion of hand from Liam here, being able to block heaps of damage and then just send back this card off of the back of all these tokens.
Yeah. Important note, Liam still does have that Scowling Fleshbag to help him regain some of this tempo that he's losing at the moment. But it's just going to be a clean block for 5. And to a Cast Bones, that's great conversion if he hits here.
This is a massive use of the agility token to be able to set up even more, and he hits all 6s, being able to create 6 might tokens and agility for next turn,
and he's got this equipment block to absorb the damage and disrupt Michael's turn, and then follow up with a massive crackback. This is a huge swing for Liam.
Yeah, we will most likely see that Scowling Fleshbag just immediately committed here, but this could be a lot of damage still coming through from Michael.
I love how cleanly that turn worked out from just the random clashes for Vigor. But I guess if it didn't work out for him, he would have probably arsenaled that flex speed and just played out the cast bones. But wow, that's so nice to be able to attack for 6 and then play your setup card.
Yeah. I mean, just KO has just gotten such a big boost from the latest set. All this go again ability, all this extra value that you generate when you clash. And just, he's the king of winning clashes with that +1. So, very scary hero.
Michael shipping out a sword attack. He's used that vigor for an Ironsong versus activation, just making sure he cleanly converts every spare resource into more value, into damage for next turn or whatever he needs. And yeah, looking to possibly go again here and stack on some more damage. But it's got to be a. Oh, here we go. So no blocks, and then Blade Flurry giving +2 to this dagger, +2 to the next one. Go again from Shift the Tides of Battle.
And wow, Liam had no fear, did not commit that hit piece, not just yet, saying he is not too scared of this turn right now.
And those might tokens are looming. This turn might not be big enough for Liam to care. I mean, like the life totals aren't too far apart.
Yeah.
Still 5 coming in here. That's a lot though.
Yeah, and Liam's still not blocking with that chess piece, so his hand may not necessarily be the hand he wants to convert all those cards with just yet. So he will commit 2 cards to the block. Oh, and he will commit the sash.
Looking like he's just going to ship out 2 cards here and go for a value play, getting that vigor off of the impact.
2 cards, 6 mites, agi, and a vigor.
Here we go. Big hit.
Yeah, big swing. Lots of tokens popping.
Oh, we got a Bear Fangs, which hits as well, which is going to pump that Bear Fangs up to 8, but plus the 6 mites, which is going to go to 14. Go again. 2 resources floating. Huge attack for 14 with a claw coming in. This is exactly the big numbers you need. And you've still got that equipment to block with as well.
Yeah, and if he strips all these cards here, he will get an opportunity to really swing this tempo back.
And as Kasai, you're looking to just savor this life lead that you've built up a bit of a life lead. You want to try and cushion that lead and just play value hands now. See, so you can absorb some of the punch there. You still got a card, you still got an agility, you still got some gold, you've got things to do. You're just trying to grind them down now because that was a big turn. The windows to be able to set up and play big turns, they're kind of narrowly starting
to close on it.
Closing, yeah.
Yes,
That's the simple word I was looking for in my brain.
Yeah. So Liam just blocking with 1 card takes the 2. Happy to convert his 3 cards. Michael only on 15 life. He still does have quite a bit of armor left, but Liam, let's see what he can present. CNC for 7. I mean, what a great
CNC for 7. You love to see it. Crown of Providence is a great way to get around this, but damage is still damage, so Michael might be looking to block this efficiently. It's still looking pretty dicey for him. I mean, he's getting close to the single digits, and that equipment suite is still staring him down the face with just like block the whole turn and intimidate, and then leaving Liam with an open lane to attack with. So, Michael has to really be careful with every decision here.
Yeah, what's important is Liam is able to keep a card in hand, most likely going to the arsenal to set up that huge potentially 5-card play with the sash, which is still available to him. So he's going to be very happy that he's stripping cards here and then setting that card up in arsenal, and then this turn he just needs to survive and hope that he at least draws some gas here so that he can have a huge crackback.
So Michael looking to do a value block for 6, but notably using the Crown of Providence to sink the card from his arsenal onto the bottom of his deck and draw a new one before it gets destroyed by Command and Conquer. Happy to play back the rest of his hand using Kasai, so we have gold on hit. He's got quite a few cards to work with here. I mean, if he can push enough damage, he could
put Liam back, but that equipment again, it's staring him in the face. Spoils of War, going to give this sword +2, so we're coming in for 4 go again and lots of coins on hit.
Yeah, creating a bunch of coppers on a hit, so Liam needs to be scared about potentially, all those coppers being utilized.
And here we have the usage of Scowling Fleshbag, intimidating a card. This is the moment we were waiting for, where this card comes down and intimidates a key turn, and also winning a little clash for vigor there as well.
Yeah,
this is the moment
nip at the heels, I believe,
where KO can potentially swing in and just absolutely cook Michael.
Yeah, he is finally committing that sash, so it looks like he is finally ready to pop off and have his huge turn here. 1 vigor, 3 cards in the grip, 1 card he set up in arsenal. Let's see if this is the turn he can use to push himself far into the lead and secure this game.
He's
oh my
roll
god, into a scabs roll.
He rolls
oh
a
my
6,
god.
3 action points. What a madman!
Oh my god.
I can't believe that happened.
He finds the swing turn and he goes, I need more action points right now, and
He
just
uses
rolls
sash,
no fear.
He just
my
threw
God.
all of his equipment. He threw everything in on a scabs roll. That's
Oh my
crazy
God.
work.
I can't live like this. Here is 2 action
just
points
knew.
behind this.
He's just that guy.
He
He just knew it would happen. Yeah.
I mean, this is what
this
it
is a
really
nice
takes to
little
win a
clean
Pro
block.
Quest.
With 2-0 for 4 reacts, but still some. We got another big one coming in. Here we go.
Here's a reckless rampage. 7, another action point left. Every card that Michael blocks with will result in a clash, threatening to ping 1 on top. Michael, unhappy to see such an annoying attack. He just
He's
says
gonna
no
take it.
blocks. I don't want to clash here. Into
And then Bear Fangs. Oh, that's going to
my
hit as well.
God.
That's coming in for 8.
Oh my god, what a turn.
Just a classic
That 6 was
23 damage turn off of the back of exactly a 6 of scabs.
I mean,
What?
oh my god.
What on
Yep,
earth?
gets the whole hand as well.
And now it's all looking
Michael-
like KO with a might token on board, full grip.
Yeah. Another question is, can Liam convert this full 4-card grip that he's been given? And this
Buck
time he
Wild
just has
says
natural
yes.
go again.
It's looking bad for
I'm 7
Michael.
go
You're in
again.
full blocking range now.
Yeah. Oh my god. Liam just
That's the-
exploding out of the scene with that scab roll.
Activates the arms into into a claw swing for 4. This is going to pull some equipment, the last points of equipment block from Michael, who's going to desperately try to push back just a little bit more damage. Maybe hoping that Liam will draw some non-blocks or finally brick. He's going to draw from gold, making the weapons free.
Yeah, he needs to find something huge here, potentially a blood on her hands to utilize the 3 copper, just something that might pull cards out of Liam's hand. But at 11 life, still equipment blocks left, and a head and run as the go again enabler, he's not going to be happy with that.
Yeah, 2-2, get your counter up Dynamo. I don't think it's going to be enough. Yep, here we go. Liam's happy to ship the equipment block there because he knows this game isn't going to go much longer. He's going to cash in the value, and he's going to send back another massive hand. It's looking grim for Michael. Tear Limb, will he hit? Will he miss? I mean, let's be honest. Like, he'll the way this game's going.
Yeah. All right, let's see it.
Yeah, he hits it.
Ooh,
We're
reckless
gonna
stampede.
double. We're gonna double our next thing. But that was a big attack as well. So, like, you know,
Yeah.
he's gonna have another
That was
big
a-
follow-up.
Michael's going to be happy that he at least hit that reckless rampage, something that would have like closed this game out for sure.
Or
just
go
gonna be a
again because we've
claw.
discarded a 6 power. Draws a block. And they swing big
swing big.
for 16. Look at Michael, he's just like, what the hell? He's like, okay, cool.
Rereads that card. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, that is so much
think
damage.
He's dead, yep.
Everything
that's
goes
it.
down. Yep. And he gets the fist bump. Oh my god.
What the hell?
I cannot with these Hamilton Brute players, man. How are they
He threw all
the nerve
he was
to
he
go
was
no
already-
blocks, keep a full grip, roll scabs.
He was already
The audacity.
like he was already in a pretty strong position, and then he was just like,
Yeah.
"Nah, I'm gonna roll scab. I'm gonna go all in. I'm gonna go all in on the." Gonna go all in on the scab skin leathers roll, which is crazy because 2 action points doesn't even convert that whole hand. He's played that specifically off the 6, which he probably wouldn't have used the sash if he'd roll in like a 4 or a 5, but that's just crazy work.
Yeah.
What just happened?
I mean, that.
Hello again.
Hello. How's it going?
What? What just happened? I just
That's
okay. No,
that's
I
a lot
just
of damage.
I have.
That's the best
Liam,
skins I've
you
ever
are
seen.
you are crazy. You are actually crazy. You were already in a winning position, and you threw all of your equipment out for this Hail Mary turn, and the first thing you do on this turn is to roll scab skin leathers, and we were like, "There's no way."
It wasn't. I had no going in the hand and no way to use it, and I had 3 8s, various whatever.
I respect that.
So if I roll 4+ action points, then I don't have to break sash. Off the vigor, so I can send 16 anyway. But hitting the 6 is obviously super high rolling, is 25 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
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 And I think
You
I was a
had
little
some
bit, I was,
safe outs
I
as
was a
long as
little
it
bit
wasn't
behind. I just had to hit not a 1. Yeah.
You're feeling a little bit comfortable. If you roll a 1, maybe you can still get back into the game because Kasai doesn't always throw out a lot of damage.
Yeah.
So I guess in your head you're thinking potentially, okay, if I roll a 1, it's not the end of the world, and if I roll anything else,
Yeah.
it's
And my,
like backbreaking.
yeah, my second cycle is pretty good. Like I have a cast bones still. I have a bunch of wild rides, so maybe I can claw back into it. But I think it's really hard if if I pass a turn. Obviously,
I have
you
to
don't want to pass a
commend
turn.
you on that extremely clean flex speed into cast bones turn, because often you have to take a turn off to play this cast bones and you have to eat the full thing, but being able to attack for 6 off of the vigor tokens, the might giving it go again, you already have an agility giving it go again, and we're like, oh, this is cool, like he can play this flex speed off the vigors, and then it's just like, well, there's no other cards in hand, like there's nothing coming else after it, and then it's just like cast bones hit the full 6. It was like, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually not playing Blood Rush today. I just built like the most consistent mid-range deck, because sometimes you play Blood Rush, like a lot of the ones that Proto are seeing where they play Blood Rush and it's 1 for 4 that replaces itself and you're kind of at the mercy of your deck for what you draw. So I'm like, what if I just try it without that, and it's more consistent but less, you don't have those big spike turns. So it probably helps in a matchup like Kasai and then hurts in a matchup like Syndra.
Yeah, I completely respect that decision. Every time I see a root list without Blood Rush Bellows, I'm like, hell yeah. Let's grind some safer value. Just you've got big numbers anyway. You don't need to spike as much, but definitely in certain metas you might need to. But I'm really fascinated by the choice to be like, yep, my deck is strong enough. I just want to be more consistent rather than spike.
Yeah, especially with like the Vigor generation, you get the amount of turns you can just send like 2 8s, like get 16 off 3 cards and beat that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael, unfortunately, you are now. You're now unfortunately out of top 8. But how are you feeling? It has been a very impressive performance. This is the 3rd game we've seen you on stream.
It has
Very
been
good so far.
It has been a lot of ups and downs. That is the second game that I've won off rolling a 6 from scabs. So, but lost. Yeah. The second game that's been decided by rolling a 6 off scabs, because that first game also, I don't think I did anything wrong. I think whenever they're rolling scabs, they're accepting the risk that they could absolutely completely dominate the game from that position, or they could completely just not do too much. I think there was a good while that my totals were feeling pretty in my favor, which is kind of what I'm trying to do, just generally work it down until a point that they're like, oh, all I can do is attack for 6 because I have to block the 2 cards to keep my life alive, and I'm like, I can handle that. That's what I'm trying to enforce. So I think today I showed pretty much what I was looking to do with the deck, so I feel pretty happy with it.
You should have taken out more Syndras for me.
Yeah, I was really hoping to go into more Syndras. There's 2 Syndras in the top 8, so we're hoping to go for them, but that's not how the splits work.
For what it's worth, I think that you picked your moments really well in that game. Obviously there was that massive turn that pushed it right to the end game, but I think
leading up to then, I thought you picked your turns to block and attack really well. There were a few turns where it was sort of like, you could block here, and then you sort of came in with some really efficient turns that used your pitch. I saw you using the vigors into the verses really well. Everything was flowing. You got like, you took that initial hit to be able to get your engine online, so you wanted to force through your initial pile of copper and gold just so that you can have those options later on to be able to go, okay, pitch to draw a card, get my free thing, just do like a 1 card, two saber swing, get my Valiant Dynamo up. Yeah, so like I think if that game had come down to a bit more grind, if there was if that hadn't have been, I think, 23 damage, if it would have been less, there's probably a chance that it came down to a lot more trading in the late game. So I just wanted to commend you. I thought that you picked your moments really well.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to work towards really with the whole thing.
A really exciting game in general, and good play from both of them. Like, Liam, I was like looking at that equipment the whole game, like it's still there. It's still there.
The nice thing about playing with Kasai is you're not really pressured to use it ever, really. There's Spoils of War turns are probably the main one, and then you don't get totally blown out by a lot of their hands. Yeah, it's kind of nice. It's kind of other than like First Syndra, where you have to think about it every chain link with the mask. Yeah.
So now that you are Liam, now that you've made it into the top 4, what is your dream matchup to sort of take it? Are you comfortable with what's around you? Prism, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's still close.
Prism did beat a KO on stream before.
Yeah, Angus is very good at that. He's very good.
We did see Prism perform war crimes into KO earlier today. So. I guess you're just hoping they don't do that.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about how the other matchups go. Syndra's hard. You have to go second and hope they don't hit any of the really spiky turns. You hit like a Cast Bones or Don't Brick a like one hand where it's like all reds or some no blocks. You can't stop the mask. That's how you lose that matchup. And then the other one is Levia, I think. Levia, Dorinthia.
Levia, Dorinthia, Florian.
Florian's yeah, there's some good matchups there. I think they're all good games though, which is nice.
Yeah. If I don't hit it, then I just... Yeah, alright. Well, thank you for that game. That was an absolute delight to watch. Just that efficient value trading into those crazy spike turns. I mean, I'm very excited to see how you go in your next round, Liam. Congrats on this win. Best of luck for the finals. And great performance, Michael. Unfortunately, the journey ends here, but we have witnessed some very good play out of you on this stream, so hope you're very happy with that.
I was excited for the lore-accurate battle up until the moment that Kasai lost.
Awesome. All right, thanks for coming, you guys.
Thank you.
Great game, guys.
All right, cheers. See ya.
Christ almighty. What a roll.
That was very good. And I think it is very important to know that, like, even on those scab rolls turns, like, he is very prepared for sort of that outcome, and it is very calculated. Yes. Like, it is so crazy to see, like, a roll with a full grip, but, you know, sometimes TCGs are about playing those odds, and when you play those odds correctly, you are rewarded, and you get these sort of very devastating wins. So it was impressive to see when he decides to keep those cards, when he decides to throw the equipment, when he rolls scabs, like, a very, very like skill-intensive, surprisingly skill-intensive calculation, and he just made the right calls, and he takes the win.
Yeah, definitely some calculation to do with scabs, because like I think it's always better if you have a plan for the different roll results. Obviously, you can still roll a 1 sometimes, but you know, I guess if you roll a 1, that's just skill issue.
Yeah, I'm personally too scared to roll those scabs, but man, sometimes it's what it takes. So
didn't James White say the optimal average number of times you should roll scabs and leathers in a game is 0?
That is indeed a statement that was made.
Do they still say that in the dev room? Like, is that still a mantra, or are they like, nah, just roll it?
It's scab skins is always a very fascinating piece of equipment, especially when it's sort of balancing the dev room. It's sometimes you do a bunch of testing, and then you'll be like, oh, this hero is so crazy, like he's beating everyone. You go, how many times did you roll scabs? It's like, oh, I hit 6 twice and like 4 3 times, but like I think the hero is crazy, and you're like, is it, or is scabs crazy? So it's definitely a very interesting piece of equipment that has sort of been in Flesh and Blood, and as sort of these brute heroes become more and more powerful, it is very interesting to see when these heroes decide to make these scab rolls, when they don't, and when they decide to just risk it all and just go for that win. So yeah, the optimal number of times to roll scabs, if you roll a 6, I mean, just go for it, just win.
Just be that guy.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the first game of our top 8. So we'll be back once top 4 is ready to pair. So don't go anywhere. Hopefully we'll be back very soon.
welcome back to top 8 of Card Merchant Dunedin's ProQuest Yokohama, where we are running back Liam on KO for our top 4 match, this time against Angus, who last time we saw on stream absolutely murdered a KO, despite the matchup not being favourable for the Light Illusionist at all. Uyong, do you think that it's likely we could see a run back of the absolute war crimes that occurred in our last game, or do you think that was like magical Christmas land?
I'm a Angus believer. Like, I mean, the way he played, like regardless of what he drew, was very skillful. I was very impressed. And I don't know, like Liam said he won this matchup, and I always thought it was super KO favored. But after seeing Angus's performance, I don't know what to believe. So I think this is a 50-50 matchup now, and I'm excited to see what happens because I kind of want to see Angus do it again. I mean, that was a crazy game. Why not just have another one of those, you know?
The way both these players have played, it's like they really know where they're going and how they're supposed to get there. It's not like a sort of vibes based kind of figure it out as it goes. They both seem to really be like, I need to do this at this specific point, and to do that, I need to do this.
Yeah,
which is good. If you know your game plan, you stick to it. Like that's good.
Yeah, and that's exactly the hallmarks of just a great player. So it's really fun watching two players that understand the matchup, understand the cards they're playing and their win conditions, and sort of executing on that and just adjusting to the game states as they present themselves, but having that overall game plan that is correct and the direction you need to be heading in to win that game overall. So Angus, sitting down again, will know that this is an unfavorable matchup. He will be looking for those spikes. He will be looking for those high rolls, and he will be looking for those opportunities to really blow Liam out of the water. And it's going to be interesting to see how much Liam sort of plays around this blowout potential. There are many instances where you might throw down a popper, but you might also chuck in a piece of equipment to play around that reprimand, or where you just say this popper is going to be enough, and I'm just going to play it sort of normally and just not assume you have those cards. Or even when you go, you might just have the high roll, so I'm not even going to block at all. By playing around that high roll, Liam can still sort of skirt around it and play the most optimally into it. So it's going to be very fascinating to see how Liam sort of adjusts in this game, figures out what kind of prison he is going to verse, and sort of deciding what he's going to put Angus on and deciding what he's going to play around to get the edge he needs, because he is sitting down for a favorable matchup. So he just needs to play around the worst case scenarios to sort of lock down this win.
Yeah, what an exciting top 8. 7 different heroes. What do you think about that?
Yeah, very, very exciting. I mean, in sort of these sort of smaller towns, their local meta is much more diverse, but it is very exciting to see all 7 unique heroes make it to the top 8, despite there being 4 Sindras and 4 KOs. Oh, and we're getting straight into the match. Liam, very quick to block, but just rethinking it.
Yep, so easily popped. Liam throwing down cast bones as well, just in case. Making sure that there's no fancy tricks, that if his popper gets reduced, the hero doesn't get through. Yep.
Yeah.
Not really much happening on turn 0 because of that sort of state of being able to poppers, but now KO gets to crack back.
But very fascinating decision by Angus. But very fascinating decision by Angus to just throw out all his cards and hope that Liam potentially had a no block, that he could push this damage through. He now has no arsenal because he's punished for that decision. But it was a very specific gamble that he took to try get ahead in this matchup.
There's also the potential that maybe he's just like, it's better to try and send out a Herald, then put something in Arsenal, and then face one of the many Arsenal disruption cards that KO has. I mean, there's CNC, there's Command and Conquer, there's Send Packing, and then there's Smashing Ground. So there's like 9 cards that can disrupt your Arsenal. Sometimes it's better just to throw it in. Oh, so he's going to take some damage, and he's going to send out his Erudition. Now, Liam has to think, because this does have Dominate. You can throw equipment in front of it and a popper if you want. You can try and play around Celestial Reprimand, but
I love this mind game. Like, this is almost repping a Celestial Reprimand. So he is asking him for, not just a popper, but also
he's
a piece
of
equipment.
Respect it.
Yeah, he is going to respect it. So he's just saying, nah, I don't have it.
This one, less frightening.
I am kind of loving how Angus is playing. He's playing far more fast and loose because he knows he needs to sort of hit these high rolls. And even though he didn't draw the high roll, he is repping that high roll with the way he's sort of recklessly throwing out these attacks. It is very fun to see. And Liam is just having to play around what he might have.
So Liam's electing to take the Herald here and let Angus get out his erudition. That's one piece ready to go. Interesting that, you know, by respecting the erudition, you do give up that equipment block for follow-ups. Liam did have the ability to stop that Herald if he wanted, but I guess he's ready to crack back with his own cards. But this, like, honestly, getting that erudition, that's really good getting that early, because it just gives you the ability to be like, okay, on this turn is when I'm going to flip and I'm going to draw cards. Let's see what turn Liam has got in his hand that warranted letting that angel through. And again, pulping, that could be the reason why, you know, there are cards that don't block, but there's another card that doesn't block. So, you know, maybe that's why. Sometimes you just let it through because you can't really afford to block it with that one blue card in your hand that you need to pitch. Instead, he's just going to come in. And there's
what a devastating turn.
3 into 6 into Command and Conquer, putting Angus all the way down to 8, losing his arsenal.
No hesitation. Just takes it all. He just goes, yep, I've got the gas, and I'm just going to go. Now Liam's just going to be very spooked by this hand. This is probably the hand Angus thinks he can pivot off, and Liam now has to play around what makes a person take CNC without even thinking twice.
Often in Prism, the life is not the issue. It's getting those things out that will ruin your opponent's day.
Yeah.
We've seen Prism make incredibly crazy comebacks.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very fast top 4 match here. He's just thinking on this Halo trigger, thinking about if he wants to put a card into his soul.
This would be a crazy turn to use Scowling Fleshbag. Be so rude.
Yeah. Angus definitely wants that second soul to be able to flip your addition and activate her ability to attack and draw 2 cards, which is going to be the key thing. But yes, just like you pointed out, Angus really needs to calculate when that Scowling comes out, how to best play around it, and calculate his turn around that very awkward and powerful piece of equipment that may ruin his day.
He needs to think about what he can draw into for his follow-up heralds and stuff like that, because it looks like he's got Celestial Reprimand in his hand, so he's probably thinking about getting through another herald to get another angel. He's probably thinking about whether he leads with a herald, try to get it off the Celestial Reprimand to get the Figment that can decrease the power of attack actions just to further insulate his turn, or whether he just goes straight in with the angel and try to draw some cards and then figure it out from there.
Yeah.
He's going to pitch the Reprimand, so he's not going to try and ship that Herald this time. He's going to go straight in with the Helm piece, get a Herald into Soul, search for a Figment. This is going to give him enough Soul to fuel the draw 2 of the Angel as well. Angus very comfortably letting go of that key anti-popper tool.
Yeah, and just pitching a card like that also gets into Liam's head. Like, what makes a person pitch that card? Does he have a second one? And it's just gonna make this next block quite tricky. So Triumph coming out.
This is also Dunedin, so it could just be that Angus is just like, yeah, whatever. just throw some cards down. No, he's in top A. He knows what he's doing. All right, so we're going to see this Soraya get flipped, and the angel is going to be coming in.
Oh,
and
pitching
be
that
banishing
passing
a card,
barrage.
drawing 2. Let's see what he gets into.
Right.
What can he follow
Hopefully
up with?
he rips some gas.
Notably, he
Right.
searched the Figment of Triumph, which is going to give -1 to Liam's attack actions, which is going to make it more difficult to pop, especially with Herald of Triumph, which also gives -1. So any card that could potentially pop a card is now getting -2. So it has to be a 8 power in order to stop the Phantasm.
Yeah. Yeah. And he's going to hope that there's no swing big, no show of strength here, so that this demands more cards as the block. And Liam just says, yep, no
take it.
blocks.
He knows he's just got to try and kill Prism. Otherwise, but again, getting all of these Figments out, these are on-demand wards as well, which can make up that difference in life gap.
Yeah, I respect that no block a lot. Liam's just saying, you might, if I attempt to block you and you hit me, you might just blow me out. There are more threatening heralds potentially coming. I'm just going to say no blocks. It's just damage, and I'm going to push through much more.
Yeah, got to clear that angel somehow. or even just clear the hero.
And
Now,
importantly, Liam does have that might token, so he can one card clear that Soraya with his weapon if he needs to on the next turn.
Angelic Attendant, the
Ooh.
new card from Super Slam, allowing a free awaken of a angel and getting another card into Soul into another Herald. All of these angels, the Herald of Protection combined with the Angel of Protection, threatening to build up a stack of spectral shields to protect Angus's life total.
Yeah, this is a monster turn from Prism. Like, of course he takes the CNC. Like, he has represented so much card draw, so much power, so much defense value that he's also added to his board. So despite being on 8 life, he is feeling very pretty with this absolutely devastating turn that he's presented. It's going to be interesting to see how Liam navigates this, because he's just going to say no blocks, another soul, another spectral shield, 10 ward on that board. Let's see
And
what
getting a
Liam can
Figment here
do.
as well.
Yeah.
Now, I have to also say, pitching that Celestial Reprimand ended up being quite good on this turn because he no blocks, like
Yeah.
that was quite good to be able to. He's feeling pretty happy that he pitched that card. Buck Wild coming in with Go Again for quite a decent amount of damage, and assume this is coming straight at Prism's face to try and probe what's in his hand, knowing that you can probably clear the angel. Yep, with another attack. So
Yeah.
gonna
And
strip
he
some
just guarantees
cards,
that clear
clear
on
the
Soraya.
angel.
Yeah. Just clean up Judy, pass back. Let's see if Angus can push an even bigger turn to try close this game out, because if he doesn't present enough here, Liam's just going to shut the door on him.
Still has
Angus
this
has had
Figment of Triumph that he can awaken. He's got Dreamweavers available, so and he's got a Reprimand in hand. He has multiple ways to get around poppers this turn and potentially keep
Yeah.
his momentum flowing.
It's going to be a very important turn. Let's see how he navigates this. Liam trying to wrestle back control. He still does have that Scowling Flesh Bag as a block to try slow this down. But four cards from a Prism player, always frightening.
Herald of Ravages, Go Again. Gets popped
Ooh,
by an 8
swing.
power as well, but maybe this potentially can be reduced to 6 with Celestial Reprimand and an Awaken of the Angel. No, because the Angel would have to attack, wouldn't it? He's just going to regain the action point. Going to flip the Angel.
Yeah. That 8 power block, very key there.
Yeah.
And it's just going to
Just
be an
big
angel coming
enough.
with 4.
Able to,
Yeah.
but also able to reduce the power of Liam's attack actions as well.
Yeah, very well played by Liam there to play around that Celestial Reprimand. All right,
Wow.
Liam, 3 cards. Can you do it? Oh, that's a bunch of reds though, but it is still going to be a huge attack coming in here.
Still an attack for 8, which is enough to strip some cards, but Liam's life total's depleted quite a bit. This is the Prism thing, like they can make comebacks from almost 30 life behind if things get out of control. So it looks like Angus is going to let it go. He's going to lose the Angel, he's going to take a little bit of damage there, and he's going to send back 4 cards. And always considering those gloves, he's going to use the gloves, which is going to remove the ability for Liam's ability to pop these cards with Phantasm. Or not. Maybe he won't.
Yeah, he's just thinking this turn through. He needs to make something happen here right now. He's on 4 life. This has to be the turn where he pushes enough to strip some cards, do something, because Liam is still sitting pretty on all that equipment.
Oh, is that nasty Lost in Thought, being able to take a cheeky peek at the hand, remove potential poppers, and what we've got there is a non-block and a 7 power and a 5 power that is technically treated as a 6 when discarded, but not when popping. So it looks like he's going to get rid of the blue to make that hand extremely awkward, knowing that one of them can't pop. And he knows that Liam can play this cast. He can pop a card with the Buckwild. He can play this Cast Bones. He can put the Bare Fangs in Arsenal. But that could be just the window he needs to play the massive grip. So this is going to make Liam's hand extremely awkward.
Yeah. I really respect that decision to not throw the Dreamweavers into it, but just see the hand and just work around it. So very heads up play there.
So here's the Herald of Ravages, no go again as of present. Can get popped, but if you pop it, you actually also give Angus the ability to regain his action point. So Liam is going to pop that. Angus happy to just chuck a card in Arsenal, knowing that Liam's hand is pretty awkward. We've got a Might token coming in. We're just going to play this Cast Bones.
Yeah.
We're going to hit. We're going to full hit, baby. There you go.
Yeah.
6 Might tokens, 1 agility. We're going to be arsenaling a Bare Fangs. Well, also drawing a card from Ponder, but, you know, there's lots of stuff there. However, Angus has a 5-card grip now with Dreamweavers. So, I mean, he's got to make the magic happen on this turn, but he might be able to.
He better strip some cards.
Though.
Yep. The scowling is still there. Like Liam holding onto this piece of equipment for the right moment. I mean, Angus must do something right now. He must strip cards out of Liam's hand, or else it will be over.
How do you make this happen?
I don't know, man. It's gonna be tricky. Like Celestial Reprimand punching through like a bad block, but even then, like I don't think Liam's will be making that kind of mistake here. Oh, there is the Herald of Erudition.
I know, but that can't get through the equipment.
Yeah. But
so he's going to play this Herald Edition without Phantasm, so it does have Dominate and draw 2 on hit, but there's equipment that can cover that. So we're going to see the equipment come out, fully cover that Herald of Erudition, intimidating a card from Angus's hand, and denying that draw. That's extremely rough, because you know that there's this massive amount of damage coming in. We've got another Herald coming in after. Herald of Triumph. This one's a little bit more difficult to pop, but KO's been playing a lot of big number cards, so not impossible.
Mm-hmm. And this will get a card, it seems.
Wow. Not enough.
Yeah. And it's a Reckless Stampede block as well, which is a terrifying card for Angus to see, but that's the card that's used to block. I mean, Liam must have gas.
You just can't get through that. You just can't get through it. It's just like too much to stifle that turn and then be able to play out this massive turn with, Command and Conquer for 12 with Go Again. Even if you were trying to arsenal that card, it's not looking good with all the amount of non-blocks in this deck. I think he could just die here if he doesn't have enough block.
Yep. Step aside, Conqueror of the High Seas. Here's 12, destroy Arsenal, go again.
He's going to throw down 9, take 3 down to 1, and then die to Bare Fangs, and that's all she wrote, folks. Angus being sent to the Shadow Realm.
Wow. I mean, Angus put up a fight. He went for it. He made the aggressive plays. He played the mind games. But Liam just playing solid, playing around some of those potential high rolls, and giving himself a very clear path to victory. I mean, he navigated that very well, and I'm so impressed to have seen that.
Yeah, it was always looking like it was going to be rough for Angus, but he did almost have like this turn where it looked quite hopeful.
The Brutes do just have it.
Yeah, there was
going to be turned down or
some.
Do we need to turn them up?
Oh, Greg, is there volume through here?
Oh, yeah. The first 2 nozzles just turn them up.
Hello. Can you guys hear us?
Here we go.
Yeah,
now we can hear you.
Hello. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, we can
hear you now.
Can you hear us?
What? Yes, we can.
Okay, good.
I mean, what a game. Liam, I want to first say, what an impressive performance, honestly. Like, playing around potential cards.
As long as you ignore this turn 1, that was pretty bad.
Oh, man. That would have been so funny if I had to punish.
Seeing that Celestial Reprimand get pitched, it was like, and then seeing Liam not block, it was like, oh, that's so heads up. But I just like love it when stuff works out. It's, as you say, Angus, like it's not a good matchup for you, and it's often like almost a doomed game. But there was a moment where it looked like you maybe had a window to pull it back.
Close.
But like even Erudition without Phantasm, the equipment's there and it just stifles it. And then so there was just like that sort of impossible situation of not like you've got the tempo, but it's just not enough to get through that remainder of KO's stuff. But you did definitely play really well.
Thanks, guys.
So you get that Erudition out. The timing was really good. I thought you made a really good call by pitching that Reprimand instead of holding on to it.
yeah, what was that game like for you guys?
It's good fun. Liam knows all my tricks is the problem.
I play so much Prism.
He played a lot
Yeah.
of Prism. We play a lot of games into each other. We
Yeah.
share a lot of tech, so he knows all my tricks at this point, which definitely gives him a bit of an edge because a lot of them are some serious gotchas. If I had to punish for the
saw
4 block, it would be so funny.
Yeah, we saw him block with the scab skin leathers on that Herald as well as a popper just to be extra safe, and it was like, oh, he knows.
I miscounted I forgot it was a 2 block. So if he had the reprimand, it wouldn't have done anything.
I would have still done one
miscounted
damage.
my block.
He miscounted it. If I had to punish him,
I was looking at the 6 power popper in my hand as well. Think about that one too.
Yeah,
I hate
well,
Oh my god, yes, I missed it.
there was that one turn where you had -1 from 2 different sources.
Yeah.
And then there was swing big was the popper, and it was like
Yeah. Can't do anything about it.
Having so many 8s to pop with makes it so much more comfy than it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's been an uphill
I'm
battle
speculating.
for sure for today. A lot of brutes and
Yeah. I actually want to ask you on that because it was so fascinating watching you sit down, Angus, for this matchup and knowing that you're sort of disadvantaged, and it looked like you were taking a lot of gambles and a lot of what was it, bluffs to try get ahead. And it was very impressive to see. Like I was looking at some of your plays and I'm like, oh, he is repping a Celestial Reprimand even though he doesn't have it. Or like you are trying to fake like you have the gas in your hand even though you don't necessarily do. So can you just walk us through that sort of mindset and what you were doing?
Yeah, I guess I just find Prism is like 50% mind games half the time because you have so many different avenues that you can punish, and it's like they have to figure out which one you have because I've already decided my line dependent on whatever happens.
Do you block the reprimand? Do you block
Yeah. So
do you
a
block
lot
for
of
another Herald afterwards? Yeah.
Like, what am I sending? Am I just paying piercing? It was like passing or So I just find it's a lot of. That's why I really like it.
It's sort of the gameplay I enjoy. Like best Durant through as well, where they're holding hidden information. You have to guess what there is. Assassins Prism just does it in a bit of a different way and punishes it. Yeah. Very punishing because you take.
Because you want to try and get your special value of blocking with a set like 1 card on my overcosted things, and I'm saying, well, actually, that's not allowed. You have to think about it. But he's got the armor suite, so the armor there I couldn't beat, sadly. So he still had like 7 block before I could do anything.
Yeah.
So very, very hard.
Like Liam's ability to just hold on to that scowling flesh bag. I was watching that game and I'm like, I would have thrown it way earlier. I'm just like, I'm so scared. Like, how is he so fearless?
He knows
holding on to that for so long.
It's so insane.
Yeah. It's way better late game.
It's a crazy amount of value.
Also, a lot of Prism's tricks are just instant speed, so it doesn't even matter. So he wants to save it for when.
a lot of the time you can respond.
Yeah, I'll just respond because he has to declare all his blocks at the same time, and so if he's trying to rip a reprimand from him, like, well, I can still play it, and then I guarantee my banish from the intimidate and but no.
What it does do is it just denies you that erudition. Like you just can't get through it.
Yeah. If only I had the pump in my arsenal.
Yeah. Soraya did 8 damage that game. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good because you were forced to attack into it.
Yeah. I was sitting there looking. It was the 8 that you can minus by your 2 heroes.
Yeah, which means that I just
you're having
block
4
my 2
cards.
cards.
Like if I attack with this, you block 2 cards, keep your addition. And
I got a few
kind of
situations
lose
like that where I got to do some cool things. Yeah. But yeah, your big turn that was like 3 wide was just too much.
15
really.
damage, making my 8 your arsenal.
Rough.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Great. Good games.
Great to see Angelica intended also coming down and
card's
getting
so
a little
good.
bit of a
So
slide
good.
of
I
time.
love that card.
Yeah.
Love that card. It really can change how you can play because
It protected the Soraya very well. Like, if he doesn't have that on the same turn, I'm not worried about another hero turning and just taking double damage.
Yeah.
And then I can force damage and get Soraya. But I had to send 8 to the Soraya instead because he had 6 wards sitting there. What, 10 ward?
Love Ward. It's so cool. But yeah, big numbers.
Yeah, I was looking.
Big KO numbers. Hard to deal with.
I did think I would play this first.
Yeah, CNC for 12 with Go again. I mean, that's big news as well. What was it, Liam?
Yeah.
How are you feeling? You've now made it to the finals. So, what do you want to see in this final matchup? How are you?
I'm ready to lose to Elytra on Cinder again because I always lose to Elytra in the finals.
It also doesn't matter.
I played like 3 Pro Quest finals versus Elytra and he beats me on whatever the good Draconic Ninja at the time is.
Also, it doesn't matter because it's a Syndra mirror across from us, so it's our Syndra is what he's playing.
Yeah, you
So
can
he gets
We're gonna flush this negative energy right now, and you're gonna tell me what you want to see in your hand. How do you want that game to go for you to actually beat that Syndra? What are you looking for? How do you win that game?
You shouldn't be draw, but you want to play like Buck Wild into cast mode, set up a big turn, and then set up erase faces and CNCs to take them off 4 or 5 card hands into end the game with a reckless swing or a reckless stampede that they can't get damage out of. Yeah.
I also like the idea of just rolling a 6 in scabs in the first turn.
Yeah.
He'll make you start, just roll scabs. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4-2 blocks and you just slam straight into it.
Yeah. Just go 8 wide. Just go 3 8s wide with 7. Just roll it. That honestly probably
start
worth
on 28 or
Yeah, just start him on basically no health.
It's doable. It's doable.
Easy.
All right. Well,
Nice.
great
We'll see
game,
how it
guys.
goes.
That was
Thanks,
a
guys.
pleasure to watch. It's been really impressive to see you play Angus on stream. It's been very fun seeing you in the rough matchups, pushing it through.
I've beat
and best of luck
three
for the
brutes
finals.
today.
Yeah. Holy, really? Oh my god. All right. Cool. Wow, we got one more game left, Cash.
The finals.
Yeah.
Can't mention Dunedin
No, you're good,
versus
you're
Yokohama.
Yeah, it's gonna be
We're gonna have a
exciting.
Syndra versus KO.
Yeah. So was the Syndra locked for finals? I missed that a little bit.
Well, because the other semi-final match is a Syndra mirror match, so it will be a
I
Syndra
see.
finals regardless of
That
who wins.
That
Yeah.
makes sense. So like, it is crazy to see, despite the sort of diverse table, sort of the two big boogeymen of the format right now, Syndra and KO, the most represented heroes at this progress, making it to the finals. So it's going to be interesting to see which one does come out on top. All right.
The
So
old brute versus ninja.
yeah. So we are hopefully moments away from the finals of this progress. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back very soon.
Alright, jumping straight back into it in the Card Merchant Dunedin ProQuest Yokohama Finals. Liam Spronkin on KO Armed and Dangerous versus Elijah Hewlett on Syndra Drakai of Retribution. Brute vs Ninja. Draconic vs Deathmatch. Dunners vs Dunners.
These are some very fast top 8 games, man. These guys are holding nothing back, just going all in with these explosive turns, really dominating their opponent. It is going to be exciting to see another very explosive matchup. It's going to be very fascinating to see who gets ahead. Can Elijah line up that mask of momentum? Can he leak enough damage through, or will Liam see the cards that he was talking about, those cast bones, those buck wilds, to really push the damage he needs to get ahead in this matchup?
KO promises that there are more than just aggro decks in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, aggro decks. I mean, aggro decks are very good, especially early on in the format, when the meta is also kind of settling. People are trying to figure out their tech pieces and kind of what to figure out, what to wait up for. And Syndra, a very sort of good hero to bring into this meta game, especially because KO was sort of touted as one of the biggest winners of Super Slam with all this go again and big attacks and value generation that he got. So Syndra kind of coming in and punishing with these sort of low to the ground attacks to try sneak through and force KO to really dump their hands. So it is going to be very interesting to see. There is definitely a slight edge towards Syndra, I feel, but KO has a lot of new tools that may just swing this matchup.
There's a lot of counters that both these decks have to each other, and I think namely with KO, the Arsenal disruption is really huge, and
Yeah.
the flesh bag, obviously, which has just been taking names all day.
Yeah.
Lots of avenues to keep Syndra on the back foot. But again,
Yeah,
having no blocks, like your life window, the window you have to survive and crack back is far lower when you can die at like 10 life just because you have two non-blocks.
Yeah, like you said, there is a surprising amount of disruption in these KO decks. And even that card, the name suddenly slips my mind, the one where it deals damage and you have to show a card from your hand, equal to or greater than the damage dealt this way.
Strength.
Yeah. Otherwise having to discard.
Stronger survive.
Yeah, stronger survive, yes. So, like, Syndra, not just going to be trading numbers here, there will be disruption coming his way. So, it will be interesting to see how Elijah navigates around that.
Liam also, I think, is really looking to see like that crazy first two play, like just seeing like a cast bones or something like that. Just being able to like go over the top. It's also, it could go either way. It's both of these heroes are looking to just go no blocks.
Yeah, 10-0 cast bones would be pretty good. But let's see who's on the play here.
Now, I imagine Elijah will be wanting to go second.
Yeah. Now, I respect this. The claw being represented on the correct side of KO, and just no opportunities to stack weapons on one side of the hero for KO. So it is a very pleasant sight to see.
Interesting that we've seen a lot of KO decks start to drop Blood Rush Bellow, which is I understand why, but it's kind of crazy to me to think about it. He's rolling scabs.
Yeah.
He gets the 2 action points.
I mean, this is how he said he wanted this game to start, and he gets it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the follow-up here? Oh, ran the Reckless Stampede! This is almost everything he asked for. Yeah,
so
7.
this is going to flash for every card that it defends it?
Yes, that's correct. And this is 7 power, so it's going to get roughly 3 cards, clash 3 times, ping 3 times. I mean, this is a monster start. And Liam still has an action point to follow up on this. If he gives up 3 cards here and eats the ping, he's going to get mauled by the next attack that comes through. But the thing is, if he decides to not block this and prep to block the next attack, if Liam does have something like Cast Bones, he will get ultra punished. So now he needs to calculate, what's the follow-up here? Is it just a claw? Is it another huge attack? Is it Cast Bones? Like, this is not the attack to block, but he might just have to.
Getting that damage through turn 1 is a huge way to get in front of this game.
Yeah, I mean, what an opening by Liam. This is almost exactly what he was asking for. I mean, I'm so scared about this follow-up. So Elijah might have to sort of hedge, only give 2 cards, leak damage from the physical attack, leak damage through the ping, and try hold 2 cards to block the next attack that may or may not come.
It could be extremely rough, though, if the next card that Liam plays is Cast Bones and then Arsenal a card.
Yeah, it will be rough.
Maybe you just throw it down and pray that maybe they reveal like a non-block.
Yeah.
No, that's
cope. Maybe he. Yeah. I mean, there are definitely a few misses in Liam's deck. I mean, man,
it's also rough because you're trying to think about like if you are going to keep cards in hand, what cards are going to be the best to keep.
Yeah. Because especially with the start from Liam, Elijah will need to represent something huge here to sort of claw back this lead. Man, really thinking about it, which is very fair.
We thought it was going to be a super fast race, but this is turn 1 and we got a Syndra thinking about their blocks. But we got a clash. Okay, yep. And that's going to be a lot of damage getting to Elijah.
Yeah, ping for 1, win that first clash. Liam looks like he's electing to keep it on top, keeping that blue, keeping that wind up. So he will clash 3 times. 4 damage in total. Oh my lord, it's a Bear Fangs.
Huge amount of damage. Now, Syndra can do a massive crackback, followed by Mask of Momentum. 10 damage, nothing to scoff at, turn 1. It's exactly what you want as Liam. But now you're looking to keep up that pressure and not hand it over to Syndra just to lose all of that damage. And Elijah has to draw a good hand.
Yeah,
playing against Kano, basically.
Yeah, he needs to do so much here. 10 life in turn 0 through 4 cards. Insanity.
Ignite comes down. The 2 go again, reducing the cost of the next draconic card.
Will allow him to swing that dagger for free next. Liam snap takes it, doesn't even care. 2 damage, just takes it.
Exactly. You've done the 10. You've done the 10 damage. I think you can afford to race now. Elijah's going to need to have some pretty cracked turns to catch up.
Liam just needs to stop the mask here, and then everything else will be a full send, it looks like. And Liam, it's going to be very important to see when he throws that Scowling Flesh Bag, an absolute monster tempo play that block.
Elijah's
Insta
going to
takes the
send
one
him the
dagger.
dagger. Yeah, Liam's going to take it. Keep the thinking moments for moments that matter. Something like this doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. So essentially, because the first 2 is hit, Elijah will be able to threaten mask on 2 attacks this turn. Liam might even say, I don't care about the mask. It will be interesting to see here. Oh yeah,
Elijah's
the
going
blood
to take
splattered vest trigger.
take that resource from blood splattered vest. Possibly swinging in a second dagger. Now, this would be a good one to defend if you want to stop the mask links, but flick knife's still available there. So yeah, Liam doesn't care. Don't care. Didn't ask. No blocks. Bunga bunga.
He may have wanted to throw 2 attacks because he wants to throw both daggers here, possibly. But that is an activation. Yeah, that is an activation of blood splattered vest used here just to get 1 extra damage in. So he is really doing all he can to make sure he gets ahead.
Yeah, I think as Elijah, you have to really glean as much value out of every single card that you can, in order to catch up. So we've got blood splattered vest being activated a second time.
Second time, wow, he really wants to push here.
Into lava
burst.
Okay, so we've still got still 2 cards in hand. So that Dragon Scalar Flight Path probably going to be committed to get go again on the lava burst. This lava burst is going to attack for 5. That's finally going to incentivize a block from Liam. We're going to use Flick Knives for the dagger and Dragon Scalar for go again, keeping the chain link live into an Art of the Dragon Fire for 5. But I don't think this
just
one's
vanilla
draconic.
5.
This one's still, I think, still triggers mask. Gonna hit.
Yeah. Draws a card, 2 cards in hand, but no go again. I mean, this is not the ideal start that he was looking for. Buys back 1 dagger.
Buy back 1 dagger.
And will have to just arsenal and pass. And he's also committed 2 activations of blood splattered vest on that turn just to throw the daggers.
Close the chain and then buy back the daggers?
Possibly, but he was wanting to threaten those mask triggers, or with those wide chain links. But that's coming up rough, and here is 8 go again on the return.
Yeah, he's even the life totals, but he's still very far behind. He's used the boots. He's only got 1 more activation of blood splattered vest.
Yeah, and he only managed to strip 1 card from Liam. I mean, what a start this KO player has had. Everything going his way so far. Getting that 10 damage leak on turn 0. Elijah sort of bricking quite a bit on his return turn 1. So now Liam with another red Buckwild coming in for 8 go again. Elijah in the tank trying to figure this out. Man, can Elijah string together an aggro turn strong enough to sort of overcome this bad start? And just all these go again attacks just really showing why Super Slam has made KO the powerhouse that he is known for at the moment. These Buckwilds are just insane value in KO. Just the ability to get 2/7 go again, like that's so much.
Elijah's going to throw down 2 cards. It blocks for 3, and followed up by Cast Bones. which is
Yeah.
going to set up a monster
Wow.
turn. It's going to hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 off the top. We've got 6 mites and
Oh
an
my
agility.
lord.
And Liam, like the life totals are pretty much even. Liam's still got all of his equipment. And if you're Elijah, you've just double blocked. The life totals are even. You've almost exhausted your equipment. Your opponent has full equipment and 6 damage go again on the next turn. You must be going, ah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that's a
That feels
massive
like
wall to be facing.
Yeah, that feels like quite the sidestep as well, because Syndra doesn't necessarily want to be playing these low card hands that can't thread and mask properly. This is not the ideal situation where he wants to be in, throwing 4 and 3. Like, yeah, and it's just going to get the equipment. When the sash comes out, you know what's coming from a brute player.
Yep, we've got that sash online. We're stopping that second chain link to just make sure there's no any mask shenanigans here. This could be the massive turn that wins Liam the pro quest.
Yeah. Let's see what the follow-up is here. He may still be thinking about flicking that dagger to at least try thread and mask and get another card, but no, it's just
Gonna go for the
snatch coming in for
snatch.
4. And
It looks
here's-
like okay, so it looks like we just
Oh, yeah.
changed the equipment block on the second one. We're going to use it on the third one.
Yeah.
That seems to be fine for both players.
Yeah.
Able to buy back your daggers, but doesn't
That's-
really change much because Liam is ready to go. Sash online. We've got to go again. We've got 6 mites coming in.
And he has 4 cards in hand. I mean,
Activate
here's a
Sash.
monster turn coming.
Okay, so we've got a
Oh
race face
my
coming
God.
in for 12 go again, with the on hit being that Elijah will lose all draconic talent from his cards. So this 12 go again, if it hits, will effectively shut down any turn Elijah could put together. So Elijah's probably going to be forced to just defend out this turn, which his cards
Yeah.
don't do very well. It's going to put him so far behind, and we're not even done. We've had a sash activation. We're going to use the arms to get +1 on the next attack, and we're going to come in with for 9.
Oh my lord, this is so much damage, and Elijah kept 2 cards just to throw down a 0 for 4 and then Arsenal the next card, but oh boy, this is looking rough.
Liam now in full control of this
Liam.
game. Elijah having to throw down just a single out of the Dragon Blood, hopefully Arsenal a card, and then
Yeah,
hope that Liam's next turn isn't crazy good.
yeah, Castbone's really showing the strength here, like giving KO the range to be able to sidestep, set up these huge turns, help push these devastating on hits through. I mean, Syndra is just so under the gun here. Raise Face is such a powerful ability against Syndra, really neutralizing her whole game plan. So here's 4 getting 2 cards.
It is going to draw
Liam
some
feeling
blocks
so
from Liam.
comfortably
So
ahead.
Liam probably doesn't have, access to go again in this hand, and so is able to just ship out a small turn, command and conquer. Great 2-card play to stop Elijah from unleashing his full hand to that potential. I mean, this is Elijah's out. He's trying to hope that Liam doesn't get access to go again and has these sort of smaller turns. But I mean, command and conquer, that's going to put a spanner in the works, and that's going to give Liam more breathing room to throw off another monster turn again.
Yeah, and Elijah taking a quick peek at his equipment, he may be stuck with awkward 2 blocks here. Not necessarily able to give clean 2 cards, maybe. This is, again, continuing to look rough. Liam putting on an absolute masterclass for this matchup.
Momentum and the blood splattered vest to cover that command and conquer. He wants to play this hand.
Yeah, he needs
most
to
of
make
it.
some play here.
Ronin Renegade comes down 0 for 3. We've got a card in Arsenal, 2 in hand.
Yeah.
Now this would be a flesh bag would be pretty backbreaking here. We've got a second attack for 3. Liam still with a full grip. He's going to block. They're going to clash for a vigor. And oh, that's interesting. Okay, no, KO wins that one because +1 on the 5. But very close.
Yep.
we've
And
just
then
got
a snatch
for-
coming out. But there's no go again. This
I
is
know, and there's
this
still a
on
card in
hit
hand,
is
so the
not
drawer,
threatening
the
it.
drawer is not threatening. So he's just going to block. He's going to let that one go through for 1. Elijah, 2 cards stranded in hand.
Yeah. And man, this is not the turn he wanted to be throwing out either. Especially on this back, but he really needed to capitalize on this on-hit draw. is he at least going to pitch a card to buy the daggers back, which is most likely what he's thinking about here.
You're still facing
Man.
down KO with the bigger token, couple of cards left. Yep, he's going to pay 1 with 2 Draconic Chain Links online to buy back his second dagger, and he's going to hope. He's going to pray. He's going to pray that he can live through this turn and play a massive hand.
Yeah.
Liam's going to play swing big.
Just
Interestingly,
a clean.
Yeah, not risking the scab skins here. I think he knows he's cashed in a lot of luck here. It'll be a bit mental to roll it here. He's just going to come in with a swing big. He's going to see a sink below from Elijah.
He knows he's ahead. He just needs to play these clean turns, and he also knows he still has his Scowling Fleshback to neutralize.
He has a second sink
big
below,
turn.
which fully
Whoa.
covers the swing big, giving Elijah a quicken token. I mean, without Snatch, there's not really much you can utilize off the quicken token, but still,
Yeah.
it's got to be pretty
Might
nice to
be
be able to
something.
cover that with 2 cards.
Yeah. Might be something here. 3 cards in the grip.
Liam
And-
needs to lock in because, like, he can't let this slip away from him. Okay, so we've
Yeah.
got Brand into Ravenous Rebel, being Draconic from Brand's effect. Liam happy to take it, knows that he just has to make that one final push. Only 1 card left in Elijah's hand. There's no mask threat. It's an attack for 3, making a fealty token. Liam happy to block the cast bones, knows he doesn't need that anymore. Flick Knives for value.
Yeah.
Buy it back with Syndra. But now it's Liam's game to win. He's got 3 in hand, 1 in arsenal. And here comes that wild ride. Potentially, well, possibly,
For
hopefully,
6.
can go again. Here it is. Go again. 6 go again.
1 floating. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. This is
Elijah takes
starting
it.
to spell doom here.
Claw
And then
with
it's
2
another
floating.
blue, so it's
Go again.
Yep.
There's
Could be
probably a
anything at
2
this
cost.
point.
There's probably a 2 cost in arsenal to
Yeah.
throw up. Elijah takes it.
Oh my god. It's a
reckless
reckless stampede as well.
This thing, if Elijah defends it and they clash, he'll take and he loses those clashes, he'll just die. Like he's
Yep,
damned if you
it's
do,
a-
damned if you don't. This is gonna cook him.
Yep. 2, 3
block.
blocks at
We're
least.
gonna clash.
Oh,
Oh, and he misses! Liam misses,
He
he reveals
misses.
a reckless swing off the clash.
alright. Yep.
Incredible, but he does get to pop that on
Can
the
elect
bottom and
to
do
put
an
it to the
extra damage
bottom,
there.
and he clashed. Yep. He
Goodness
was the
gracious,
second
and
one,
he takes one from,
and 1
from
damage
the
does
reckless
leak.
stampede. Wow. So
Yeah.
Elijah living by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah. It was also very funny because Liam looked at the regular throwing and thought about keeping it on top to try ping 2 damage and win the game, but electing it to push it to the bottom.
And
Oh
here
yeah,
we
and
see that
immediately the
flashback
scowling.
coming. Super clean, stops any other tomfoolery on the turn, forces him to arsenal, and giving him the chance to crack back with a full 4 cards with Elijah at 2 life.
Yeah. The question is, can Liam convert this and close this out? Let's see it.
Or pitching
double pitch
reds.
red.
We've got a wild
7
ride
go
though,
again.
so we might be able to follow up. We're coming in with the 6, 7.
He's going to be
Discarding.
hoping. He's going to be hoping for a blue is in his hand so that he can at least swing the weapon.
Blue would allow him to swing the weapon with the activation of the arms as well. If it's a yellow, he can swing for 3.
Yeah.
If it's a blue, he can swing for 4. But still, 7 go again is going to strip a whole bunch of cards. At this point, Elijah is just forced to just block and block and block, especially because he has to commit so many extra cards to blocking because of the the lower defense of it.
Yeah. So let's see. Would it be a clean 2, 3 blocks?
He's going to give it
Oh,
6,
and
go down
the
to
flick
1.
knife's being committed. And then it was
Knows he
not a
can't
blue,
win
so
through
no
that.
claw fall up here.
Ooh, so he's got like 2 cards to play with, but 6 life, 2 equipment block. It's Liam's looking pretty good. He only has to do 1 damage now.
Yeah.
Ronin Renegade comes down, 0
There
for 3.
is- I mean, it's not completely over. There is some crazy chance that Elijah might be able to bring it back. Just gets the 3 block
Clash for a
clash.
Vigor.
Vigor.
Liam wins, gets the Vigor.
Yep. I mean, what a powerful card. All right, Elijah thinking about his next play. He has the throw dagger in arsenal.
He's going to
Yep,
use the throw dagger
throws the
now.
dagger.
He's going to
Get that
Draw a
thing
card. He
through.
has
He's
no
going to
flick
draw a
knives,
card.
though. Yeah, one Draconic Chain Link so far. He really needs gas
The
here.
Blaze
Blaze Headlong,
Headlong.
I mean, that's good.
It's going
Gets
to block. They're going to
another-
flash again. Get another Vigor. This is really good because
Gets
now
another
Liam has enough to pay for almost pretty much anything with a Might token, and he can comfortably block with extra cards. And then here's the Rabble for 4. And
Yep.
Liam knows it's time.
Gets
He's going to give
3
him the
block.
card. He's going to give him the equipment. He's going to go to 3. Vigors pop, Might pops, and here
Oh my
is
God.
that Reckless Stampede.
It's a Reckless
And
Stampede.
there you go. That's all she wrote. And Liam is your
Yeah, I just
Pro Quest Yokohama champion.
I mean, what a game! Oh my god, I cannot believe the the tear that Liam just went on. We were talking about what he wanted
need
to
to go
see, and he got it.
Go work. Yeah.
That's all good. Thanks a lot.
All good. All good.
Alright,
That's
how's it
very
going?
fair.
Yeah,
I mean, how's it going with you,
first, they
Liam?
said, go second.
It's going pretty well.
Oh no,
off
that
the
was
start.
fun. That was a good
Man,
They said go second, and
Yeah,
Sandra
I
said they
have
should go second. They let you go first, and then you did 10 damage to them over blocks.
Scabskin's MVP
Like,
today,
we
I
were
think. Man,
Yeah, like we were talking about some of the cards you wanted to see in those first few turns to really help you get ahead, and you saw a bunch of them.
I saw exactly
and they
what I
lined
said,
up,
didn't I?
and
The
you-
Buck Wild cards.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was looking and I was like, oh my god, he willed it. He willed it.
Yeah, yeah.
So, congratulations, dude. You are the Pro Quest winner. How are you feeling, dude?
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
a while
I
since
mean-
I won a event, since skirmishes, really.
Yeah, well, because in your own words, you say that Elijah always cleans you up on Draconic Ninja, so this was a match of vengeance for you.
Yeah, it was. Man, I've got. I still didn't beat Fi. I can't beat that one, but I finally clawed one back.
Nice, good on you, mate. Well, we won't take up too much of your time because it's been a long day. So,
Should I open the golf
congratulations
now,
on your win. Congratulations on your invite to Pro Tour Yokohama,
Thank you very much.
and congratulations on your gold foil.
Yeah, did you guys want to hang around for opening gold for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, open it now.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Hell yeah.
Should I open it while Greg's
What
not
are you
here
hoping
so I
for,
can't
bro?
see it? What do I have? Halo of Illumination, that'd be awesome.
Abskin levers.
Yeah. Scab skins. I owned one of those at one point, and
Oh,
unfortunately
wow.
it paid for FAB forever for me, so it was probably worth
There you
it.
go. You're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the top down view. Look at that. So fancy.
Oh my god. On top of the beautiful art of it.
Bring your arms away out.
All right.
Definitely chose war today.
Some gas.
I can tell you that.
That's alright.
Oh, I think I know what that one is.
I think I know what. I think I know what that one is.
One of my favourite weapons of all
I mean,
time.
that is
I
a
love this
sick
hero.
weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, me too, bro.
Actually,
Man,
Jason,
I love Bolton.
I think it was your list I was copying back in like Monarch meta, taking that to ProQuest and like
Oh,
losing
yeah.
the chains on repeat, you know. But that's fine.
Oh my god,
It was
yeah,
so much fun.
Jason would love to hear that. We'll be
Yeah.
passing that on. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah. Yeah, I had
I
a bit of
mean,
a chat to him about it at the time. It was
congratulations.
so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congrats on the win and congrats on the Raiden. I mean,
Yeah, that's cool.
Can you tell us? Do you think you can make it to the Pro Quest in Yokohama, or it's going to be too tricky? With
Probably not this time. Don't have the money at this point, but I'd love to. Like, Yokohama's one of the cool
Yeah.
ones. Maybe I'll look at flights and see how we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations anyway. It was very impressive to see your plays throughout the stream this whole day. Like I honestly very impressed with the lines you took, the risks you took, all that calculation, knowing when to block with Scowling Fleshbag, which I feel like many players would have thrown much earlier than you have. So it was very good to see sort of this cold and calculated plays and all coming out, helping you win this progress. So
Yeah.
congratulations, and we look forward to seeing your plays more in the future.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Cool. Have a good one.
You too.
We know KO's crazy, but he made KO look really crazy.
Yeah, like it was really impressive to just see him understand these matchups, know when to block, know when to attack, know when to roll scabs, know when that risk is acceptable, know when it's not, and just also understanding and that decision to take out Blood Rush Bellows and just play a much more calculated, comfortable value exchange game because of all the tools that KO got recently. So very, very cool to see all that play out.
Now, Young, that's the end of the ProQuest, but we've got some more stuff happening tomorrow. Is that correct? Do you want to let us know what we've got happening on stream
Yeah.
tomorrow?
So I believe tomorrow on stream we're going to have the Living Legend Store Championships. So it's going to be Store Champs, so it's going to be very exciting to see what that meta kind of looks like. Living Legend, like always sort of on the fringes of the Flesh and Blood gameplay, but it is going to be a part of Worlds format this year, so it's going to be very cool to see some of the innovations and the new sort of deck lists that have come out in Living Legend, especially with the sort of recent-ish ban list and all the new cards that got added. It's going to be wild to see what that format looks like, because the power level in that format is high.
Exactly, and so I guess we will catch you folks here tomorrow to witness that.
Yeah, so yeah, see you all here again tomorrow for some Living Legend. Have a good one, guys.